chair over here for the table?
I'm just gonna go down. Can you guys hear us now?
There's a big chair.
I guess so.
And
Yeah, I got a thumbs up from Michael.
Yes, we can hear you.
I was not able to. Ariel, is it working? No, I was not working at when it comes to our screen. I don't know if it worked on your computer or how it would be.
please be sure to sign in if you have not already. Ariel can direct you to the roster. Sign in. Mary Flowers, if you can hear, would you hold up your hand? It's not working. I think we're gonna have to proceed. We will just have to go ahead and proceed.
Is the owl lighting up? Is it turned on?
It's turned on.
And
Yes.
I'm trying to
Thank
connect
you.
to it.
Is there a way to just have sound passively on the computer, the audio?
I think that's what's happening now.
I can hear you guys.
Armando can hear us.
Armando?
Yes.
All right, Mary Flowers, can you hear?
She might not even be sitting.
I know.
Yeah, that's what I think is happening.
Okay.
Perfect. All right, then we will proceed. Welcome, everyone. The time is now 9:39. And the date is February 12th, 2024. For the record, I have already read the Zoom meeting protocol script, and I'm not going to repeat it again. I will only point out that all citizens' comments will be restricted to 3 minutes per our policy number 7.5. And that if you don't have an opportunity to speak today, because we have only 15 minutes total for citizens' comments, please know that you can write a letter to the town hall and it will be considered by the board at its next regular meeting. Ariel, would you call the roll, please?
President, we have Mayor Danforth, Trustee
Here.
Myers.
No, just one by one and we'll answer.
Oh, okay. Mayor Danforth,
Here.
Trustee Byer,
Here.
Trustee Mendez is attending via Zoom.
Here.
Trustee Lakai,
Here.
Trustee Kinney,
Here.
Trustee Martinez,
Here.
Trustee Polisi,
Here.
Office Admin Gabrielle here, and Seth Walker, Attorney Seth Walker.
We'll be here.
You will be joining us after lunch. Please be certain that you sign in. There's a roster which Ariel can direct you to. For all those who are coming in now, please do sign the roster. Trustee Martinez, would you read the vision statement for us?
Historic good stone. Colorado built by a small mountain town community with a community committed to sustainable living practices and spiritual traditions. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity with contemporary self-reliance. Creststone's goals are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, renewable energy use, and social responsibility.
Thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions? Hearing none, I would ask for a motion to approve the agenda as it's been submitted to us.
I make a motion, we approve the agenda as submitted.
Is there a second? Motion by Adam Finning, seconded by Benjamin Meyer. Discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it.
Aye.
Thank you, Armando.
You're welcome.
Ayes have it. Motion's carried, the approved, and the agenda is been approved. Next item is approval of the minutes of the regular Board of Trustees meeting of January 11th, 2024. Has everyone had an opportunity to read through those minutes? Are there any concerns, questions?
Of what date are you looking at?
The regular meeting, January 11th.
It says,
I just. Are they not in your language? Mine are not in. Please sign the roster as you come in. Ariel can show you what it is. Does everyone?
We got our blood in.
It's not on the agenda.
I move we approve the minutes of January 11th as submitted.
Is there a second to that motion?
I do second the motion. Aye.
Hey, Town Hall, looks like you guys are muted.
There's no audio.
Yeah, this is typical.
Please unmute your microphone, Town Hall.
Oh, this is classic.
Can you hear us now?
You can unplug, yeah.
Can you hear us?
yes,
Thanks, Benjamin. Yes.
yes.
We just unplugged that again.
Let's proceed. Is my microphone on?
Yes.
We'll proceed then to citizens' comments.
Minutes
So the
of
minutes of the,
January 29.
all in favor, signify by, we already have a motion?
No,
All right. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the special board meeting of January 29th. That's right, you can go talk.
I'll make the motion.
Is
I
there-
second the motion. I will second the motion.
Armando seconds, discussion?
Yes,
so,
Susan.
despite there was some confusion, I would like to point out that for that meeting, I was indeed absent with Roberts.
Thank you. All right, I'll you correct, yeah. Anything else before we? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
aye,
Ayes have it. The minutes of the special board meeting of January 29th are approved. That does bring us to citizens' comments, and I will take comments from those in the room. I'll start at that end and work around. Last time I started at this end and worked around, so I'll alternate this time and ask for.
Warren, I got you right here. Thank you.
His name and address.
Oh, yeah, Warren Stephen, 271 West Carbonate. I'm sorry my communication skills have been so lacking for the last year and a half. I'm gonna start out with a nice thing to say, and then everything else I have to say is a criticism. I think that the town could pick up $20,000 to $30,000 of increased revenue by simply moving money into a money market account or CD with that's available that would yield 5% on the hundreds of thousands of dollars you have available. Now for all the bad stuff. You sit here basically while your house is burning, planning parties. I find that reprehensible. For the last 18 months almost, the town has been, and longer, in violation and malfeasance as it regards to budgets. Nothing has been done to change that. I believe you're now in violation of sunshine laws as of the last meeting. With not distributing the board packets, people that have signed up for that. I believe the auditor and lawyer have possibly engaged in either fraud or perjury with the filing of the audit by the financial auditor for 2023. 22, sorry. Yeah, the 2022 audit. You currently have no clerk, violation of state law, don't have it on your agenda to advertise for that. You're hiring a lawyer without advertising for that, having lost the contract at the end of the year. And you have done nothing to address the forensic audit that needs to be done, having no financial records since August of last year. I believe there are non-employees using town equipment, which should not be going on, and the water billing has been in error for over 3 months. Thank you.
Although it's not our policy to comment, I will say that our town staff went from a total of 5 employees to a total of 0 employees. We now have hired 2 exceptionally qualified people one of whom the question of the town clerk will be.
Mr. Turnbull, you
So
have
I'm,
20
this is not a conversation. I'm just saying,
Not a conversation.
I beg your pardon, I will have the floor. This has been a situation we've not dealt with in the past, and we are doing our best to work through this in a way that we will learn from this and actually be the better for it in the future. Citizens' comments? Please state your name and address.
Good morning, Honorable Town Council. I'm happy to be here. Eliza Marin. I am a Swatter County Commissioner, but I want to be clear that I'm here on behalf of myself as an individual. And I just wanted to share, I'm also recently retired from the San Luis Valley Local Foods Coalition. In addition to believing in a local food system, I believe in a local commerce system. And I have probably gone to the last 20 of those 25 Crestone Music Festivals. I am a big fan of the Crestone Energy Fair. It's a very educational and inspiring event that leads me in the direction of sustainable living. And the 4th of July parade, I got to ride my horses in and with my friends. And this is a really special place. And those events are really important to this community. And I personally, as many others do, invest a lot of money in the community of Crestone when we come to those events. And so I highly encourage you to think about the meaning of those events in this community as you make the decisions today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marcy. Next, hold up your hands and
May I interrupt, please, because it's evident that we're not gonna have a chance to hear from everyone in the room, and we've made the effort to show up. If someone, I myself, almost 100% concur with that comment, is there a way that I could go on record as concurring with that comment? The best way for you to go on record is to write a short letter and send it to town hall, and it'll be part of our record. Then next month we'll know that. Yes, maybe that's what gets lost is the number of people who took the time and effort to be heard here in person. I understand the process, so there's my comment on the process. So we could say that if you are in agreement or you came to make that comment, please stand, hold your hand and state your name for the record. Excellent. So I concur. Not 90% of what was just said. I'm young around. I say it's so short.
Wow, yeah, we need a list. Because I can't write all the
They're on the, it's everybody that's on your clipboard list,
Except for Lauren.
except for one.
And
You already have the list.
so let's do it the other way around. Let's have everyone hold their hands up who is not here for that same reason. Please hold it. Lauren, I know, Lisa.
Include the online folks as well.
And has everyone in?
I'm going to turn to that in just a moment because I see hands up. So is basically everyone here for the same reason?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I could last name. Yeah. Still 12 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Melinda, you said you were gonna elaborate, and maybe you did.
I think I'm up to speak here. If you could do this.
That's my own opinion where I'm coming from.
But he has-
But you want to go in line with everybody?
Let's keep going in line.
So I'm sorry. We have the floor right now, so you have the floor. Go ahead, and then afterwards we'll see where we are.
Thank you. My name is Tony Cristolo. I live at 151 North Cedar. I teach at the charter school. And last Friday I was at the youth open mic at the Apothecary, and it was the best event I've been in since I've been here. These kind of events give the youth a chance to check their chops in front of a welcoming audience. And it brings the community together. There were about 20 kids from the charter school there and a bunch of other kids I didn't recognize. And parents, it's a community event. I think it's good for the community, it's good for the parents, it's good for all of us. And this could be, the same comment could be made for 4th of July, music events, and other things that happen at Tea Brewery. So I hope I'm speaking well enough for some of you anyhow. And when you get to R and S, are you gonna vote on that today?
What?
Are you voting on this today? This noise ordinance?
No.
I'm not sure what we'll do, but there is an action item.
No.
You're not voting because
But
there's
we're
gonna be many
discussing-
people
we
writing
will
in
discuss.
also. Yeah. So anyhow, that's my 2 cents, and I hope you'll be smart enough to see the need that the community has for such events and
Thank you.
continue them.
So, I will ask a question. How many in the room are residents of the, voters of the town of Crestone?
It's more than five. That's seven.
Not all of you, Anna. I know you're a resident. We're all residents.
So seven are residents.
7 are residents. And of those on Zoom, how many of you are residents of the voter residents of the town?
1, 2,
Me, Armando.
Armando,
Not Dan Gray. Can you hear me?
yes, I can, loud and clear.
Okay, I
see
live in the Baca Grande.
6 at least. Plus
I'm a resident. I got a whole room full of kids here.
Dan, I'm just asking a question, please. For those attending via Zoom, how many are residents? 1, 2,
I see 6 plus a business owner plus a classroom full of kids, he says.
I'm a resident as well.
So if we were, we have a total of 15 minutes of comments, of which we've only had 2 so far. If we just start, and I'd like to hear from the town residents, could the Baca residents, your comments are valuable. We're all part of the community. We do perhaps have some responsibility towards our constituents that is also of concern to us. So if we go around the room now, those who are residents, please hold up one by one. Let's go around the room if you want to talk. If you don't want to talk, you don't need to have hold your hand up.
I appreciate being able to
Your
talk.
name and address for the record.
My name is Allison Wonderland and I'm at 480 East Galena. I appreciate being able to talk in and amongst the community, the whole of the community. And I recognize that there's more work to do. I appreciate the idea of having a special committee in order to explore how to work with the events so that all needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Going around the room, who wants to comment?
Hi, everybody. Dana Oglesby. I live at 426 South Hemlock and really just want to impress how I don't disagree with Warren and that we have other things we need to be worrying about. So going on 2 years talking about this noise ordinance when we have a pathway to create a special events permit seems like a huge waste of time and that we should move forward with getting that special events permit created so that we can enjoy each other and celebrate with one another and do it in a way that is acceptable to everybody. Thank you.
Next. Hand up. Resident comment.
Kyle Terry, Village Idiot, 120 West Silver. Being I am probably part of the noise problem, I just want to iterate, I love all the events in town. Being someone that lives above T Road, I feel like I constantly have to remind people, they never go past 9. It's not like a normal bar that's going until 3 in the morning. If there was a noise problem, I would have to deal with it living up there. But I just wanted to say thank you guys for working with us. T Road has made inroads. Mike had the audio study commission, and this is very frustrating because noise has always been a problem, a complaint in this town long before T Road or long after whatever happens. And there's constantly complaints from people that spend half the year in India and then half the year in town. And I just don't think that's fair to the liveliness of town, center, I mean, you're gonna have some noise, we got trucks coming through every Monday, for Thursday and Saturday. And I just don't think enough credit's been given to making inroads to wrangle the sound issue. And so I look forward to your guys' thoughts and opinions later today on the sound ordinance. But if there's a specific problem, then it can be addressed, but just complaints can't really be addressed. So I would seek some clarity on what the issues are that have been brought forth to you. Obviously, I don't have the insights of what you guys have been emailed and stuff like that. But if there's an issue, we would love to, work together to, find common ground. And, but other than that, I would look forward to your comments later today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Any other comments?
Lars Fogan, 235 South Hemlock. Yeah, town is town. I've lived in both the Baca and I've lived in town. And in both instances, town is where community meets. And when community meets, we have to be amenable to this being a town which has a certain function, which allows people to get together, celebrate, have fun, which can involve music. And I understand that it needs to be gauged somehow, but that can be worked out. As a community, we need the town to be able to function as a town should, in my opinion, which means we should be able to gather as community, and which pulls in all the people from the Baca in the town, which makes us one community.
Thank you, Lars. Anyone else?
We have some members via Zoom who have their hands up. We have Lisa Bodie. On Zoom.
Okay, let's go. Hold up your hands on Zoom. If you wish to speak, and you're a town resident.
I wanna-
Mary Lowers and
Thank you.
And I want to make sure we let Dave's class speak.
They as class are not residents. They is a resident. This is a fiasco.
Hey, you've had your turn.
I haven't had my turn. This is a subject different from when I spoke to. And I think I represent more people in this town that are residents that are not here. Because.
You had a turn last week, dude.
And you already have a turn today.
Already spoken.
Make it easy.
Okay, order, please.
This-
We will get to you, Warren. Let's listen to the.
Go ahead.
I will call on you later. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. This is Dea Shidi, 463 East Lyme Avenue. Calling today from the Crestone Charter School. We're over here at 330 East Lyme Avenue, which is in town. All these kids you see here, this is the future of Crestone here. Say hi, everybody. These families that gather here at this school, which is in town, they might be Baca residents, they might be Crestone residents, but either way, they're the heart and soul of our community. Events like the 4th of July, the CPI Music Fest, the Energy Fair, these are the highlights of our summer. This is how we build community. This is where we gather. We like good music, we like good food, we like good times. This is the reason why these families are here. This is the future of Crestone. All of us here in this room, we were talking about it this morning. We are really looking forward to this summer. We can't wait to get together, to do the things we love, celebrate life. We can't wait for the 4th of July concert, the Energy Fair, the new afternoon music series that Crestone Performances is planning is going to be amazing. And I think it's going to fit right in with the town's needs as well as our needs to gather and get together. We just want to ask, is it really such a hardship to be exposed to just a little bit of music, a little bit of fun, a couple times a year? Does the children's laughter really hurt your ears that much? If you take away these community events, you're going to drive the community away. Personally, I believe that Crestone has a future. This is the future right here. Say hi, guys. Thank you. We love you. Thanks for all the work you're doing, board members and mayor. We appreciate you. Thanks.
Thank you. Who else from the Zoom audience? Mary? Are you there, Mary? Your hand is up, but I don't see you or hear you. Anyone else?
I want to speak, but my hand thing doesn't work.
I'm calling on residents right now.
I see Ginny's hand up and, I just,
Name and address. For the-
huh?
Name and address.
Also, okay, so, I'm Simone and I live, 160 North Pine Street here in town. I'm 2 blocks from the town and I want to say that, yes, there are times when, there's been, music performances in the park that I can hear clearly from my yard and, may or may not be in the mood for that, but I am always in support of the overall community building efforts, of which I believe these events are super treasures for our town. They bring in people, not only do they strengthen the community, but they bring in people from all over the place. And many times I'm a local crafter who participates in the events and, it's a absolute needed financial opportunity for me as well. I also, and I just think the more the merrier on these events, just because even if I'm not always in the mood, it's always a balance between the individual needs and the community needs, in my opinion. I have a quick question too. I was looking for the minutes of the last meetings online on the website. And do you have to be a member of the website to see the meetings and minutes and download them, or are they not there? Thank you.
We are extremely short-staffed at the moment, and they are normally there. That will be corrected.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Other Zoom residential comments? Go ahead.
Jenny?
Yeah, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Number one, I
Name-
don't know.
Name and
My name is Ginny Ducal, and I live on West Silver Avenue, which is where Elephant Cloud is, moving towards the playground. And I wonder why now, because I've been to many events, Energy Fair events, 4th of July events, and they have not had any problem. Is it because we have bands, more bands than we've ever had, performing till 9 p.m.? Could it be that the decibel level has gone too high? Can you dance to music that isn't screaming at you? Maybe just a little bit lower. Okay, also, maybe just till 7 p.m. instead of 9. I go out on my porch and dance to it when I hear it, because I can hear from my house, but only outside. And what about going to alternative performance areas when there's going to be large bands? Like we used to have the music festival at the golf course, and I think that's a great place for an event still. You've got the buildings there that could house various events and talks and demonstrations, and then you've got the open area for music. So I think that's a good alternative if it doesn't happen here, but I believe that, yes, the celebrations are exciting and varied. They should be varied. And I think they should be continued, but I think we do have things to work on. Maybe we should have the Peace Patrol there guarding it, because I know that there could be outsiders that come and to visit. They park in the wrong places and everything. So maybe if we had the Peace Patrol there to also guard the area. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Other residents on Zoom? Okay.
I'm not a resident. I speak.
So what I'm doing, we have too many residents and not enough time, but I'm going to ask each resident quickly to state their name and address and that they support. First of all those who support what the comments that are being made for you know, about changing the noise ordinance and allowing more events. Allowing. So if you would stand up and simply state your name and address for the record. Can you put it in your computer? Would you have time to do that? We'll just go quickly, starting now. Starting this way now.
Excuse me, you're now asking for non-town, but residents who happen to live in the Baca, correct?
The non-town residents, probably all from the Baca, the Cedar Park or wherever.
Thank you.
Question following this discussion, I'm here for that, so go
But
ahead.
we need to speak, you know, in order to save time, can you write your names down? Ariel, could you create a piece of paper and each one then could sign that piece of paper? So that we have a record of who and how many non-residents are here and speaking to, who wish to speak, and we don't have enough time to listen to all of you. Can you do that, Ariel?
Does anyone have that big one?
So,
The sign-in sheet?
Yes.
I want to call on Warren because, while we're doing that, I do want to call, on Warren because I know that he does speak. He comes to all our meetings and I know that he and Elaine, tend to have their finger on the pulse more than anyone else's to the opinions of some of the people, or many of the people who actually live in town. Warren, you have a couple of minutes, stand up and speak, and then that's it.
I'm sorry.
I just have my comment is about being employed in town and having business in town. I'm a Baca resident, but I work in Crestone, and that's why I would like to have something to, I have something
As soon
to
as
say.
Warren speaks, absolutely, we go ahead.
Nope, let Melinda speak.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
My name is Melinda Davis. I live in the Baca, 200 Camino, Oro West. I work at the liquor store. I've worked in the town of Crestone for the 10 years that I've lived here. I can say these events really do bring in a lot of money to town. And it gives an opportunity for the many artists that we have here to be able to not only display, but sell their products to people who are coming here. We're talking about the commerce of town. We're talking about the people's livelihood. And that's my biggest concern. I enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. I don't get the big party, the loud noise. We work at the liquor store. We are the latest store open in town. And it's never been a serious problem for the people that are out here enjoying it and the people who are making money. And that's my big concern, is that we're going to be taking away an opportunity for people to lift themselves up by taking away the opportunity to have this commerce.
Thank you.
Oh, and the booths, I believe, are also business owners. I know they're business owners, but I think they want to speak too. I think they're on Zoom.
Here's the town resident.
Yeah, resident.
Again, for interrupting the process, I've signed my name to something, but I need more clarifying statement at the top of what I'm signing my name
So
to.
Ariel will do that right now. Thank you.
Hi, Kyle Campbell. I live at 488 East Iron Ave.
Name and address to the record.
That's Kyle Campbell, 488 East Iron Avenue, Crestone. Yeah, I just think that the business thing is a really big thing. It's really important that we keep that stuff going because that is where we make a lot of our money. And it's to me, that's kind of a lot of what Crestone is all these events and things like that. And I think the egress is a concern, possibly. Somebody had brought that up the other day. I didn't personally notice it, but the only thing that I think should be a reason why we wouldn't do it is egress for fire trucks and stuff like that. Just making sure that they're able to get through. But I think if an alternative can't be come up with that's going to be really good for everybody, that we should just keep them here. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Other hands?
Hi, Anya Cots, 2277 Happy Day Overlook. I live in the Baca, but I consider this my town. I think we all who live in the Baca consider this our town. I just want to remind the board that upwards of $800,000 to $1 million of sales tax revenue from the Baca has been collected by the town. I know that's not your fault. I know it's not your choice, but it is what's happening. And I think it's insulting to think that we can't work together as a whole community to form committees. I fully understand the needs of the town and the needs of the Baca, especially as related to noise and events, are different. But I have attended the last, 8 months of these meetings. I feel that all of your concerns are valid relative to noise, traffic, parking, trespassing, etc. And I think we can easily form committees to address these concerns thoroughly, but to keep pretending like we're in two different communities is absurd. We all live here and we all care about what happens in town, so, yeah.
Thank you. Mark?
Mark Talbot, 64 Aspen Overlook in the Baca. I'm a member of Peace Patrol. I do not pretend to come here representing the group, but I do want to give you an observation as a member of the Peace Patrol and an offering that I will take back to the group. And we've actually discussed a little bit internally already. So my observation is that in the past, we've always participated in these events, or at least my experience goes back 2 years. And we always offer our presence voluntarily. And my overall view is that with a few very small exceptions, we're able to contain any issues, and it's largely a very well-run event, a very well-managed event, and any small issues that arise are typically handled very quickly. The offering would be, that I'll take back to the group and discuss, would be that we offer more of a perhaps perimeter to keep the crowd from spilling out. And in that way, offer more containment and more, how shall I say, peace of mind for residents to be able to know that we are going to try to offer more of a contained event to losing my train of thought here. I think you understand what I'm saying. To just more containment to reduce spillover and negative effects for the residents. So that's the offering, and do appreciate everybody's time here to listen to this. The one encouragement, I echo what Dana had said, and that is, let's take some action on this and get this put to bed, because you obviously have bigger fish to fry.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Leroy West. I live in the Baca on 1613 Willow. I'm on the board of directors of the Baca. I'm not speaking for the board, I'm speaking for myself. To me, I love Crestone, and something that really has taken my heart since I come here is how much all of us love Crestone. And the big events of the year are these events. These are the events that I look forward to, and everyone I know looks forward to. So I'm very sensitive and becoming increasingly sensitive as I get to know people better and better about the noise, about the traffic. I care about these things. I actually went through a similar situation. I was on the board of directors at my previous residence, and we had big wedding events there, similar noise problem. The way we finally solved it was putting a recording audio meter, not getting people involved, not getting people, just putting a recording audio meter. So there was a constant, accurate history from the same location. And then we could kind of slap the hands of people that had violated it, and we got things in order over a short period of time. So I know there's been an effort with the noise meter, but I know it's also been a little bit traumatic, and I don't think that's necessary. I think you can just have a noise meter, keep a record, go that. And again, last I want to say is particularly 4th of July and Crestone Energy Fair are the events of the year that literally people from all over the state and the country come to, and are a big economic driver here. So I think it's really important that we have those two events, and whatever the considerations and care needs to be done for the residents. I think there's a mutual interest and a strong interest from everyone that produces the events to take care of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Hi, I'm Arnold Hector Alba, 128 Skyview Lane. I live in the Baca. And I just want to remind everybody here that what we're dealing with is a really sad situation. Because this is the board of directors right here of a municipal corporation that's supposed to be providing governmental services for the American people in Saguache County. And you guys need to actually know who you're dealing with. And so what I would advise everyone in the room to do is to look up the Clearfield Doctrine. Just go ahead and type it in your phone or get home, look it up on the computer. Look up the Clearfield Doctrine. And you need to understand that when a corporation, when a governmental services provider, such as a municipal corporation as this one, is under oath to provide these services under a constitution, which, and I'm not even sure what constitution you all are operating under, because there's 3 federal constitutions, 2 foreign and 1 local. So when you have a corporation attempting to exercise authority that they don't lawfully have on the land and soil jurisdiction of Saguache County, you have a problem. The people need to be aware of who you're dealing with. Foreign agents acting under color of law.
Ariel, are you tracking the time?
Foreign agents acting under color of law. And they're usurping on your constitutional rights when they're supposed to be protecting them. Under Amendment 10 of all 3 federal constitutions, Americans are not subject to federal law, or to foreign law and foreign governments. And we have a situation here right now where you guys have a lawyer who I don't see present, Seth Walker. He's a foreign agent acting under color of law. And you guys are all putting your trust in that guy, not in these people. These people have a voice, but you're not, and you have them here talking. But at the end of the day, that lawyer, you guys are putting all your trust in that guy. And you're not listening to a word these people are saying. And that's a problem. So the Clearfield Doctrine, I want everybody to look it up, study it. And also, I want everybody to look up the AmericanStatesAssembly.net. And that's where you can learn more information about how to exercise your constitutional rights and authority.
All right, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Town resident.
Hello, my name is Charles McIntyre. I live at South Hemlock, 426. And I just wanted to go on record as saying that I think that celebration and events are vital to our community.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Is everyone, okay?
Hello. Hello.
So I'm going, Adam, I'm going to go to the sitting right now. You see Mary saying something?
Hello. Hello. Can I say one thing real quick? Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, this is Mike and Lori Booth. You know us. We've been in front of the board many times. T Road Brewing Company, 1535 Spanish Creek. We live in the Baca as well. We appreciate all the comments made from all the different individuals. It definitely expresses what we built T Road to be, which was a place and space for community and gathering and music and dance and all those things. And we appreciate that support. And we're there to support the community in providing economic development, growth, provide jobs and all those things. We haven't made a penny off of that business since we opened. We did it all for community, and we would just like to let the community know that we're here for you. We're going to try to stay open as long as we can, but we can't do it without community, music, events, and all those things. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other local here comments that are not repetitive of what we've already heard?
I have something different.
Okay, and then we're going to go to the Zoom comments.
Christian Tan, Baca resident, 4440 Rarity Court. I just want to say that this community undeniably has been growing. The fact that we cannot all fit in this room, you know, Also, I would like to say that I would like to apologize that this is the first time I've showed up to this meeting. I'm a member of the community. I know the board can sometimes, people can sometimes assume the board's trying to assume authority and trying to tell everybody what to do. Your job sucks, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry that I haven't shown up more.
Thank you.
And it is hard. That a lot of people I met have been very timid to even just try to take positions of the board because it's really not easy. And I can feel the frustration. I can feel everyone's frustration. And I want to thank you guys here. Given the situation that we are a growing community, I just like to remind everyone that this might be a pivot point where we're gonna make decisions in how our town is gonna grow. You know, we're already there. There's gonna be changes made, but what kind of change are we gonna adopt? We wanna be a town where everything's just by the law and like the people are just gonna, do whatever regulations are told them to do, or will be open towards each other's desire to celebrate one another. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoom comments, hold up your hand. Mary, are you there? Are there any other Zoom comments?
I'd love to comment. And it does look like Mary's trying to get on and off and earlier, so I sent her a message. But my name's Lisa Bodie. I'm at 25749 Hazard Circle in Moffett. And so I do live outside of Crestone, but I'm calling representing that, I've been with youth programs in the community for 8 years initially, and then with the fire department and our emergency services holding events, and then most recently with the Crestone Energy Fair for 5 years. And everything that I've seen and with the growth, the shift with leadership in organizations and municipalities and nonprofits is really going to a strengths-based approach where you look at your assets and how we can cultivate those. And what I've watched is for the last couple of years on this noise and event, it's been a very deficit-focused conversation with the town board. And if we can all come together, we're all in this place for a reason. We just need to have these committees, have them do the work, and you have a room full and people online. We have new leaders. Like, honestly, I'm one of the oldest people in the group of my peers and our committee leaders that are running these events. And the level of inspiration, talent, what they're teaching me and the growth that they're showing, we have a real huge opportunity. And, as far as with the youth, with the school, thank you, Dea, and your classroom for showing up, because every time that we had events, that was the safe place for the kids, is when they came as a group, that having the adults in the community celebrating. And from a social permaculture, if we're really looking at our resiliency and our regeneration as a community, then you come together to create these solutions. So the economic impact, and then the final thing I want to say though is these are events highlighting the work we do year round. This isn't just 2 days or 7 days. We're asking for those few days because people are working year round. These groups are coordinating your free box, your firewood programs, your free meals. These leaders are providing the services that typically other county or local governments would be running and funding. And you have a group of leaders in this room that are really the ones hosting all of your other services that are asking, let us come together to exchange information, to educate each other and empower each other for a better future for all of us. So thank you. Love y'all.
Thanks, Lisa. Anyone else on Zoom?
Let me try again. Kyrena, can you hear me?
Yes. Loud and clear.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle, I'm telling you. Just quickly, I wrote a letter, I think it was 2 meetings ago to town. I didn't ever receive any response. And I realize you're low staff, but everybody got it in their packet. The point that I think we're forgetting about, or perhaps the board in frustration is forgetting about, is we need to compromise. The citizens are the checks and balances for you guys. By being transparent, we're going to come to conclusions that will be good for everybody. I don't agree with the noise ordinance. I think people should be able to make more noise than my vacuum cleaner. However, I respect people who would like it to be quieter. So maybe we do silent Sundays. Maybe we figure a way to show respect to those people. And the other point that I'd like to make is towns make money through sales tax. As everyone who's spoken today, or many people who have spoken today have pointed out, events bring people into town. People spend money. Then the town gets sales tax, which it can spend on some practical things that we need. It's a frustrating time for everybody. I try to appreciate everybody for what they've done and are doing, but a town is invented to make noise. That's why towns were invented. For banking, for celebration, for schools, for libraries, for newspapers. Back in ancient Sumer, that's why they invented towns. So I'd like people to please get off your high horses and come to the place of compromise. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mary.
My name is Lydia Sprouts. I live at 668 Crocus. I have been working on the Crestone Energy Fair for 4 years, and I just took over the Crestone Music Festival and Crestone Performances as the executive director. And we buy instruments for kids, and we buy lessons for kids, and we're putting on music education for all ages in the community. Both of the events that I run are focused primarily on education and our social permaculture. And I think I speak for everyone in my organizations when I say we're completely willing to work with the town and work with you for solutions that benefit, for solutions that benefit and keep in mind everyone's needs. And I'm willing to be extremely flexible on that end, make whatever accommodations are needed. I have multiple plans planned for you, depending on which needs we're going to decide are primary. But I think I also speak for at least myself when I say that I don't think I would be willing to take no for an answer. That doesn't feel fair, and that doesn't feel representative of our community as a whole. And it really truncates my ability to, especially in Crestone Performances, to create a space for children to perform, create a space for our adult musicians here to perform, and to create a safe space for our musicians here in town who badly need outlets. I think here in Crestone, there's a whole group of artists and artisans who have crafts that don't have enough outlets. And so my commitment is to be extremely flexible, work with the board, work with town, but to persist in wanting to have the Crestone Music Festival and find a way for that to work. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lydia. So this was not noticed. This is an important, significant gathering of people, and I do think it's only right to allow Warren to speak because we didn't notice the meeting, and I know that he and Elaine have collected data, a more recent survey, and can speak to some of the current local concerns. So I'm going to allow him to speak, but I want to appreciate that the events, all these things you're mentioning are significant. There are multiple issues at play. And let's hear from Warren. As a representative.
Um, I've been painted into a corner of not supporting the music festival or the energy fair or the 4th of July.
Hey, get out of my water. No, you have your own water.
Okay.
And I think that is not what I represented at the last meeting. My objection is not to those events. My objection was to a violation of the agreement that took place, particularly at the energy fair, was supposed to end at 8:30. Did not end at 8:30. There were approximately maybe 30, 40 people tops after 9 o'clock with a thump, thump, thump bass level to a point that I can't, in my own home, 4 blocks away, hear my computer. That's my personal view. I think I'm speaking for a large part of the population that's not here at this meeting that objects to the noise going on past a certain point at night at a certain volume. There's state law to this. We currently have a noise ordinance in place, and there's no need for noise to be greater. I don't object to instruments for kids, music for kids, singing, even music of any kind. That's not the point. The point is we have a dark sky community, which everybody at every meeting is talked about, but we have a noise pollution that's annoying the animals as much as it's annoying the two-legged animals that live here in town. The music festival was held at the golf course. Everybody enjoyed it at the golf course. It can go back out to the golf course and it can be as loud as you want it out there. And those events, if the energy fair needs music to get their educational points across, I don't see how they go together personally, but that's me. I'm a grumpy old bug, okay? Now, I think this needs to get back to where it was. Not mob rule like it is today, because I'm one bastard that's all grumpy and miserable against a room full of people that don't even live in town for the most part.
We're also representing others that cannot be here, not just you.
Well, you don't live in town. You
Well,
don't
we
pay
showed
town
up.
water.
We're not gonna have.
This is a freaking joke.
Warren, I would like to apologize to you on behalf of myself and the Energy Fair. I would truly like to apologize to you. I'm sorry. I
accept
don't
your
know
apology.
if
I have-
anyone in the Energy Fair has
No
spoken to
back
you
and forth.
directly about that. This is Lydia Sprouts again. This is official apology to Warren. I am very sorry that that was disturbing to you and that we went beyond our limit. At the events that I produce, normally I am the timekeeper. And for the Craftsman Energy Fair this year, I had a baby instead, and so I was not there. And I am sorry that we were not able to keep to our word. But that is something that we intend to do going forward with all of our events and everything going in town. And so if you need the predictability of keeping to our time schedule, that is something that we can do and we can improve on and be better for. Thank you.
Has everyone had an opportunity to sign this piece of paper?
My name is Allison Wonderland, from East Galena. I was under the impression that we only had 15 minutes as a whole. So we sure did. So I'm learning how things actually are. It's been a little while since I've been in the room. I have been in this room in the past. And so I am catching up a little bit. This is how we behave together. So I first want to say, when I had my little comment, I was saying I strongly suggest that we have a town special events committee, and that also the organizations also have committees, so that we can then come together and do what Lydia just did, which is that heard something that's actually occurring responding and making connections. So that is exactly what I was proposing to. Thank you.
So we have extended and listened to your heartfelt concerns. And we have spent more than 15 minutes.
Thank you for that.
And we
Thank
do
you.
have. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. And those who are no longer a part of wanting to be a part of this meeting, we need to reduce the size of the audience. All right. So we're having 5 minutes.
Am I gonna be able to speak?
We could at least listen to you online, Dan. You got the audience of Zoom.
The Baca Grande gives Crestone $300,000 a year, but yet we can't vote. We have to talk at the end of the meeting. You treat us like your house Negroes. That's how you treat the Baca Grande citizens, like your house Negroes.
We're not tracking these out, guys. No, it's Dan.
Hello, Karina.
No, it's just grouches.
$300,000 a year. Kim, what about that? Why don't you guys give an accounting how much money you've taken from Baca Grande sales tax money, from internet sales tax money?
Anything done after that is the sales tax and code of law.
He got muted.
Like music. I'm not looking at any. All right, but except that the music that's. The town has grown. The town is going. So what we're in the.
See a little from the state. I just got an email from this guy here. I'm gonna try to get it. I got a whole bunch of emails from this guy, and I got a whole bunch of emails. I was gonna spend as much time getting this as we could on this. That's okay, that's good.
We're going for
Well, I hope.
You never mind your comments at the last meeting. Break that sound. Cause I can.
Say no sound. It's clear that sometimes I feel like the base and the my dad is right. Christmas conversation. Never. It was all okay. When it crossed the line.
But if you would raise much higher. But you didn't have the sound. That's why. You can't like out of July to go on violate that. See, you're violating my son's
But so many residents came and said that we want to have these events, that we would like to have these events. We want them to happen.
On the agenda.
And so like to say that the representation of the community is just that everyone wants to be quiet all the time is, I don't think that's accurate. I don't think so. Special committee to make sure that we have. I find water and special events noise ordinance is the existing ordinance.
Oh, here's your photo.
As a board, I saw a letter attached to the agenda packet. Said the only letter in correspondence, sorry, there's two letters. One, so that's something.
It's in our packet.
I just did.
This letter, so.
Good morning.
From Miss Sarah Garber. I think this letter is not really complaining about the noise, it's the party and after the bar closes. The people loading their equipment, cranking the tune-in up.
You mean this
one
here?
Yeah,
You're complaining, he's complaining about the noise.
well, it's like the after hours noise. Leave late night blasting music in their cars. We don't want to tarnish anybody's living experiences.
But he's,
We
the
gotta
letter
respond.
talks about once was a quiet and peaceful.
Well, maybe we could talk to the booths about when they tear down at night. Maybe a little.
I don't think
nice
that's the noise though.
letter, but maybe a nice letter to the booth to kind of see road. It's not necessarily the open mic. It's the, once they tear down and.
I didn't read it down with him. It's the blasting of the music at night, but at any rate, in addition to that. let's read all the letters and then decide on how we're going to respond. Okay, that's this is an agenda item, I think.
Yeah.
So we don't need to respond to that, it's a letter. Is there another one? I only see two. This is it. Okay.
So if I may, so I think the response to the letter should be that, that the board has read their letter and we appreciate, you know, your comments.
And we're considering them. I think we can find a letter. We've been writing a comparable letter to all of these, a response to these letters. Okay. So let's move on. We've lost a significant amount of time. That brings us to agenda item 8, reports, public works. Is there any public works report?
I do have an update from Gretchen. Gretchen says.
Are you talking into the microphone?
My apologies. I have an update from Gretchen. She says Public Works is working on ongoing snow removal, cemetery work, multiple mitigation pile pickups, the annual CERCLA inspection on buildings, as well as a creekside park inspection and repairs to the truck and snow blower.
Thank you. Any comments from the board?
Yes. Could you ask Public Works personnel to be a little bit more detailed in the description of what they're doing?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I also have a report from code compliance, which was the next
Please,
item
go ahead.
from Mateo Arbolello. He says he doesn't have anything significant to report. He's just been working on snow removal as well.
Thank you. And then the administrator's report.
I included my report in the packet as well. I just said that I've enjoyed my work here, although it has been challenging. I've spoken to the personnel committee and I really would like some clarity on what my role is here. I don't know my title. It's been told to me 3 different or 4 different ways. And I believe I'm doing more than what I was hired for. I would just like my title and my pay to be commensurate. That's what I asked for in the beginning part. I also had some updates as well. Attorney Seth Walker advised that a water operator needs to have their own business license as a contractor. I spoke with Miguel to see if that was something he would be willing to get, and he said that he would not. He says that he does not have insurance currently, and none of his other customers, including other town municipalities, have requested this. Also, in the last special meeting, Scott Arisman, the previous interim town clerk, offered to spend a day each week as a contractor, helping to assist with staff transition. This was never officially decided on, but I would personally request that you approve that, as Kim and I still need a lot of help.
And that would be an action item that we would.
There also seems to be some confusion as to who will be doing monthly meter readings for the water and sewer bill. It was supposed to be completed on the 1st of the month, but it has not been done. Everyone I've spoken to has said that it is for someone else to do. So that's where the clarity needs to be made on who will be taking those readings going forward. Will it be Mateo? Will it be Gretchen? Will it be the new water operator? And then finally, Desi from Mandala Pizza called last week and said that she will no longer be coordinating the Saturday town market. She wanted to present to the board maybe that this is something that the town might like to take on and form a committee to take over. I told her I would talk to you guys about that, and that's all that was said.
Can I make one quick comment? She was saying.
So Miguel, he was in the office on Thursday. Is this okay?
Just talk loud too.
So Miguel came to the office and he did mention that the meter reading is already late this month, so it should have been done.
So who have been doing the review? Was that
Miguel.
Miguel.
Yes, that was Miguel taking those meter readings.
Okay.
So,
So who have been doing the review? Was that Miguel?
Yes, that was Miguel taking those meter readings.
So is he declining to do that anymore? Or
He
what's
is declining to do that. He said that Gretchen and Andrew were doing it, and they responded to me that they were not supposed to be doing it. Miguel was, and I know at the last meeting, they had been spoken of that maybe it would fall under Mateo to do those while he's doing his rounds for code compliance. So.
And we also have a letter from CDPHG that's on the agenda that will be an opportunity to consider what action we're gonna take regarding the water.
And when you're saying that you met with the personnel committee on the 8th, was that our first meeting? Is it?
Yeah, I met with Dennis and
Oh, okay.
Adam, Elaine, and Allison.
It's the,
There's.
Personnel handbook.
Personnel.
oh, that.
Kim?
Okay, so apparently we have to make a motion to approve Scott Irishman 1 hour a week to supplement.
Ideally, I believe I mistyped and put 1 hour in there, but we would ask for like 1 day, 7 working hours, so he could help us
At
both.
his previous rate or?
What you just
No, we
said
don't.
is him being a contractor.
Yes?
No, I would say that, if there's any chance that we get, the former clerk, Allison Ramson, I believe her last name is, to do that, what they're requesting, I think that's the person that's more apt to have the correct information.
So Allison's time is limited as maximum, but she is more than willing. She's gonna be in here, helping Ariel tomorrow and, will be here. And she's also gonna be available to answer questions as they come up. And, we have an agenda item, coming up that, I'll just allude to right now, which is, that, Allison is recommending, and I think we should strongly consider engaging Judy Egbert to provide some support to Ariel, because with our current staffing, we cannot afford to send her to clerk school. We can create we can change her title to acting town clerk, and we can have Judy Egbert help her, and who has been training, doing this very same training for years and for us, and very effectively. So I don't know about, but does Scott need an hour once a week because of the election?
He does need time to do the election because I am not trained in the election process at all. I would also posit that Kim needs help as well. She doesn't know how to do the water and sewer bills and other parts of her duty. Those are things that's knowledge that Scott holds. And Allison only has 2 hours a week to spend with me, and that's not enough to help our treasurer as well.
Yeah, what Allison said is that she has some knowledge that could be helpful, and if she wants to share that with you this week, but she's not a treasurer.
So how many hours a week are you requesting Scott to help you with?
He had said 1 day a week, so I would imagine that's between 7 to 8 hours, just one office day to sit with us and help us train. And it doesn't have to be a forever thing, maybe just until the election, so he can complete his election duties and also help us get situated better in the office.
Man, personally, I think that makes an awful lot of sense. We also have our staff who has been working with Scott. They know what they've been going over. They know what needs to still be training has done. For efficiency and up-to-date information within the office, I think it makes a lot of sense to look at Scott doing 1 day a week at say 7 hours. And we can
For how many weeks?
And we can look at having that be like maybe for 1 month and then we revisit it. But I think for a continuity of training and what's happening, I'm actually very glad to see that Scott is willing to do this sort of training. So I think that this is a good idea. That does not mean we can't bring in other people as well to do.
Scott can't do what GA could do to
Correct.
get, Ariel on, we started on our way towards becoming a
Right.
town clerk.
But I'm looking at the day-to-day operations, which is, seems to be what they're discussing about, a lot of the more day-to-day operations. And then Judy Egbert, to looking at more of that clerk training. But, you know, I think it's really important that we listen to what our staff is requesting as we go through this transition, and this is what they're asking for to help it be a smooth transition, and they get the training they need. So I would be very much in support of this request.
Any other comments? Ben?
Are we going
And then
to, I noticed on the agenda that there's, we're gonna make her the acting deputy clerk. Is that what you're looking for as far as, getting your position clearly defined?
That's definitely part of it, and also it was a suggestion from Allison grandson, because we don't have a clerk on staff now, and legally we need to.
We have to have that category filled.
No, I understand that. I'm just wondering if this is what you're requesting to be, is the acting deputy clerk, and have it clearly defined, and then obviously we have to go through and look at all the different roles that that person would take, and then, you know, moving toward being a real clerk, or the official clerk.
Yes, that is what I'm requesting.
Any other comments?
I could be in favor of the ongoing situation with Scott if we did it on a month-to-month basis. And if we stated up front that it's not to exceed 2 months. So that we're within our legality for hiring contractors.
I would be in favor of doing it for 1 month, which is what I believe he originally asked for, and then we can assess it then. So if we would do that, we would need a motion.
Didn't we already have a motion for that last meeting?
We didn't make a motion at the last meeting, we talked about it, we did not make a motion.
Do you need a motion?
We need a motion.
I would like to make the motion that we continue to hire.
Hey, bro, she needs to like check this because they're making a motion, so you can give her a minute.
That we authorize.
So we make a motion to have Scott Irishman work 1 day a week for 7 hours to assist in training our staff.
For how
long? For the period of 1 month, to be revisited on a month-to-month basis.
Second?
How much? At what price, and what cost?
Do we have money in the budget for that?
No.
Well, we would have to add up our total that we allocated for clerk and clerical assistant. And then make it work within that. So out of that money, we're already having to pay Allison, but only 8 hours a month.
So that's, but what I think is significant is that we, above all, need to provide enough hours for, we have Kim as a treasurer, we're expecting her to do all these things where she's being criticized for not doing things that she neither knows how to do nor is doing, and we need to have help. We need more hours for her to learn.
Yeah, we
I
have
think
some-
that's vitally important.
We have some ideas for that, but in regards to this motion,
And similarly for, for Ariel, we need to make sure we have some extremely talented employees, and we don't want to lose them because we're not giving them an opportunity to learn and be able to perform.
So what is the rate of hours relate that we're currently paying, Scott?
I don't know, but we allocated how much for the clerk at 32 hours a week? An appendix A or one of the appendixes.
Just give me a second.
So I just want to reemphasize that we have had new staff who've never worked in this position before, and we've come and we've tossed them into the deep end of the swimming pool. And then we have seen instances happen of like emails not go out about the last meeting because the people are not having the training, they're not having the time, they're not giving the instructions. If we want this town to run smoothly and accurately and have the work get done, these people need to be trained in the job. And it's, to me, it's just foolish to expect them to sort of intuitively know what needs to be done. They need to be able to have the training, and it's money that is going to be very, very well spent. And if we don't spend it, we can see, I could see all kinds of problems happening. I see problems that have already happened in this last month because we didn't have the staff that was trained to do the job. And so I'm talking about 1 month. Let's look at where we have the money here. We've already lost a number of employees, so I think it's crucial. I think you can also look at, since Scott is no longer in the role of the responsibility that he has on his shoulders. He's at training. We can look at adjusting the hourly rate that he's getting paid because he doesn't have the responsibility. It's in a training position. So, but I really think we need to.
What did we allocate?
51,000.
Well, what was
Per
the
clerk.
hourly for the clerk?
Clerk
31.
assistant is 16 an hour.
31.
Clerk is 30.
32 hours, $31 an hour, yearly total $51,584.
So I think we just have to approach it with the understanding that for now, Ariel is not going to have a clerical assistant in the office, and that we're allocating some of the money for the clerk's position at $31 an hour. We're not going to pay Ariel $31 an hour, so we're going to have to use that difference to accommodate Allison and Scott.
Well, it's not a clear-cut thing because at some point, this is gonna be untenable for her, as it was for Scott, to be one person answering the phone, talking to everybody, doing.
Yeah, we're also
things
gonna have to
without any
like,
help.
we're gonna have to slow down and make decisions as a board where we stop putting so much on the staff member. And we're gonna have to readjust, slow down, give that person less to do, and take it one step at a time and start solving the problems we have. But in the meantime, I think we can make it work for Scott 1 day a week within what we have allocated. So with the motion on the table,
Is there a second?
was it seconded?
No,
Not yet,
Second.
because we haven't determined. the
Oh,
amount.
the hourly rate, $25 an hour. Which is likely a decrease from what he's been.
Yeah, he was making 31, but like she said, he doesn't have the responsibilities, he's just training.
$25 an hour.
I just want us to be aware when we're making these decisions that we need to be able to provide for one additional person, whether it's full-time or part-time, to be in the office. It just is not gonna work. And we have good employees and we.
And I
need to
agree,
recognize
and
that
right
is
now,
really good.
right now we have a motion and a second, and if we can put this.
I understand that.
Okay.
You got a second?
It's the discussion of the motion. Any other discussion?
The other part of the discussion was from relate to what you're saying is that after we have gone through a training period here with Ariel, then I think it's also time to relook at, the wages that are comparable to the responsibility.
Absolutely, if we're going to give.
That's on the agenda for
But
later.
that is on the agenda.
Okay.
And also the number of hours increase was on the agenda. So we're back to this motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Guy. You're picking the wrong guy.
I'm gonna vote against it too. I know the motion will pass. Because I feel that Scott has had some considerable amount of time already. And and money is very dear to us right now. And I think that the money needs to go more for the other types of training, like Judy Egbert. I don't want to hear that we don't have money to pay her to help, so she can help Ariel begin to assume some acting clerk responsibilities. Scott is not going to be able to do that.
Mayor, it's not the money, it's the quality of the training that I'm concerned about.
Okay,
So
so
what would you suggest?
point of order,
We,
point of order. We had discussion, we called the vote. At the point of the vote, there's no, you just vote. You don't explain your vote.
All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor and 2.
So it's 1 month, let's see how it goes, and.
We need to pay, we need
I would
to.
like,
read-
Ariel, can you do a little assessment on your training as well, as far as, what quality is, so we have 1 month to try this?
Yeah.
To critique, try to get you, I mean, I know you need help, we know you need help, and we're trying to figure out the best way to provide that, I just think we're a little stuck on, not having the people that we need right now to fulfill all these jobs, and we're just really kind of struggling with that.
All right. So we'll move on. Regarding your report, Ariel, I want to ask if you definitely schedule a meeting, a regular meeting each month of the Town Planning Commission. Scott, in spite of all my requests, we haven't had one in, I think, 4 months. And we're required by statute to have a monthly meeting, even if there's no agenda item, which there generally is. Even if there isn't, we're required to meet. And those meetings take place on the first Monday of every month here at Town Hall. 5 o'clock.
And Armando is the chair for that, so you want to ask him.
Sorry, what was your question?
What?
You're the chair for the commission, the planning commission,
Yes, I am.
and we want to make sure that we have a meeting next month.
Yes, we should. You know, with the last couple months, everything we happened, we didn't have no meetings because there was nothing in the agenda. But at the same time, because the guy forgot to schedule, so it was everything together. So, but I'll be able to have a meeting next month.
Thank you, Armando. And
You're
we're going to have these meetings irrespective of the ability of you or me or any member of the Town Planning Commission to be there. We are simply required to hold these meetings.
Yes.
If there's no quorum, then that would be no quorum, but we should make every effort to have a quorum, and we must schedule the meetings.
Absolutely, yes. That's the next to do, to keep those agendas running all the time.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else regarding the report from Ariel and Kim?
Yeah, I would like to say I've been enjoying getting going with this project to catch up on the bookkeeping, and it's going. Work is getting done. I know you have the check register printed up in the new packets. I understand that reports, profit and loss, etc., will be wanted in the future, but Scott told me not to worry about it this month, which I think is a good call, since there's so a lot to get caught up on in terms of the books, so things wouldn't have been up to speed, up to date.
Well, did Scott tell you how that would, what to do for next month or Monday?
I think maybe it would be more productive to deal with Allison or someone who has experience with it. I mean, maybe he has the experience. Anyway,
Okay.
yes, someone who can tell me, which I looked at the last packet, or I looked at some
from August.
Yeah, and so, yeah, I understand basically what's necessary to come forward. Yes, the W-2s went out. CRA, I've been in contact with CRA, being a CRA, the Colorado Retirement Association, came in on Friday and we got what needed to be done for Miguel, finished. And so that was, I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but, run a couple payrolls now, getting good with that. Interacting with the UV Max water system payments, etc. And yes, so yeah, I'm also looking forward to Virginia. Scott told me that you're contracted with someone to come in and consult, talk about this transition of the books.
Transition of the books.
That's on the agenda, right?
It's on the agenda.
I know it's on the agenda.
It's not, it hasn't been officially yet.
Oh, okay, okay. Good enough. Yeah, but somebody to consult or what have you on starting a new company or whatever is desired there.
Right, that's right. Yes, Scott's comment about the profit and loss statement is incorrect. We need that to be able to proceed with the closing of the 23. So if you can get that as quickly as possible, and I know you're swamped, but if you can get that as quickly as possible, it would be helpful for us to be able to continue on with 24.
We'll provide you help to get that, if we can pass this motion today about Virginia.
Okay.
Well, we must get the help, and that's maybe a way of getting the help, but we need to provide the help.
You said the UV Max is the program that after you get the water reading, you insert that in. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, making the deposits, processing the checks and stuff, that's the level that I've been getting those into the system. Sorry, y'all.
I did the first deposit on Friday.
Yeah, so a lot of those checks that have been stuck in the system, not all of them, but many of them finally got processed and deposited.
Nice. But this doesn't have to do with the water.
It is, that's the water system, that's the, UV Max is the water, computer program that processes all of that, but yeah. I know nothing about metering.
Okay.
That's like Miguel, that was Miguel's.
Or how to send out the bill, correct?
Exactly, yeah. No, and of course, we don't have the meters read, so that's the next step.
So we're gonna have to catch up on this because we're already a month behind on getting bills out. So I know that.
Warren? You're also 4 months where the bills are screwed up, which you might not know, where they billed in the middle of the month, therefore negating the $4,000 credit, resulting in overcharges to the residents. So that's been going on in that system. So
Well, I don't know how to do
Tim?
that.
I do know one individual that wrote their sewer bill the end of October for November. And wrote another bill the end of November for December. Those checks still haven't cleared. There's money floating around out there.
Well, they said they just wrote it back.
Just deposited.
It's
Yeah.
subject to, if it's a Venta, then they have to rewrite the check. And that's not good PR.
Well, and this goes back in the past because we were given a check from Theo from the Joyful Journey for 1,500. He had committed 1,500 and he gave us a check for 500 for the sign. And that was months and months and months ago. And then after we decided to do the smaller sign, which the Dark Knight Association told us to do, I went to Scott to have him write a check, a refund, and it turned out the check was still here and had never been deposited. So, you know, those sorts of situations.
I still have a bunch of old checks that I need to
You
use.
just can't have checks just sitting around for us.
Absolutely, we're trying to get the system in place for having those deposited at least every week or every other week. Because there was also a situation with the cash too, where there was a lot of cash in the office, so just trying to make sure that we don't have those things floating around.
Do you think that this, I know we're jumping ahead, but do you think that this woman, Virginia, will be able to kind of,
we have that coming, let's not.
well, Kim's here.
You should let him finish, man.
I'm just wondering if with Kim here, Ariel's listening, if somebody like Virginia will, her name's Virginia, right? We'll be able to kind of jump in and sort of get an overview of.
I don't think we need necessarily to have Kim up. Let's just move, once we start going a bit back and forth and jumping forward, it gets confusing.
Well, this is still part of the treasurer's report. I'm wondering if.
But isn't it, this is a report, isn't to have any action items occur during.
But I'm wondering if somebody like Virginia will help her catch up on
I
all these
understand
check
that, but
deposits.
but we've had an action item.
What you're needing,
He's asking the question.
if that's what you're needing.
Yeah, I mean, my opinion is no. That person is a specialist at QuickBooks and that whole bookkeeping system. I'm talking about a whole different system. I'm talking about UB Max, completely different. And I don't know who has the expertise on that. It's certainly not me. I think Scott might have, some insight to offer on how to do some of these things, but we don't have the numbers apparently. Miguel's not working, right? So that's the first step, getting the numbers.
Thank you for that, because that was my question. I was going to ask Adam when that item came up. I heard what he said, but I wasn't sure that's really your problem.
Well, it's not my problem.
No, I mean, it's
the
the
numbers
town's,
need to get read, yeah.
town's problem.
Right.
So it's.
I mean, I have no answers about the meters being read.
Who has Gretchen done the meters before? Has she,
She's done them with me and, we normally had a Harold do them, but obviously Harold can't do them anymore. But if they need read, maybe Gretchen and I could go back and rehash out how to do this. But no, we'd have to be Gretchen because I'm not a paid person on this, in this town.
So you can at least give us some idea of what needs to be done, right, from your past experience.
Yeah, it takes a while, especially now that we've got about a foot of snow on the ground.
If I could make a suggestion.
Yes.
Miguel, having Miguel back to show and work with Gretchen and or Mateo.
Kim, I had gotten a text from Miguel a couple of days ago saying that he really doesn't want anything to do with the town of Crestone anymore. I don't know if maybe a call from someone else might get that, but.
Well, I would be happy to call him. I think I with the help of Ian, resolve the problem that he might have been feeling, was unfairly taking too much time. And we did resolve that. He might be happy to hear that.
Okay, and if there's anything he could share with you over the phone, that might be helpful, but I would get that too.
That might work. You might get some information just informally from him. Ariel?
Could I suggest maybe training Mateo on this as well, something that you had talked about in the past, just because he does have the allotted hours per month and his report was that he's just mostly been doing snow shoveling. So it seems like there's some flexibility there in his time where maybe that's something he could take on as opposed to Gretchen, who already has a lot on her plate as well as one person in public works.
Anything else?
I'm just wondering if we're losing information on this, like, is there a map that is available that shows where these meters are? Is there some information that is already written down that we could start looking at? Because I think that, Dale's gonna kind of jump in and be very, unprepared for that job. So maybe there's some information that we could pull together that is related.
Is there someone maybe from Baca Water and Sand that we could work with who would help us?
If I may, if I can reach out to Miguel, I mean, would he be a suitable, trainer of?
Let's start
the
there.
tape?
Yeah,
Let's see what he says.
I thought he said he wouldn't, but yeah, maybe you just come.
Maybe Kim will have better luck.
Yeah. Anything else for Kim? In reports.
Well, I would just, I guess, like to say for myself that, the level of responsibility and the different programs, et cetera. I agreed to a certain wage at the very beginning. That is when I came to the meeting and hired on the spot, which was surprising. So I would like to talk to the personnel committee. Is there, as Ariel did? Anyway, like
More
higher
hours,
wage.
more hours than hired.
Yeah, and I wanted to put in up to 20 hours a week. I know that has been discussed and maybe you're gonna vote
When
on
will you
that.
be able to meet
When can I meet?
during break?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what Glenn used, I remember when Glenn was doing 20 hours a week and she knew what she was doing. But it could be a higher number to start with while she's learning. But still, the number of hours that we've allotted is woefully inadequate. Andrew?
Yeah, just, one other thing, just reading the monthly, water usage is about that much of what's in the water job. If you're gonna hire somebody to do it, they've gotta do their monthly well output readings that need to be sent to the state. Need to do just your daily, readings there. You need to check the plant daily for output and chlorinization. You know, it's not just riding around and checking this entails the whole job. And then we're still on the hook. We still haven't got our output meter for the sewer installed. You know, that's all part of it.
Well,
So
we're aware of
we
that.
had, just a minute, we had, and we had an applicant a while back for Public Works who was also a level 1 operator who conceivably has a little bit of background and can work with CDPHE to do at least the daily sampling and have some knowledge. Right now, we have no one with any knowledge. So I just wonder whatever happened to that applicant.
We went through it, we felt like he wasn't qualified enough for the job. We thought that we needed somebody who was more.
She's talking about the public works assistant, not.
No, not that one. We're talking about the water person.
No, I'm talking about the Public Works assistant. He applied to
You're talking
to
about
work
Brent?
for Public
No,
Works.
the assistant, and you guys said he was, certified level 1.
He was a certified level 1 operator. They put that in his application. And I talked to Scott several times about him. And he kept saying he was.
I think you interviewed him.
No, we did. Yeah.
Nope. So can we put that down? We're gonna have a lot to say about that in the upcoming part of the agenda here, because of the letters we got from the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. And I'll let you know what's going on with that, right up to an email I just got a few minutes ago.
No.
So if we can continue on with the agenda and get to that point.
Yeah. You have anything else?
Yeah, I just had a question. When you, before Leslie came, you were public works supervisor?
Yes.
And how much did you make an hour?
At that one before Leslie, I was making, 23.
And did you manage the water system?
Yes, once, Robin quit, and that was when Leslie came on board. And
Did
then
you ever
that's
work
when
with Chad?
Huh?
Did you ever have to work with Chad?
Yes.
And he took care of some of that? as a
He took
subcontractor?
care of the water, sampling and any kind of inspection that came along.
So not that it was entirely functional, but 3 years ago, we had maybe 3.5, I don't know. We had somebody working for $23 an hour, a public works supervisor, who was also managing some essentials for the, hold on.
So.
Can I just finish my sentence?
Sorry.
who was also managing some of the essentials for the water system. And at the same time, we were contracting with either Robin or at that time Chad Tate, who is a licensed ORC, and things were functioning. So this whole like catastrophe that's being kind of presented doesn't necessarily have to be a catastrophe.
No, and then what I want to say is in the past, we sent people to school. It didn't take long, wasn't very expensive to go to Pueblo and take do some studying and take a class and become a level 1 operator. And then and we'd have to work with a level 2, but that person who becomes level 1 after a certain number of time and experience can take a test and become a certified level 2 operator without spending a gargantuan amount of money. We've done that in the past. And we just have to get through the current situation, but we have options.
Not too many though.
Okay, next item. Next up, you're gonna miss all the rest of the items.
I wish I could say.
It's getting good.
So my report is up next, and I want to tell the board that the Dark Sky Committee and the town of Crestone submitted a grant proposal last Friday. We submitted it for only $2,500 because I asked Ariel to call Wendy Mace, and I talked to Wendy, and I was told that the town received a check for $5,000 for our grant, for a $5,000 grant last year for the sign, which we never spent. It went into the general fund. It was expended as just part of general fund money. And so we worked out a solution with, I believe, Lisa just left, the county commissioners agreed. We simply submitted a report along with our application detailing how we would spend that $5,000, that same $5,000. And we believe that may be successful. That'll give us $7,500 to spend. It creates at the same time a budget issue. And at our Dark Sky Committee meeting, Benjamin had an idea which the committee all agreed with, which is to take, we have $14,000 budgeted in events for this year. Since we need to spend the $5,000 that we spent unbudgeted last year, we could take $5,000 out of the $14,000 for events and put that into the Dark Sky budget. And
Mayor, I don't think we have $14,000. I think it's more like 10.
okay, I was told 14,
No,
but
I said 10.
well, instead of 14, take 5,000 out of 10,000 for events. Because we spent that money last year and we just put it into the budget for this year.
We're both around at 7,500. So you just took it down at $2,500. But
Yes. Can we ask questions? Are we allowed to ask questions?
What's your question?
Just wondering, like, if that
I
5,000.
can't hear you, say it again.
If the 5,000 is removed from events to go towards the Dark Sky, like what is that actually going towards?
Would we have to do a supplemental? We thought we had more money in there, but we would have to do a supplemental budget and redo that. We don't even have a line item for Dark Sky right now.
Yeah.
So
These are not special events. This would be like the 4th of July, things like that.
No, I'm wondering
The town events.
what if it goes to the Dark Sky Committee, what are they doing with the money?
there is a budget for the Dark Sky, which includes events as well. But it does not necessarily mean that we are going to do that because we thought we had more money in it to do it with. You thought we had 14, I thought we had 10, we're seeing we have 7,500.
So, and I'd like to add on to that, in order to maintain our status as an international dark sky community, of which there are only 48 in the world. We were the 31st back in 2018. There have only been 16 in the next 5 years since then. It's a big deal to have that worldwide. And they have a number of requirements every year of what we have to do or we lose that. So it isn't, we have to do education, we have money to buy a small, another telescope so we can have some starry sky parties and people can come and look up at the sky. We have various things that we are required to do. It's not about an event, it's the primary purpose of being a dark sky community is educational, to try to reduce light pollution so we don't wind up like all the cities on the East Coast with all of this light pollution. We are right now, according to the Dark Sky Association measurements, we're the 10th darkest international dark sky community in the world. We are, it's something that we work hard to maintain and even improve. So,
Okay,
and
I think I understand
it doesn't
better
have
now.
to do with events and such.
One other thing is that we already were given $5,000. We just don't know where to find it, because it went into the general fund. And so we're now kind of looking for a place out of the budget to get that $5,000. It's supposed to be spent and reconciled to the county after it's spent. So it really, they were gonna give us 7,500, but they were like, well, we already gave you 5. You haven't showed where it's spent. So now we're a little bit stuck, to tell you the truth. And I think a lot of it just came out of, again, poor accounting practices that's happened last year that we're just still struggling with, and hopefully we can get back on the feet.
The treasurer should have put it into the right place instead of just putting it into the general fund where it was spent. And
I guess one is, why were they gonna grant us 7,500 when we only approved to ask for 2,500 or 3,000?
we don't know that they're going to, it's up for the consideration. We might not get anything.
But they weren't gonna give us 7,500 because we didn't ask for 7,500.
The situation was that we contacted Wendy Mays to let her know that we had not spent the $5,000.
I understand, but at the last meeting, we approved our administration to apply for a was it $2,500 or $3,000 grant?
7,500.
No. We said some
That's
for.
what, I mean, it's weird because we asked the administration to do it, and then Scott.
Well, we designated a portion, it's in our minutes.
I know, I remember.
Right, we designated a portion for 4th of July, which was not applied for, and a portion for dark sky, and it was 2,500 or 3,000.
3,000.
So we should not be expecting that they were gonna give us 7,000 because we didn't apply.
I think the reason why this came up was because we expected Scott Harrison to do this grant.
Right.
As it turned out, Scott,
The fellow from Dark Side.
huh?
Carlson?
No, not Carlson.
Harrison.
No, not Harrison. Another one.
Stevens.
Applied for the grant.
Stevens applied for the grant
So
on
that's,
his own.
okay, through the town,
What? He applied for the grant on his own.
Yeah.
through the town?
So we here told Scott that we were gonna do a $3,000 sales tax grant for dark sky. Scott Harrison. It didn't happen.
Right.
Scott
But the
Stevens
Scott
brought the
Stevens,
grant.
the Scott Stevens and I spent hours working on that application and it went out, signed by the town, with a cover letter signed by the town.
Okay, but we didn't approve that, we approved $3,000
It was
as
only
a
the
board.
grant that, it was only for 2,500.
Oh, okay.
But we only applied for a $2,500 grant. What made it 7,500 is because they said to, at the time, as Ariel learned, to send a report detailing how we would spend the $5,000 that they thought we didn't spend last year. But we only officially applied for 2,500.
Did
But in
Scott
Iowa
Stevens
State,
apply for
not
25 or something?
Originally, we were going to apply for 7,500, then we found out we didn't have the records from the 5,000 from last year. She said you could apply that 5,000 as if you received it this year. She said, but we need the records of what you spend it on. We don't have it in the budget. So how are we going, that's what I'm saying, it's already in the general fund.
I mean, Were we granted the $2,500?
We were granted the
No, we
$5,000
just submitted it Friday.
last year.
So, one, nobody can apply for any grant that the board hasn't approved. And it sounds like there's a lot of confusion there. And now we'll have to track through our profit and loss statements and bank statements if we can find where that $5,000 got put into the general fund.
It didn't have anything to do with dark sky. That's what,
Understood, but if it
I
was-
talked to Scott about that, Harrison.
So we'll have to find the line item where it was
Yeah.
deposited into
Without,
the general fund.
we can get that. We have the date. We know the date.
And then we can't apply for anything that the board didn't approve applying
Well,
for.
if I misunderstood, because I thought we told Scott to do it, and Scott told me we went ahead and did it through the town as best we could without Scott here.
I think he was
We
gonna do
we
the.
tried to work with him.
I remember we told Scott Harrison said he was gonna do both grants.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think he did either of them.
Right.
Which is fine. Scott Stevens did the grant for $2,500. However, Wendy Mays is asking, you're not gonna give us that $2,500 until we reconcile that $5,000.
That's a requirement. They won't even consider any grant from us, whether it's dark sky or anything else, until we report what we did with the 5,000.
Yeah, in the interest of moving on,
Thank you.
I think the idea of what was suggested about seeing when that money, where that money was deposited into the general fund. And then at the same time, to see where at different times the town might have spent things that were actually dark sky sorts of things.
We didn't, Kirsten. We didn't even pay, I don't think that Scott even paid the charter school. There were there were 2 invoices that I don't know that they ever got paid.
Okay, so we had,
to the best of my knowledge, we never spent any. The town
Okay.
never spent any of that money.
so part of what we're looking at is to take a look and make sure that that money goes to where it's supposed to go under dark skies. And if there's any outstanding invoices, to make sure that we pay those outstanding invoices, and then we proceed to see how we can work to use that money, what it was given for. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah, we need to rebudget some money from somewhere for $5,000 to do what we.
And so it was suggested that it comes out of events, and if the budget committee concurs that this is a good place to take those funds from, I would encourage them to do so. But I would like to see us move along. What we know is that we have 5,000 that we need to be able to spend on dark sky related things. I'd like to see the dark sky give us some suggestions, whether it's old bills that need to be paid.
We have, there's a
Right.
written report, it's all written down.
Okay, and then I'd like to see, again, the budget committee say, okay, this is where we can pull this money from. And with that, I'd like to keep moving down the agenda, please.
So I just have one other, it's a small comment, and that is regarding the signs. Scott did not pay the signs out of any dark sky. He paid it out of the general fund, and it was under $500,000. I believe that in the $2,500 request that we submitted last Friday, that there is money for several more of the dark sky signs in that. And that's the end of my report unless there are any questions. That brings us to, and I hope this will be brief because we need to move on to the action items. Is there anything that a trustee wants to? No, this is for the board.
I just asked for clarification.
I'm sorry.
Because of the $500,000.
Yeah.
It's $500.
So the money for the signs came out of the general fund, not from the grants.
And it was a total of $367.
Okay.
It was a $500 budget.
plus, one person who did the installation, and the future signs, Andrew said this, town will do the installation. So it's approximately, and I don't think that the other two signs will be less because everything is all set up with the pretty couple of notes. That should be a lesser amount.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, trustees, anything before we move on? Next brings us to action items, agenda item number 9. Item A, approve the check with the
Are you on the clock and should you not be or go to do something else? We'll use up all 5 of our hours. Which is sitting here. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was interested in.
Agenda item.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, hearing the rest of this, but yes.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the check register.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
All in discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Aye.
Could I have clarification on the second with that?
I did.
Thank you.
Right, I get it. It should be.
Next item is approving additional hours for the office staff for both Kim and Ariel, and I think this is vitally important. You've just not given enough hours. I mean, how many
That's
hours
correct.
do we have?
Let's approve the hours.
It was, 5 hours was mentioned the last time it was, the board meeting that I was.
She needs to learn what to do and not to mention time to do it. And even when, I remember when she was doing like 20 hours a week.
5 hours ago.
So I don't know, but it shouldn't be, it should be significantly more than 5 hours.
I think
What do
20
you
hours,
think?
I think 20 hours a week for an interim period. I think eventually the job will probably not take that much time. But yes, for now, I'm putting up to speed myself, and there is, checks to be processed from months ago, that sort of thing. So yes, I could do as much as 20 hours a week. I have another job that's.
Ariel, yeah, I currently have 32 hours a week. I would prefer that Kim get the hours that she needs over me, but operating as office admin and as clerical assistant clerk has been really trying in the 32 hours I have. As soon as I try to work on anything, I'm interrupted by phone calls, people coming in the office, getting bills, getting them processed. It's just, it's two jobs in one person, not enough time.
She called me at 4:45 while we were having the dark sky meeting to talk about what Wendy Mays had just said when she called back. I mean, this is just not enough hours for her.
Do we need it?
I have 7 8 hours here doing things that needs to be done.
So 40.
Do we need to make a motion to approve up to 20 hours for additional hours for Kim per week?
20 hours total.
20 hours total. I'll make that motion.
For up to 1 month.
As long as necessary.
She said interim period.
All right.
I would say more like two months. It just seems like 1 month is not gonna be enough.
Would you repeat the motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the treasurer bookkeeper 20 hours per week for the next 2 months.
For 1 month or 2 months? I would second that motion.
Discussion? Oh, and what about additional hours for Ariel?
I'm gonna do that in a second motion.
All right, discussion, Adam?
So where are we going to pay that out?
We'll just have to, we have under our salaries, we have $156,468. We're just gonna have to move some stuff around. Because right now it's limited to 5,200 for the year.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Aye.
Thank you, Armando. Motion carried. Donna?
I appreciate Ariel saying give those hours to Kim for now, and with our personnel committee and rewriting the handbook, we're going to be establishing a number of hours that people can work and qualify for a certain percentage of health stipend. So I think that nobody in the entire staff should be working more than 32 hours a week. And that includes Ariel and that includes Gretchen, and that we need to, again, slow down and assess what needs to be done and take it one step at a time and start crossing things off the list. And
We'll be doing that on Wednesday.
Well,
oh, sorry. And in order to compensate that for that, as Mary Lowers has been saying for 2 years, we need to utilize people in the town. So we've got people like Michelle, Benji, Elaine, me, Christina, that are all working on the idea of coming in here and helping clean the bathroom, helping do filing, helping go through disorganized papers in the office. So anybody that can come in here and do that and help, including Warren, who has an extreme knowledge of some of the things that Ariel's up against, I think that's going to be vital for how we get through this.
I think that's a very good idea. However, I would not restrict it just to
No,
trustees and their.
absolutely not.
I would open it up to the entire community.
Absolutely.
And-
Mary is invited. And Simone.
Yeah, Mary's been talking,
And
and in the
Randy Beck.
past, we did that, you know, and we had.
And
so-
when?
Absolutely. My only question is with Ariel is again, if for a short period of time, we should give her more hours because she's like Kim. We're expecting her to do everything and learn it at the same time and restricting her hours. So I would be in favor of temporarily increasing her hours.
I just have a question, if there, do we still have a position out for clerical assistant or that's done now, so you kind of took that one, now we're putting you as.
I'm currently office admin, clerical assistant, clerk and custodian.
I think.
But you got hired on as clerical assistant
Yeah.
for $16 an hour.
Yes.
And we'll talk about that more in a little bit, but.
And custodians paid separately, that's a separate check, right?
No, it's just been included, if those are just the things I've been doing.
We just don't have a
currently.
custodian.
We don't have a custodian.
Right. Well, we were
Yeah,
paying,
but public works-
Miguel $20, I think it was a separate check. I do support the community helping with some of your menial tasks. I do not want a revolving door. I do not think that everybody needs a free-for-all in this office. I think maybe Ariel should say, okay, you wanna help me this week? You, come and help me this week, you and you. But I do not think this should be a free-for-all where anybody and their cousin comes in to help staple papers and go through serious papers that we may need for archives later down the road, or one thing or another. I just don't. Some of these people, we won't even know their names next year, and I don't want them in the office setting up house.
So
So some restrictions on the volunteerism, please.
I think the ladies can control it.
I would agree.
I would agree with that, but I also think that we could do more with the community in terms of committees to help figure out how we're going to increase our revenue, other general committee sorts of things that the Mary has often alluded to, which could be of help to us. So, no, not that we have 60 people in the town hall physically here, but we've talked about ways of increasing revenue over the last year, and we really never pursued them. Ben?
I still think that we need to figure out a way to separate some of Ariel's jobs, and I don't know exactly how that's gonna work. Because of the budget, but we need to figure out either somebody to answer phones. I mean, like she's saying, if you're getting distracted, it really throws off the flow of the workday. And I don't know exactly how that's gonna unfold, because I personally, you know, I mean, I think everybody understands that when you're working in a day and then you have too many jobs and then you're not able to really focus on what's the most important thing, so.
Dennis?
I think as far as housekeeping, Public Works should be able, and anyone that seems more in line with that, than it would be your position or the Kings.
I would, I'm open to whatever suggestion.
That's
I
what I
just
was-
worry about Gretchen and her staying under her 32 hours while also listening to her job duties in Public Works. That's my only concern.
But I think it's unreasonable to expect one person to be doing all sorts of things that are more than a clerical nature and still answer the phone and be one person doing everything all the time on a continuing basis. I just don't think.
You're right, Mayor. I think everyone agrees with that.
So.
Knowing it and doing it are not necessarily the same.
Question for Treasurer. Are we collecting any money from this charging station? I know there was some problems. I know. That's a revenue. Because there's a car parked there every day and we have not received any funds from that for 6 months.
I know the answer to that. It's a county thing. The county had a grant, the county did it, and and they know that it's not just us. And they're working to try to create whatever they did or didn't do correctly. So we will be getting that money. We are gonna get that money. I was thinking we have it by now, but they're working on it right now.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm just wondering if we should put out a request for, or proposal, or a job position opening for somebody to help in the office. That would be somebody who could, because she's already beyond her beyond what we had said that she's going to do.
With that clerical assistant,
No, that was what she got hired for.
clerk
And I don't know if there's.
We're gonna make her acting operator.
Receptionist would be a good term for it. Somebody, and then
That person's not gonna know a single thing either. And so every time the phone rings, that person is gonna be saying, talking to Ariel, who's gonna be talking to Scott, who's gonna be talking to somebody. So I think we should just slow down and give Ariel less to do. And let's get our feet on the ground a little.
Dennis?
I agree with what Adam's saying. I also agree with Benjamin saying it's a matter of timing. If we hire someone new now, we're not only going to be taking money away from some of the things that we got further on down the line, which are extremely important.
Like Ariel.
Yes, but we're going to make things more complicated for her by giving instruction and training someone.
So would you support at our meeting next month that we consider Benjamin's suggestion that we go ahead and begin to advertise? So we have two people here in the office. If she gets sick or whatever, we have no one. This is not good.
Then we'd be closed for the day.
Yeah, I mean, we could do that, but I was also thinking that maybe there could be some, like a timing thing, like if we set up on the phone messaging system so that you're not answering the phone, all day, you have a couple hours and you can answer the phone, or a couple hours and you listen to the messages or something like that, so that it doesn't pull away from the other work. Efficiency of time in the day. I'm not saying you're not doing that, I'm just saying that cutting down on distractions.
You're open to that.
But it's not just the phone. People come in all the time. They come in to pay their bills. They come in for whatever reasons. They have a problem or need something. Not just the phone.
Yes, for somebody.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I mean, and even then I might consider Mateo again, because he's already in the office, he's already learning the flow. But for now, I think we gotta start crossing things off our list carefully and methodically, time to slow down.
You think you
Go ahead, Kirsten.
So on that agenda item, We had agreed to improve or increase Kim's hours to 20 hours per week for 2 months. There's also the request there to increase Ariel's hours. Can we address this?
Yes.
No, well, I'm saying no, or they're saying no, I would say, I think we should either do one or two things, either we increase our hours, or we set out to hire somebody for a limited number of hours, so there's some backup for, her. We're expecting.
Just to increase her hours.
So what is her current hours now?
32. The other thing that happened when we approved this budget was the whole idea was that whoever's in that position doesn't take the job home. And they don't go home and make themselves sick with worry and thinking about, I mean, the whole point of 32 hours is that you did what you did and you go home.
But the problem with that thinking is that if you have somebody, and I think we have two such somebodies, who is dedicated with a good work ethic, wanting to do a good job, wanting to create a career position, that just creates more stress by trying to do so much within maybe not enough time to do it. Or not enough help.
So, I would agree in that if you're trying to focus on doing especially important things and you're getting constantly interrupted, you're not going to do a good job in what it is that you're focusing on, whatever that is. And if we're taking Ariel and she's going to be the deputy clerk, I mean, I remember our various administrators or managers going in and closing the door so that they could get some work done, having their own office. Allison did, Leslie did, Kia did, anybody who was in that position had to be able to close the door. And I know myself from the work that I did for 30 years is I needed to be able to close the door and have somebody deal with this other work. And I think having somebody at that $15 an hour and you are very clear on what hours, and if you know on Tuesday somebody's going to be in there from 10 to 1, then you could go into your office and close the door and work on really important things. But when you're interrupted, you lose track, you've got errors, you know, you forget where you're at, and it's stressful to try to multitask 6 things when something important is on the desk. I mean, and I see Kim shaking her head. It was like when I was adding up the money and doing that. Wait, do not talk to me at all, because I was going to screw it up. And so if we have to look at what the efficiency and effective work here is. And some of the complaints that we've gotten is that a lack of efficiency, a lack of competency, and you can't take somebody and expect them to be competent and do a good job if they're constantly being interrupted. So even if we have a short period of time where somebody's coming in, that our deputy clerk can go in and close the door and work on what's important, they could schedule their time to do that. And so we saw this here recently with Scott, to where things that weren't necessarily done as well as they could have been. And I think a lot of that fault lies on not having enough help in the office. And I think we have to say, how does this work efficiently? And I think we need to be able to adjust our budget to where we're running efficiently, not stressing out ourselves, but also making sure the job gets done well. And so you can't have false expectations. So see where we can in the budget to be able to get somebody to come in here, even if it's only like 15 hours a week, to be able to give our management level people the chance to work effectively.
Thank you. Dennis and then Kim and then me.
We're 2 months into the 24 budget, and every time we get together, we find a way of nibbling again at parts of the budget that are limited in spending. We've got to stop that. We just can't. You've got to look at the bigger picture. By July, we're going to have line items that are going to be unfundable again. They're going to be down to 0. So let's, as Adam said, let's just move a little bit slower. We're not trying to hurt anyone. I believe that what I've seen just in the little bit of time that Ariel's been here, she's much more efficient than anybody else that we've had working in that office. And let's just slow it down. Ariel, if it means that you have to lock yourself away, as Kizan had suggested, I mean, that sounds a little extreme, but that's what you do. Benjamin had said, controlling the phone, answering the phone. I would like the phone to be answered every single time. But if maybe there's 1 or 2 hours at the end of the day that you return calls, that would be the way to do that as well. So, but you know, this every time something comes up, it's like the budget. Let's look at it. Let's forget about supplementals and let's try to work with what we've got in the line items. We're talking maybe 10 more months of this, and I think we're going to be in good shape then. So let's exercise a little bit more discipline and just try a little bit harder.
And I would suggest that we put this on the next month's budget. We're gonna be going through a training period for this whole next month. We're gonna have some additional staff in the office of training. And let's look at this in a month and see where we're at.
And I would agree with it, but I want to hear your turn and then mine.
Okay, the best thing I've heard all day is Adam saying, let's slow down. I agree with that 100%. We're Crestone, we're on Crestone time. I like Benji's idea with getting an answering machine. Anytime you call your bank for credit card, you please hold it, or otherwise with another customer, we'll get to you as soon as possible. Or something like that, where she can take the time. If we hire a part-time person, that's $15 an hour that we could be paying her for doing the same job. Getting a high school student in there to answer the phones and, okay, where is the cemetery? She's not gonna get a rest. I mean, hiring somebody that is not trained, that doesn't know the town, doesn't know the procedures, is a waste of time and it's a waste of money. We might as well just dump that money with you two and be done with it. Have that phone
Yes.
take care of itself. Slow our butts down a little bit. Let's see what they can do. And I suggest we do pay for 40 hours for at least 1 month. Just to get a little more caught up.
So I'm next. And then,
I agree with that one.
thank you, Armando. Well, in the first place, it's not just the phone. If you, and I'm sure you know, and Andrew knows, we have a pretty steady stream of people coming in. So you can have the phone calls recorded, fine, but that's still going to be a steady stream of interruptions. Number one.
And you can make appointments.
We can close hours open to the public. That's fine. We're small town.
To some extent, I disagree with the idea that they're not going to know what they're saying. I suspect that there is a certain amount of commonality in why people come in. A number of people come in to pay their bills. Having somebody here to write receipts is a good thing. And that's what I've seen happening a lot. So it's not necessarily that every person is going to have a different question. And no, there would be, to some extent, you're right. There are other things coming up, but there would be some commonality. And it's a matter of dollars and cents. If we could hire somebody for $15 an hour for 10 hours a week, that's $150 times 4 1/3 weeks in a month. But it's not a lot of money. So I appreciate the budget situation, but I also think this is an extremely sensitive area for us rendering the services that we're mandated to do.
How's that?
So, Adam, I'm sorry, it's Adam Nixon. Okay.
I mean, I would come in for 3 hours a week and sit at the desk. So she can go in the office and close the door. I don't know if you would.
Of course I
or
would.
if you would. So, I mean, if we each took, a day every 2 weeks or something and came in, she could get time in the office with the door. And it would probably be really kind of fun.
all of us agreed to do the here to listen, but what actually happened and did for a period of time. And then commitment, whatever happened, it got a little fewer and fewer and fewer. And last month, Scott asked that we sign up for here to listen. I don't know how many of you did. I don't think anybody.
I did.
Well, you were the only one. So, none of the others, and I had agreed to do it every week, but it's one thing in the full blush to say, yes, I'll do that, but life comes along and people basically do what they get rewarded for. Not that we wouldn't, but over time, it's not as good.
I'm not getting rewarded.
So, all right, I hear what you're saying about like slow it down a little bit. So, all right, let's look at not hiring that person. Let's give it a couple of months to see what our needs are. I think the idea of looking at then, what time the door closes. And then Ariel has that time from the time that the front door closes to the end of the workday to be able to focus on the work that she needs to be done. And so that's uninterrupted time. I think the idea of whether it's for a limited time of being able to have the 40 hours just so that the office is closed on Friday. That's a good day to come in, whether you work, whatever it is you're working on, that you have some time when the office is closed and people aren't walking in. So if you want to take it, to 35 hours to where there is some time available that a person can work with the office closed. So we could look at a compromise. I agree, training a new person while we're training 2 other people is just going to be a bit much. But once things, if you say slow down, let's take it as we approach summertime and more tourism and more people and more activity, then and people are more secure, Ariel and Kim are more secure in their job and what they're doing, then let's revisit the idea of having another person in the office. But in the meantime, I think being able to allow Ariel, if she feels like, okay, we just spent 7 hours in training, I need to catch up on my work on Friday, that we allow that possibility.
Another 8 hours would give her like Friday to come in and work on without interruption for a month. Ariel.
Even if I could be approved for 36 hours, that would be 1 more hour at the end of each day. And I could close the door from 2 until 5. And that would be 3 hours of uninterrupted time that I could use. As a suggestion.
So that sounds good. You want to make that motion too?
Sure. I move that we increase the hours that Ariel Blackwell works from 32 to 36 for a period of
2 months.
2 months, beginning
Immediately.
Same thing, right?
Let's not talk about that.
Let's,
Where do we talk about that?
During her, well, I mean, we could talk about her title right now.
I think we should do all of them.
So I would second Kim's motion. We can go to
discussion of the pay rate and then we can do the title stuff.
Yeah, that's a separate agenda item coming up.
What was the motion, please? I couldn't hear it well.
Increase her hours from 32 to 36.
For 2 months.
For 2 months.
Okay.
Second.
We already have a second.
Discussion.
We're having discussion.
If there's any, Dennis, you've been looking at personnel a little bit more than me, but if there's any state statute that says 36 hours is full time and requires a certain level of benefits, then we can't do it.
Other than any full-time employee would receive benefits, any part-time employee would receive equivalent to what would be half of that. But specific amount is not mentioned.
So legally, can you have a full-time employee and not offer conventional benefit?
I don't think so.
But I
You
don't
know,
think.
40 hours.
I don't think it's, anything less than 40 hours, I don't think it's, I mean, I heard you say, let's check, that's fine. I don't believe that anything under 40 hours typically is considered for less is full-time, it's less.
Yes, it is.
In Colorado, full-time work is
in
usually
Colorado.
What was that, Dana?
Yeah. A quick Google search says that a full-time, in Colorado, full-time work is usually between 30 to 40 hours.
Warren knows the answer to this, but
I don't.
we don't.
Our handbook says
Your
32
handbook
to
is
40.
one thing, your handbook says you should be paying some things you're not doing.
Right.
That's a little bit down the list.
It's not consistent. The Department of Labor Bureau statistics are not 100% the same all the time, but generally speaking, anything 30 hours or less is part-time, 32 hours to 40 of a regular scheduled week is full-time.
So there's no legal distinction between 32 and 36.
Okay.
But we have our hand, no, there isn't. You're correct. That's right.
So we have a motion made and seconded, we're having discussion, is there any further discussion?
So
Go ahead, Armando.
we're going to over the budget with this thing, right?
Yeah.
Increasing the hour.
We're getting close.
Okay. How close?
Call the question, all in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? No.
Aye.
Thank you, Armando, we have a unanimous decision. Motion passes. It's 20 after 12, let's go a little further. Is Seth going to join us today by Zoom?
At
or
2.
do we know?
At 2 p.m.
At 2 p.m.
Oh, there's something there.
Right, I don't. Hello there.
Hello, Mayor. Was a little early. I don't know if I've got my email. I have a 12:30. You guys want to try to join me?
Speak up if you would.
12:30. 12:30. You guys want to try to join me remotely from one of the rooms, and I should be available about 1:30.
Okay. Perfect. We were just talking about you. We were just wondering about the time. And then you just walked in.
Okay. Would that work?
Yeah.
Schedule. Okay. Thank you. I'll get set up in this bathroom.
I'd like to table that.
Yeah, I was gonna suggest that let's do table that. We have a lot of significant
Right.
imperatives and this is, further back on the burner. Designate second bank signatory. Now, the mayor has been the second signatory on all the bank accounts as long as I've been around and probably Kissing too. So I'm not exactly sure why this is on here.
Scott asked me to add this.
Say it louder.
Scott asked me to add this, I think, has he been the second signatory, the clerk and the mayor, been signing both?
So we need to get Kim off. Go ahead.
I'm suggesting adding Kim as the second.
I make a motion, we remove Scott and designate Kim as the second bank signatory.
Nope,
Warren,
she controls the money, should not be signing.
Heard. Withdraw my motion. I make a motion, we remove Scott and designate Ariel as a second bank signatory.
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you, Warren.
Ayes have it, motion carries unanimously, and that brings us to discussion of Cottonwood Bridge inspection and upkeep. Dennis,
Do we have any written report on this?
Do we hold off the discussion until we get something in writing?
Andrew?
Oh,
I think
the
you're
inspection
more
was
familiar
done,
with it.
the inspection was done, we just haven't received the report. And, there's probably gonna be several different options on what they're going to want to
Come
do.
tell us about the options.
Again, the options are gonna be tear the bridge out. Because, well, we can't afford to replace it, or repair what's there, which is gonna be very expensive. That's gonna be taking the surface off, the planking off, redoing the abutments, then replanking it, putting, scuppers in, and then paving it again, which, you know, it all goes hand in hand, about the same as replacing. But the report should be on its way, because they did do the inspection the first part of January. So I'm expecting the report anytime now. And they're going to tell us what to do.
Benjamin?
So what happens if we limited, if we put a sign up that limited the weight on there, it's still.
We've already gone down to the weight that is a pickup truck could barely go across. We're at 3 tons right now.
And then what about the Cottonwood Bridge, is that, or?
That is the
I'm
Cottonwood.
sorry, the Alder Bridge, is that?
Alder Bridge is beyond inspection because we did the culverts. So the state doesn't inspect that. But CDOT will inspect the 2 remaining bridges, the Cottonwood and the Galena Bridge. And they're both in about the same condition. So once one's gone, they're going to pick on the other.
And as far as culverts on those ones?
CDOT said no on culverts. They wouldn't fund it because it goes with the flow rate that goes through the culverts on this upper one. They say that there's going to be more waters down at the Cottonwood Bridge. And there are no major tributaries coming to the Cottonwood Bridge after the Alder. So I think they got their facts kind of messed up, but they said no on the culvert.
And then what if we just left it alone at the weight that it's at?
They're not going to do that. Because if you have been under that bridge, the timbers are busted through, and their big thing is we did temporary scuppers on the sides to keep the asphalt from going into the crew. But you know, it's not going to last very long.
And then one other question, if we had somebody, an expert or somebody come in and actually write a grant for us, could we include in that grant, do you think we could include like a salary for the grant writer so that it's not out of our pocket? Do you think we could create like something that is separate, not kind of like separate from the town, that
To replace or repair?
Replace or repair?
Yeah, you could. See, we had that in the works.
Yeah,
And with Leslie, and we were almost there, and then things fell apart. So right now, I'm kind of thinking they're going to say tear the bridge out, which will not benefit this community safety wise. Because just think, with that bridge gone, if there's a fire on that side of town, you get your fire trucks up there, they're going to have to back out and go against traffic of incoming, because there's no place for them to go. They can't make it around to get onto the Galena Bridge. You barely do that in a car. So it's going to be a major safety issue, and I want you all to think about that. If we do, or when we do catch on fire, that will be a major safety issue.
So I remember when Leslie was here, there was that grant that was in the works, and she was very enthusiastic that we were going to be able to get that money. So where was that left? Do we know? I mean, that was something that when she left, that was in the works.
Yes, it was.
And my recollection is that we were not denied that money, that it looked really feasible that we were going to be able to get that grant.
I don't, what was the match with that grant? Do you remember?
It wasn't a match, it was pull out, replace. No, that all went along the side, because I haven't heard from the engineers and I'm still on their contact list.
Well, if there was no match, is that something we could look at again? Is there any reason? not
That's
to?
admin. I don't know what happened in admin. Well, there's been such a turnover. I don't know what's been, you know.
The grant was never applied.
It
might have been applied for, but it was not applied.
So, okay, talking about volunteering time, I would volunteer some time to be able to help research where that grant was left.
I would work with you.
Okay,
I
I wanna, because I know we were like so excited because that money was right there and I'm trying to remember through what agency was doing the funding.
I think it was SGM.
I mean, the agency that was gonna give the money was.
Oh.
Yeah, it's, there's these grants out there that we don't have to match. New Mexico, the state got $600 million granted for rural communities, specifically for water tanks and sewage treatments and bridges and infrastructure. Well, they got 600 million, and there's this money out there floating around.
Yeah.
And I would appreciate if you guys, but they advertised it. It was some kind of government thing that's going on, and when Biden got in and they wanted to do infrastructure and stuff, there's money still there that has not been claimed, that nobody knows about.
So, I would volunteer to call DOLA and talk to them. I think that would be a good next step. And see what might be out there, what we could, and report back at the next board meeting.
Awesome.
Okay.
I found an email, it said we received a 30% engineering cost estimates from town engineer. One bridge, this is from Leslie. One bridge can be replaced for slightly over $1 million and one slightly less. I spoke to the engineer and he said that they had ditched the culvert idea because of flood issues with both bridges. This is the minimum required to survive a flood. If we were to take these bridges to Federal Highway Administration standards required, for most federal grants, it would be $2 million for each bridge. So this presents us a huge funding dilemma. Anyway, CDOT they've spoken to CDOT and Hugh at the SLV COG and Christy June. So those would be the first people. Yeah, she said she also reached out to my Homeland Security FEMA contacts for helping. And they said we can get a 90-10 money, 90-10, so 10%, 10% match.
So let us do a little research here. Irene and I can get together and I'll take a look and see what we might have had when we were just that close to it. And it seems like there was still some hoops we had to jump through. Why there was never the button was push go.
I think
There were some things that still needed to be done, and I don't know if it was a work study or something. But I remember we were this close, but there was something that we still needed to do. And we could go back and look at the old minutes, and we can go back and look at the grant applications.
And we can also see what's available right now.
Right.
That things may have changed, maybe that's gone, maybe it's still there, maybe there's something else, we don't know.
Awesome, thanks.
Could I have clarification on the name of that grant that you were just speaking on? The one that you in our research.
With a few.
If you know.
Like from who it's from?
Yeah.
I don't think they knew. We're gonna find out.
She said that she talked to CDOT, so that's Colorado Department of Transportation. Hewitt, SLV COG, which is Council of Governments.
Yeah.
And then FEMA.
All right.
Good. That's good. So lunch, Dennis?
We have a young man here who gave a contract for snow removal and he's been sitting patiently since we started the meeting. He's
I'm
on
sorry,
staff.
I didn't even know you, I couldn't even see you over there. So do you want to come up and,
Well,
what, is there an agenda item?
Yeah.
You should have his proposal, it was very detailed, with a certificate of.
I just didn't read it in connection with the.
We didn't make a motion, we did it on file, for future reference if ever we had focus, no.
No,
We
I,
decided to hire.
that was not the idea, the idea was to bring him on board now.
Is there an agenda item for this?
Yes, it's a agenda.
And
Item, I'm sorry, approved contract for snow removal.
And
And
You wrote a letter.
and then the letter.
okay, what do you want to come up and?
is that, no one's read his proposal?
It was in the packet.
Yes.
I read it in the packet. I didn't have the binder, so I didn't see the agenda items.
So would we do like up to what we allocated?
I think the idea is, again, take a little bit of Gretchen's workload and lessen that and use more of a subcontractor style so that she has less of a workload and we can find jobs that,
What agenda?
And it
Well, I'm
goes-
looking for it, but-
and-
I don't think there's, Andrew says approved contract for snow removal.
Yeah.
And that was
Here's
dated,
the contract.
and
All the
I noticed the work
information-
started on, the contract said start date of January 29th.
All the backup,
there's no date on it.
all the backup information is in the agenda. This is for these are all non-county plow
Right, and there were
streets.
prices for 4 to 6 blocks and so
Yes,
forth. I read the.
That's right, okay. I just like to say that over the last 2 years, we've spent over $7,433 for snow removal for years, snow year 21, 22, and 22 and 23. It's combined. If you divide that in half, and it's reasonable to do that, I looked at the snow totals from 1982 to 2023, and 21, 22, and 23 were very comparable in the amount of snowfall that had fallen. And I guess what I'm getting at is I'm looking at the amount of year that we have left and what we've spent to date. And it looks to me like we spend about $680 each time Public Works goes out to plow. That's considering the labor time, the cost of the equipment, the maintenance of the equipment, and everything that would be associated with that truck. And by comparison, from what is in this young man's proposal, it's depending on 2 to 4 inches, 4 to 5 inches, or I can't remember how he's got it broken up. He can literally do 2 plows to our 1 for the cost of centerline miles of road. Centerline miles of road, I think we have 2.9 centerline miles of road, and about a mile of that is paved. So it's much cheaper to go with contract.
And is it your understanding that then Public Works would just not plow?
Well, Public Works will still be responsible for anything that is in the parking areas that are extended out. Snow removal at the, if there's any done at the cemetery. And also any shoveling and so on and so forth that would be around the municipal building and sidewalks. This is just block per block, straight shot, straight line. None of the parking. Yes. and-
How does the county figure in this? Because we're already paying the county for plowing all our paved roads.
They will continue to do that. This is other than the paved roads. This is gravel.
This is only the
And
dirt roads.
Only the dirt.
And so when
Because
it
of that.
said, like so much per block, are we talking both directions?
Block is considered center line of the road. So if you went around, let's say, for example, if you did it clockwise.
There's a legend on the map. Block.
Pardon me?
There's a legend on the map and the materials.
So my question is, does it mean plowing basically 2 lanes?
Yes.
So it's like 2 swipes, you basically are looking
Yes.
one way and the other way.
Right.
Right.
And this is a contract for 6 months, starting January 29th.
I make a motion, we approve the contract.
I second the motion.
Discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 But I think we should end that motion. Huh?
She said she opposed.
I oppose.
So,
So the motion passes.
no, I haven't voted yet because there was no discussion.
Oh, I thought we had a short discussion.
So there wasn't any real discussion and I would like to know, like, why Kim proposed, and I would like to know why this is an advantage for us.
The advantage is an economic advantage, I told you, as I explained. The cost for us is about $680 each and every time there's a plow, 2 inches to 4 inches. If it's more, then it costs more. His proposal, when you calculate what he's charging for around the block, and it's proportionate 2 to 4, 5 to 6, and I think it goes one step higher. Even in the middle range would be less than what we're spending now.
Okay, and then what's your opinion here?
I don't know, I, number one, it's a 6-month contract, that's kind of silly.
Snow happens.
Snow happens, yeah, but, we're darn near spring. It doesn't take care of, reclaiming gravel. I don't know how experienced this individual is, if he's just gonna plow, and our gravel roads are down in the bar ditches now. I don't know if he does any reclaiming of that.
No,
I don't know if there's any, diversion of water when it does start to melt. I don't have enough information, and, I think it's kind of a little late in the season to be hiring a snowplower. And we have the equipment, we have the employees, it may be more expensive, but they're still on the payroll.
Tim, I've heard since July that our equipment isn't running. I've asked through Scott, for a schedule on inventory, maintenance of equipment. I asked for a snow plowing schedule, never got any of that information, none of it. I don't know who's responsible for that. It's history, but this was initiated by the last conversation we had about the truck that's still down there that's not running. I found out after the last large snowfall that Gretchen had run down to Alamosa to get some hydraulic equipment or repair parts. And I'm imagining that was for the raising and lowering of the plow. This young man here I looked at his equipment, it's up to date, it's in much better shape than what we have. And when we put all that together, that's when we did this interview quite a while ago. It's first coming.
So I have
Before the last.
Well,
Before
Andrew
the
has
last
his hand up. Let's talk to Andrew.
Okay, they put the parts that Gretchen had to go down for was for our Cub Cadet snowblower. It fried a belt, it happened. It took us, once she got back, it took us maybe 45 minutes to put the belt in. And so that's up and running. The plow itself, I patched the power steering line. Cause I guess you want to check my work before I get started on replacing the power steering.
No, I didn't want to check your work. I wanted to meet with you before you started the work.
Okay.
So I was more knowledgeable about what was coming up.
And this power steering line is something that could happen during the summer. Just driving around, what happened is when they put the plow from the people that we got it from, put the plow on, they modified the line. And when they did, they didn't put these cushions behind it. So of course, 3-4 years later, metal to metal rubbed a hole in the line. It's something that we couldn't see. It was from the people we bought it from. Now, I put that line in. It still runs fine. Yes.
I'm just wondering, though, wouldn't it be better for Gretchen to not have to do the snow? I mean, it seems like if we're getting a better deal, he's a professional. I mean, and we can check his work, when it happens.
Well, we have the equipment, is what I'm saying.
But I mean, then we could use that equipment for snow plowing some of the sidewalks, or some, not the sidewalks, sorry, the parking areas that aren't gonna get plowed. he's just gonna do, I mean, he's got a pretty good size, you know, I mean, our area didn't get plowed up on Hippie Hill.
Right.
Last storm, and it's gotten really bad up there. He's willing to do that. I
Okay.
feel like it would take a load off, Gretchen.
Yeah, well, you know,
I mean,
whatever you think on that.
I mean, it's not.
Cirsa, have you talked to Cirsa? What are they going to require?
Well, we just have, yeah, he did give us his certificate of liability insurance.
Okay, but no, you go with Cirsa, because we had to come up with a plan with Cirsa on what's primary, secondary, and what's upkeep. You
As
know,
far as the snowplow.
right. They're big on that. That's probably a good portion of snow removal as far as our Cirsa inspection. So, you know, I'd talk to Cirsa before you make any major decision.
I have an entirely different comment. But it's an important comment to me. And that is, all of these, there is a distinction that we're missing. And that is to have a committee or to have a trustee identify a need, a potential economic benefit. And then to take that, which may or may not be, but let's say it's a very good idea, and take it upon the trustee's self person to go out and find the right person or company to do that. Those are two separate functions. One is a problem and solving the problem, but the other is sourcing, procurement, competition. It's one shouldn't follow the other. It's the whole reason we even have procurement regulations, because it's so easy for the board to, because we trust you, but it's not appropriate. It's not even right, it's wrong. So from my perspective, instead of bringing this person here who seems very knowledgeable, and he may well be the very best source we could find, but to give no competition for it is not right. We put the two together and we shouldn't.
When we started on this, we know we were here at a board meeting and we talked about what we were doing. It included at that time conversations that we were having with our code compliance officer. No one at the board meeting said anything about stop, don't do this. As a matter of fact, if we were able to go to the back of the records, probably see where you encouraged us to do that. And we did.
Talking to people and then making the decision to only talk to, when there are two separate processes. One is when you actually go out and do the contracting. And I'm sure you're
If
right.
somebody advertises.
It should be advertised.
But if it was advertised, if he's advertising and there's no other advertisements available, and you go with somebody who is.
That's fine, but you still go through the
Mayor,
process.
this contract is also much less, or the potential to spend the money with this contract is much less than other things that have been approved by this board that have gone over the $5,000 mark. This is well underneath the
How much is this
$5,000.
contract for?
37. I don't know, you get 37.
Good.
If it was.
I'm going by what our.
Yeah, but where in the contract does it say what it's?
I'm going by how much money we have in the budget.
But
on
in
the
order
line
for
item
a
for
contract to
snow
be
removal.
legal, it has there's 7 elements, and one of them is specificity. You have to have enough to either an amount. And I
Yeah,
think
so I'd like to withdraw my motion for that reason. And when we're ready, I would make another motion with a not to exceed, which would be below our $5,000. And I thought we had $2,000.
We do. We do.
So I would make the motion that we approve this contract for snow removal not to exceed our allocated line item of $2,000 in the next 6 months.
And is it on call or is it per inch or?
Currently on call, and I quoted per inches, so if it snows 2 feet, that's beyond the level of my equipment, or probably any snowplow. You have to call in the tractors, big rigs. So if it comes up to 10 inches, that's about my limit of wet snow that can push off the road. And I might have to do it 2 or 3 times if it snows 2 or 3 feet. But it's all weather dependent, prices are in the contract, weather dependent, and if you need.
Did you get my motion?
Do a second.
Second,
So I'd like to have discussion.
Go ahead.
So again, it looks like the money looks very reasonable. You know, if the town can save money, you know, something like this, I appreciate it. I think that Andrew brings up a good point about Sursa. We really should make sure that what we're doing is okay. When I look at this certificate of liability insurance, and as I read through it, I don't really see what is being covered by his company. It doesn't make sense to me that and I'm not saying this, maybe it's just because the policy is elsewhere and this is just a proof of liability insurance, but you know, if you're coming through and you either, I don't know, slide into somebody's car or you tear up a culvert or who knows, whatever stuff happens, that his insurance covers this. And I'd like to make sure that according to Sursa, who's the one who's our town insurance, I think they would want to know if we got a contractor who's going to be doing this, and they can just sign off on it and says, cool, this is great, you know, and or that we don't lose, that we still have this umbrella, that if something should happen, that we're still covered by it. So I just like to make sure that we have all the boxes checked. And I like the idea of doing this just on a limited amount of time, and let's see how this works out. And I'd also like to know what time somebody's going to get there. This last big snowstorm, you know, it was 8 o'clock, I was heading out, and the town was up ironed. And, you know, somebody was out there at 7:30 in the morning that was clearing the streets. And so I'm not seeing in here, I mean, we've had it with the county, they're supposed to plow our roads and that's like 1 o'clock they come through, it's like, you know. So in principle, I'm in favor of doing this because it could be very effective. We don't have the equipment wear and tear. It's a good, you know, a lot of bang for your buck. I just want to make sure that we're doing things in a proper manner.
I agree with Kisen. I think Steve and his company is a great resource for us, but I think we are skipping a couple of steps that we should do this in the right way. And doing everything, other people can come to bid and who's the best win. And I think we're skipping that part. And we talk a lot about that early, so consider that.
Thanks. Who's next? I don't know whether it's
2
Dennis or
points.
Kim.
I
Yeah,
just
go ahead.
wanted to see if we could approve the motion as he stated, pending Sursa report.
if you can give us an updated certificate of insurance, this one shows that it's expired.
I was looking for the expiration date.
It says
Yeah,
23 on the
23.
bottom. But when we're talking about our insurance carrier, I saw Drew, you were plowing, you're not covered on your insurance. You can't do that anymore. As much as I appreciate and I understand what it takes in a small town to get some of these things done, I know why you jump up and come forward and do it. But if we're gonna follow what you're saying, then that can't happen anymore. We just can't have people who are not employees.
Well, then we need to write Jim Homer a letter, tell him to cease and desist.
That's right.
So I want to go back.
need
You've been, I know Dennis has been around in procurement, in the town government for a long time, and all the rest of us here have. There is a difference as far as competition between, let's say, hiring an attorney who is more than just what he would charge. But with off the shelf type, in this case, there are potentially other companies. I'm really impressed with this one. For a small amount of money, we might consider it, but the basic idea is that we have a policy. We should abide by the policy, the purchasing policy, because it requires competition, because for the very reason. It's so easy to go from discussing something and identifying a real opportunity to making the decision of who's going to do that. This is the sort of thing that admits the competition. There may be other companies, there may not be, but it's incumbent upon us to give that opportunity. That's what purchasing policies are all about.
You don't use it for hiring Judy Egbert. You don't use it for hiring your lawyer at $28,000 a year, which is a violation of state law.
We didn't hire him for $28,000.
What's that?
We didn't hire him for 28, we hired him for 1 month for February for $2,500.
Okay, so you'll have no attorney. You need to have a town attorney by law.
Sure.
You don't have a clerk. You haven't advertised for that. You don't do anything by the rules unless you think that it works for you to do it by the rules.
I disagree about the attorney. We all we did was extend his service for a limited amount of hours at an amount that is, I don't think that is a real violation, any violation of the rules. But for this sort of thing, it's clearly possible for other people who would do this. You don't think
You hired Drew and you paid him more than $5,000 last year. Never advertised for the position. I think Drew does a hell of a job, okay? But that's not the point.
Well, I do too.
Okay, the point is you break the rules all the time. That needs to stop.
I would have said that the point is that if we're hiring for somebody for $2,000 or $3,700, we're not breaking the rules. Our rule is $5,000. So if we want to enter into contract with anybody for anything up to $4,900, we're not breaking the rules. So we didn't break the rules with Judy Edward. And in this case, we're looking at doing an experimental contract for up to $2,000, but if it snows again, we need to see how it goes.
And I agree. That's why I said this is a short term.
And we also
contract.
don't
However,
ask Sarsa
the
to look
point-
at insurance for Mark Potter or for anybody else that we hire as a subcontractor. So if somebody presents us with liability insurance, proof of not expired, then we're not breaking the rules and we're doing our due diligence.
But I'm pointing out, because I only have one more board meeting, that in the future, for everybody, it is so easy to go from finding an opportunity, presenting it to the board, talking to, and it's natural to talk to somebody to see what they charge, to see if that is a real economic benefit. But to go from that to picking a person and then just presenting a contract to the board is something that we should not do.
It didn't happen the way you just described it. It didn't happen that way, the way you just described it.
Okay, how did it happen? I didn't know.
So, I was gonna just say, we don't even have a policy on how our clerk, who like, ideally, the clerk who we're supposed to have, ideally, is the one that actually does this procurement. Ariel has, I mean, right now, we can't just keep, adding things onto her, if we're doing the work. Like, if I know that.
Hi, hon, I just can't talk right now. Go ahead and super for me and I'll be home. Yeah.
But she will learn. We're giving
She
her
will learn.
training and yes, of course, because we could do that right now. We could do that. We could help, but that begs the question that an issue I'm bringing up is that I am not gonna be here, and I'm only asking that you at least consider that whenever there is this sort of opportunity for competition, we should do it. That's all. So this is a small contract and it's short term.
Right, so I would suggest we're looking at February, March, April, May, June, the 4 months. And indeed, this is a short-term contract. It comes underneath the $5,000 limit. And then we also at the same time say, maybe even as part of the motion, that this will be put out for bid before the next winter season. So by September, that this is put out for bid. And I think it is important, and this is something we've heard about over and over, that that businesses have a chance. I hear what Kyrene is saying, because there is a tendency, somebody you hire for short-term work, they really do a good job, and then the next thing you automatically renew their contract, maybe it's for more money, and so a person's a business is sort of slipped in the door under a short-term contract. So let's look at just putting it out to bid and let's see who shows up. So I would agree with Adam's motion with the condition that it's be until June.
4 months.
4 months. You could even say till June 30th in case we get a 2-footer on the 15th of June, which is not gonna happen.
I would meld immediately.
And then we put it out for bid in, say, July, and see what comes back. And I think the idea that Kim had of that approving this motion, pending approval by Sirsa, that this is okay for us to proceed. I think that's a really good idea. So I would like to have the motion read back for us, and then let's proceed to a vote.
I also want to read the motion as it is now.
Well, I think Adam should, he made the motion, he should make the statement.
I made the motion for 6 months, up to $2,000. I can modify that until June 31st, up to $2,000.
Would it be the same amount?
June 30th. Up to $2,000. And I think proof of liability insurance is sufficient.
And then it go out for bid for the following year?
I don't think that has anything to do with this contract.
No, it doesn't.
I think if somebody else wants to put that on the agenda, then I'll go for it.
Is there a second to that
You
motion?
live with that?
Yeah, I think my approval.
Yeah, I would say contingent upon him providing up to date.
I'd like to know what the Sirsa is, so I know
It's already-
how to even comply.
Sears is our insurance.
That's not.
He's talking about this map that Andrew's referencing. I still have a motion on the table, but bottom line, is we should be asking our public works to provide our administration with any maps that service is requiring for how they do their job. So that should be something. Administration.
Prior Sirsa inspection maps and everything.
Sears is our insurance company that the town has to have. Basically, every municipality, I think, it's like one in the whole state, that's Sirsa. And they have basic requirements, but I think it has to do with density. Is my assumption, it has to do with how dense those streets are used or how much they're used.
No, you're getting that, used with hub.
Oh,
Sirsa just a blanket, we comply or we don't comply. They ask a question, they state the policy, we comply. And if we don't, that just makes the insurance go higher. So.
but as far as snow removal, and complying with that, then-
They just come through and they ask, and like I said, it's in the previous inspections. That what's your primary, what's your secondary, what's your alternate, and a lot of that has to do with sidewalks.
Oh, which is separate from what he's doing.
Right. And sidewalks take a lot more time than just block the streets.
You have your hand up? Or
Well, I'm beating a dead horse here, I know that, I just wanna say that we probably would have never got to this point if there would have been some clearer idea on what was going on with our equipment and when it was to get running. I started, I think in August, talking about snow removal, and I kept getting no answer. I can't tell you how many times I had direct conversations on the phone or face to face with the former administrator. I've written emails, never responded to. And so in the future, if we could just all stay more informed with each other, then this probably wouldn't happen.
And I just want to add, because I might not think of it next month, that, one idea that I've talked about for the last year was to put out for bid, some of the watering of the plants and so forth, of the trees. We might be able to, again, save some money competitively. We're putting a lot on Gretchen, and it would be good to at least put out the bid and see. I think there are companies that could do that.
I know there's a gentleman here that just left for the bathroom who wants to offer his services for tree removal. He already did one tree for, there was we have a complaint from Elaine about a tree that cottonwood up here. We need to consider that, and I don't know if we should go off a bid, but he's here trying to solicit removal on. So.
The point being that we may be able in the future to save money, which we certainly need to do to help with our budget. In ways that we need to, we talked about it, but we never have done it yet. We have room to do it. Jason?
So. I kind of feel like this kind of came in at me sort of all of a sudden. I don't remember last month, like, let's say, let's put this out to bid and see what's available. And all of a sudden each year in the binder. So I hear what you just said, Dennis. So I'm kind of wondering about what's driving it for us to make a decision right now and not go through the rest of the snow season and then look at this summer just putting it out to bid. What's pushing it that we feel like we need to make a decision and do this for the next 4 months? Is there going to be a big amount of savings? Is our equipment all broken? What's making this something that we need to do now rather than put it out in bid this summer and make sure we have time to check with insurance and SURSUP and everything? So what's driving this bus?
Exactly what you just said. Broken equipment and cost savings on a limited budget.
And this kid managed to have our road plowed at 8 o'clock in the morning. North Birch Street hasn't been plowed in 2 weeks.
We haven't had ours.
Any of the storms, the 200 feet that they need to plow. And my road didn't get plowed till late in the afternoon of that same day. I think that the Public Works is not doing their job well enough.
So we have a motion. Do we have any more discussion? Call the question. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Sorry, I.
Opposed?
Thanks very much.
Nay? Motion
You're welcome.
passes unanimously. Do we have? What's the pleasure of the board? What do you-
I know we talked about meeting with Tim and Ariel, and this might be a good time to do that. If we're gonna go along.
What's the purpose of that meeting?
So we're in a moment of our time to talk about the possibility of favorites.
So I had hot soup waiting for me at home.
Yeah, we know, and I know she didn't invite any.
What?
She didn't invite any of us.
No, but actually, it's really good to see the bottom, so you can come if you want.
No, I'm-
I got
barbecue
So-
ribs.
I'm going to your house, let me taste it, you big old slabs.
All right, so we have to be back by what time? 1? Anthony? Great. What time do we need to be back by? February. The time is now 1:45. Board of Trustees meeting for February 12th. Now continuing the process. And we are at item number 9. We designated the discussion.
9E.
What?
9F.
Say it again.
9F.
All right. 9F review letter. Colorado, the CDPHE. Yeah. Has everyone had a chance to read it? It's, Yep. So I have a perspective of having been working as a consultant for a couple of years. And I've been actively involved in dealing with violations and this sort of thing. This is serious, extremely serious. Violations are what you don't want. So I don't like that. Universally, they tend to want to work with, in our case, they would want to work with us. They want, if they understand that we are actively going to repairing these violations, they will tend to work with us. That's what they want. Having said that, this is serious. I have no idea.
Yes, it
what we're
is.
in this situation.
It's very serious, and I was lucky to be talking to the right person at the right time, who told me, let me start from the beginning. For over a month now, I've been looking for a water operator in anticipation of Miguel's exit. And I had contacted the CRWA, Colorado Rural Water Association, and talked to a woman there named Mercy. I don't recall her last name. She was kind enough to give me a list of water operators that are in our area here in central Colorado. Going through that list, what I saw was the common first question that the operators would ask me was, do your system have any violations? At the time, I had no idea if we did or not. So I said, I don't know. Their next response was, well, find out for sure. And then when you do, contact me and we'll see if we can come up with a price for you. What I was originally looking for was something, and this was my mistake, somebody that was carrying similar qualifications as Miguel, thinking that we would just meet the state's minimum requirements. And until I talked to a water operator who does some of our neighbors' monitoring of their system, and he got on with the CRWA, he got on his site, and from there was able to get to the information on our wells. And that's, if you look at what he sent me, this would turn into a late night conversation, and I just appreciate this guy very much for spending the time with me. He did, initiated by this letter here from the state of Colorado. And I give it to you, you might have it, but part of it is written in code. I asked him, what do those code number on the violation mean? And he said, I don't know, there's another letter attached to it. He said, maybe contact your water operator. Miguel, I did. Miguel was good enough to email me the letter that you got that's dated January 16th. That letter was to Scott, and Miguel had gotten copy.
Scott never mentioned it.
No, he didn't. And quite honestly, Miguel never mentioned it until I asked him about the letter. So what became more specific were this letter explains what these code numbers are. Now to kind of, I don't want to get through this too fast unless if you got some other questions that maybe I can answer. But to launch this thing in the right way and give us some breathing room, what we need to do before Thursday is we need to notify the public that these violations exist. I asked for a more clear explanation on how to notify the public. I wasn't able to get it. I did send you, while we were in session a little while ago, I sent you an email I got from a Mr. Timothy Jones, and he is saying, in his words, what need to be done. As far as how the notification is supposed to be handled. My assumption, I don't know if it's correct, is that each and every person that's on our collection and distribution system has to be notified of the violation. We probably have to post it.
Well, yeah, I know, I mean, what I know is we have to post it, and if we have to do anything else, I'm not sure, we need to be.
Yes, I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. I sent Mayor, an email
I saw that.
a while ago, and what I'm asking.
Saturday, and we had the.
What I'm
meeting today.
asking for, is if, someone, if you can appoint someone or someone volunteer to be able to communicate with Timothy, like Jones, and I sent that email to all of you, and it'll have an online thing that we follow to word the correct wording to this warning. And, so I'm asking for, that help, because simultaneously, we have an ordinance that needs to be written for backflow and cross connection. And I'm in the process of doing that. I'm copying Poncha's ordinance, which is very good. Poncha Springs ordinance, very good, is very good, but we have to change some of the wording in that to match our town. And if we can get that started, that will give us a little bit of breathing room to be able to act on the other things that have to be done by May 5th, I think.
Can you say again the immediate short-term needs?
The immediate short-term need is to send a letter out,
Notify the public,
notify the public and post it.
notify public,
Posting, right?
like now.
Like now, like, our deadline is February 15th, which is Thursday.
The immediate short-term need is to do whatever notification is required.
Exactly.
There is a posting requirement,
Yes,
and I'm not sure in our case, because I've only been involved with private, not municipal, but what we need to do is establish a communication link with somebody there who is in a knowledgeable position, who can tell us about the notification, who we can talk to. I mean, one option we have is to hire a level 1 operator.
please.
And at the same time, contact with a level, why can't we, with a level 2, who will do a report things I know we haven't done. What's wrong with that? That's what they, frequently does.
Let's address our immediate short-term
Yes.
needs. So notify the public.
Yes.
And what's next?
Postings.
Okay,
Yes,
that's all.
notify the
Notifying
public. On that email I sent you, it was from a Mr. Tim Jones. He has, I also have his phone number.
Is this our second task? that you're
No,
doing?
Mr. Tim Jones is the guy that would tell us on what needs to be done as far as how to write the letter of notification and how to meet that very basic first.
Okay, and do you think that should be you or Ariel or the mayor? Or
I don't think Ariel or any staff member should be involved in this just yet.
Okay.
If we had a water operator, yes, but we would have to have the quality of water operator that knows how to communicate on their terms. So, but let's get the notification down. And then from that point, once it's down, once it's in, we'll notify them that we've done that notification to the public. That'll give us till a little bit of breathing room to get all of the other stuff completed. Now simultaneously, what's gonna come at us is a notification from the state that Miguel had sent them notification that he's no longer our operator.
And we need a level 2.
We need to treat those as two separate subjects right now. They'll eventually come together, but right now we need to treat those as two separate subjects.
Well, they're related subjects, they're 2 separate tasks. I think
So,
they're related.
All right.
Level 2 operator.
Okay, so let's deal with item 1 as far as public notice. This is what I would suggest. Is that we do have something that says public notice, you know, the town is publishing notice that it was found in violation by Colorado Department of Public Health on these items, and you just go by title, so, not the whole entire document, but like the to management, inadequate survey, et cetera, and then that. And you put those in, and that is an announcement that you go and you can put, this is abbreviated, the town is doing it. And you can put this in, several places, public notice on the boards. The other is on the town's Facebook page. That we still, if it was done tomorrow, we could get it into the Sawatch Crescent, which is the paper and legal notice record they publish on Wednesdays. So, and then on that is for the complete, statement of the violation. You have a link to the town's website. And on the town's website, you just copy this entire document as a PDF and you put it there. And so in all of the notices, you have the fact that there was a violation, who found the violation, the very brief of what in each one is, just shortly, the brief as they give here. And then on all those places, and then on the town's website is where you have the complete document. And that way, it's you're meeting the requirements of a legal publication.
Yeah, person.
Right. And so I say this because when I was doing the newspaper, we published a lot of legal notices. And so like with the town, you publish by title only, and a lot of them do, it's by title. The town passed an ordinance on May 5th regarding the such and such, whatever, and it's like a paragraph long. And then on the town's website is where you have the 4-page ordinance, that what it is. So you're publishing it by title. And so this is where you could go, is again, all of the legal places, get something in very importantly into the Sawatch Crescent, put it on the town's Facebook page. You can even also then put the entire document though on the town's website. And that should meet all of your criteria for the public notice.
Did you do that?
So I am actually, I think it's, what's here is very condensing what these subject matters are.
I looked at that and I felt like you had said,
Yeah.
if you took this distribution system, unaccounted for water, as one of the identifications and maybe failure to complete an annual backflow report.
Correct.
And they just go down the list.
Those things, and then for the full report, go to, town of Crestone.
Right.
But I think it's in critical, besides our own local postings with that information, is also getting that same thing into the Sawatch Crescent. And their cutoff might very well be tomorrow, but you could give Dean Coombs a call and say, hey, we need to do this. And I would be more helpful. I'm going to be gone Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I'm going to be out of town. So I could do some help tomorrow, or to you with Ariel to take a look and catch what we think are the real high points of, and then I think there again, taking what you wrote and going back to the agency, you were saying, is this sufficient? Is this sufficient?
So what I'm asking for, or what I'm saying for myself, I'm on low overload right now, with other things. And so if Mayor, if you can do it, Kim, if you can kick in.
I should be
The
the
three
one
of you
because
guys.
I actually have some background in this, and it's my complete conviction that if we get in touch with them, we go over the notification, find out exactly what we do, and then I believe that they just want the corrections completed. They're not vindictive, they just want it done.
Oh,
And
no, I
in
agree
order,
with you.
in order
Yeah.
to do that, I think it's not unlikely that they can would provide us a list of certified level 2 water operators whom we could contract with, and they would help us, and they would probably also the level 2 wants a level 1 that they can work with because they're not gonna be on site here. We're not gonna hire them the way we did.
So those are two tests. One is really, really urgent, is that we get the public notice out.
Let's
That's
do
have the
that
deadline.
first. Let's just get that done.
Yeah, that's,
Okay.
we got the deadline, and I think, somebody work with Ariel to make sure that what the particular most important.
maybe you can do that.
Violations.
And
And
that's
then,
important. The violate, every violation is bad. The others are not so bad. Right, violation is.
And, I'm not as familiar of what exactly needs to be published.
That's why I sent the email from Tim Jones. Tim Jones's email, if you contact him, and his phone number is down there as well. You can talk with him and he can be more specific. But if you read, you might not see your email.
Send
yet.
that to me because it
Sorry,
would
I'm still
be
eating lunch.
just specifically and condensed what it is. And it could just be the town was found in violation on several items, I mean, 4 points, and for more information, go to the website. I mean, it could be that simple, but I don't know.
I don't either. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, would you, I think there again, would you send over to, well, I am Ariel, but I think with Ariel to get the specific information, what the notifications should say to the public.
So-
And that way we're correct, and then we could put the entire thing up on our website. But if Ariel can contact the station and say, we got your notice, we're gonna be publishing it ASAP. What is the minimum that we need to be able to put out for public notice? We're gonna put the entire document up on our website.
Again, could you read the email that I sent you?
I saw the one email that you
No,
sent.
this is, I sent you this while we were in session about an hour ago.
Oh, no, I haven't seen
Yeah,
it.
because I kept this on, Tim Jones had gotten in touch with me. And quite honestly, what he said, December 2023 sanitary sewer inspection results of the #1 violation is M619 that requires a tier 2 public notification. He goes on to talk about some other ones that are, what he calls is a tier 3 public notification. And, so there's some difference. Now, he does say you can combine them all together if I'm reading his email correctly. But,
I think you can.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that.
Just came on. 12.
So tomorrow at 10 AM, we have to decide who's gonna call Tim Jones and get the exact details.
if someone could do that, yeah.
And it's either maybe you or you or you.
Well, I think Ariel is the one as the town.
Mayor's kicking in on this.
Or your
You
mayor.
should let me do it. I know more about this.
Yeah.
than You know
Yeah.
that I don't know. I really do.
Good.
I don't wanna do it because I'm on overload too, but I will do it because I know what I'm doing. I really know.
You're gonna have to get all the addresses, right?
I was gonna
And
propose,
it may be that the conversation with Tim Jones will lead to a conversation with someone else. And anyway, it's a process.
Oh, yeah.
And we, as long as we're doing everything we need to do and doing it in good faith, they're more than happy to work with us. They just want the violations. fixed.
Ariel wanted to say something.
I was just gonna propose if you could write the letter or whatever the notice is, with all the requirements, I can take care of posting it.
That
I
sounds
can
good.
post it around town, the
Sure.
website. I don't currently have access to the Facebook.
All I'm planning to do is make one or more calls and get it, and begin to establish a relationship, a working relationship with them that will.
Make sure you have, I didn't get your
Email.
email, so make sure you got my right one.
So I don't know if that system ever used as individuals as like mailing addresses.
Okay.
The other thing is we need to keep very accurate documentation on what we're doing. So we can send that to them and then they will see that effort that you're talking about that we're doing to get this right.
And one of the things that the level 2 water operator has to to do, and I don't even know that Miguel did it, and I thought, well, maybe it was done in the past, and I never found it, but there should be a detailed report of our entire system.
Yes.
That's absolutely required. And that has to, then a level 2 water operator every 5 years has to do an audit and review it and make sure and so forth. There are a lot of things to do, but I'm not even sure we have the basic report.
Well,
I don't know how to find out. Do you know, Kim? I don't have a good feeling that we've done it or did it. And I thought when Miguel came, I kept thinking he knew what he was doing.
He
Let
was
me-
doing his 30-day, he was doing his twice a year. he was doing
I just sent it again, because
But,
Cause
I just sent it again to you. But you're right, I didn't have it. You know, I'm really disappointed in Miguel. I had a lot of confidence in him. But what I remember during his reports, he would come in and he would talk about some of these things. I thought naively that he was telling us that because he was working on it.
Me too.
He wasn't, he was covering his butt. So now he could say, well, I told the board, I told him at his
Wow.
board meetings. And that's the disappointing part of what's happened. But that's over, you know, so
I
let's,
couldn't believe it when I read that email from you. I just couldn't believe it.
oh, it was a shocker for me too. And it was, when you look at the letter that the former administrator had gotten, it's dated January 16th. So where the heck was that thing?
Scott never mentioned it.
No, neither did Miguel, until I asked for it, and then he knew I knew about it. I guess
Do you
that's,
have a phone number for Kim Jones?
yes, it's on that last email. I sent you.
Okay, I didn't look at my emails today or the one you sent over the weekend.
The one I sent just about an hour ago.
I was going to say I didn't have it.
she has a couple of email addresses too, so. Which one did you send it to? For Kyrena.
Well, it says that it went through
Oasis or Town of? He sent it to your Town of email address.
Oh, would you send it to star999@icloud.com? I think I.
Yes, I got it. I got the email.
Yes, a star 99 at
Did you send it
iCloud.com.
now?
I did.
Dennis notification 2:05 p.m.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's a different Dennis.
He sends it at about 9:30 or 10:30. Yeah.
I don't.
I just saw it.
It needs to come to the star999@icloud.com.
I sent it to him.
Why not just print it out one now so everyone.
Or just tell her what the phone number is.
Can't be that simple. You want to write this down there?
I'll write it down and give it to her.
I'll get all those forms.
What you got?
from Cherry Creek.
303-692-2058.
2058.
He also sent them, oh, that must be fax.
Okay, give me the number again, please.
303-692-2058.
Yeah.
And
Mr.
the
Tim
email,
Jones.
in the email you just sent me, it said 2085.
What did I say?
58.
I do that.
So it's 85.
It's 2085 then?
Yeah, I do that.
303-692-2085.
I get excited and I transpose things.
Good thing you sent me the email.
I think you're here. You probably might
Hello,
well.
Seth. Hi, Seth.
We should talk about that as long as we did on the party stuff. Just kidding, just kidding.
Would you like to jump to that section?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go over the ordinance amending our town code previous update?
No.
Water and sewer investments.
Yeah, no.
Let me just pull that in. Well, thank you, board. Thank you for allowing me to be a little late today. First off, on my report, I had a proposed ordinance for the board. This is an ordinance, I believe it is ordinance 2024-001. Is that correct, Court?
It's listed 2023-00X.
Exactly, I was looking for some clarification. But this is an ordinance, I will read the title. It's an ordinance removing water and sewer enterprise funds from an enterprise status as defined and recognized in section 20, article 10 of the Colorado Constitution. This ordinance repeals ordinance 2007-005 and removes related sections of the town code of the Crestone Municipal Code, specifically section 7-2-20 through section 7-2 through 40 and section 7-4-20, 7 should say through 7-4-40, along with noted definitions. This is action I've taken. I believe it is the board's direction that they are specifically trying to remove the enterprise status from our water and sewer enterprise funds as they are currently written. The fund status is generally designated through the audit process from the accounting function. However, it is in our town code that we are trying to run those as enterprise funds, and I believe you are trying to remove that distinction. So removing that reference from our town code, along with the definitions that relate to that define what an enterprise status is for both the water and sewer. So there is one typo in the top line that should be 2024, and I do believe that is what it's 01 for this year. Just ask for clarification. And I know you're jumping in. If that's wrong, we can make that change. So if I would have a motion, if the board wants to discuss that, or if they would like me to leave this ordinance on the record, we can start.
I make a motion, we approve ordinance number, are we saying 2024-001?
Yes, unless that is incorrect, in which case we make that change.
You just have to see if there's any other ordinances that were passed before
This year.
this year.
And I know we've done our resolutions. So if I would, Mayor, I'd read this into the record. Town of Crestone, Colorado ordinance number 2024-001. An ordinance removing the water and sewer enterprise funds from an enterprise status, and that is enterprise quotation marks, as defined and recognized in section 20, article 10 of the Colorado Constitution. This ordinance repeals ordinance 2007-005 and removes related sections of the town of Crestone Municipal Code, section 7-2-20 through section 7-2-40, section 7-4-20 through section 7-4-40, along with noted definitions. Whereas the Board of the Trustees of the town of Crestone, Colorado, have determined it is undesirable to manage the water and sewer funds as enterprise funds. And whereas the Board of Trustees of the town of Crestone, Colorado, has determined that with the desired change in fund status, it is necessary to amend its current municipal code. And whereas updates are compatible with legislative changes made by the state of Colorado. And whereas updates to the town code are made from time to time to facilitate business operations within the town. And whereas these codes are specifically aimed at clarifying budget line items, deposits of revenue, and budget transparency. Now therefore, be it ordained by the Board of Trustees of the town of Crestone, that the town of Crestone Municipal Code be amended as follows. Section 7-20 through, section 7-2-20 through 7-2-40, water enterprise, revenue bonds, and exemption from Article 20, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution be removed in its entirety. Section 7-2-10, definitions will be amended as follows. The definition, water enterprise, will be removed in its entirety. Section 7-4-20 through section 7-4-40, sewer enterprise, revenue bonds, and exemptions be removed in their entirety. Section 7-4-10, definitions will be amended as follows. The definition sewer enterprise will be removed in its entirety. Should any one or more sections of provisions of this ordinance enacted hereby be judicially determined to be unenforceable, such judgment shall not affect, impair, or invalidate the remaining provisions of this ordinance. The intention being that these various sections of provision are accepted. This ordinance shall become effective 30 days after publication, following the final passage. Introduced and read on its first reading this 12th day of February 2024.
I'll second.
I didn't have the second page in mind, did you?
Adam first did it, I seconded it.
Any discussion? Vicky? So. The town citizens, what was it, 2 years ago, 3 years ago now? There was an election to where, I mean, first we had one election, which was to do the half-cent sales tax in order to help on the water and sewer. And then when we had, and then passed, and then when Leslie came in as the town administrator, she said, oh, by doing this, you were losing your enterprise status. And so then there was.
Still
going?
Just
have a shower.
Yeah, watch myself.
That was going to be able to, the language changed to where this money would be used in a way that would and maintain the enterprise status. So my question is, can we make this change just by ordinance? I mean, or does it have to go again to the vote of the people? Is what the people voted on in that election, is that in conflict with us creating this ordinance or not?
So the town can change any code or ordinance if they haven't voted. I guess I should specifically look at that language. Did it specifically state this would go to capital percent?
Yeah.
Go to a enterprise fund or a specific fund in general?
Yeah, and I'm not sure the exact language of what that said, and the purpose of it was to be able to maintain the enterprise status by designating 10%, I think, be used for operations. But anyways, the language was such that I just wondering if we could make this change, if the voters approved one thing, can we through ordinance make this change?
I believe that you can. There may be a wrinkle of where those funds go from that.
The ballot issue was to put the funds in a capital fund in order to maintain enterprise status. So they voted to put the money in capital funds, and it's still going.
There's a capital enterprise fund, not the house.
Warren has his hand up.
10% of the funds were earmarked for the second. The first one, the money was to go into operations, 0.5%. The second one was to put 10% of the funds into operations and 90% of the funds into a capital fund divided equally between water and sewer. The same with the 10% portion divided between those two funds. Then we got a letter from Butler Snow saying that even if you did that, you were not an enterprise fund because the money was earmarked for water and sewer. So we are not an enterprise fund. We have not been an enterprise fund since the time we have voted to do that in 2022.
And still, the ballot issue was to put the funds, a certain percentage of the funds of the revenue into a capital fund. So we're not changing that right now. We might change that at some future election or something.
So for me, to me, I look and I say, well, okay, well, we would remove the enterprise status here. So that would free up the money to be used in a way where we wouldn't have to raise water and sewer rates, correct? But
No,
does that,
You can do that anyway, I believe, but you are just putting your fund status in question. And you have more than 10% fund balance being raised by something other than revenue source charged for the service of.
well, this is my question.
But we still have a capital reserve. And that money is still gonna go into that, I would say, until we have another election and put it on the ballot.
So that we can
Capital
actually
improvements fund.
use that money to basically subsidize the water and sewer.
Oh, if we have another election.
Right, so even though, so why do we wanna get rid of the enterprise status now when we can't, because of the election, use the money? Go ahead, Warren.
So you are not an enterprise fund. An enterprise fund is determined by your spending. And your spending has been greater than the 10% allowed under Tabor.
Okay,
Okay, you can go to the guidelines, and I think it's page 99 that it has this information on it. CML guidelines for Tabor.
Not to jump in, did you mean revenue?
Revenue, excuse me, not expenses, right? 10% of your revenue cannot come from taxes or grants, state grants. So if you get a state grant that is in excess, you lose your enterprise status.
for that
Then
year.
also for that, well, it's for a 2-year period of time, I believe it is. You have to be sort of like clean for 2 years before you get your enterprise status back in order to get things
So,
straightened out.
so I would like to know, Al, maybe you could answer this. Why do we wanna have this ordinance?
I don't remember what we said in the finance. What was the question? Committee and why we were pushing for that.
It's because you disenfranchise the voters
Right,
for
so,
borrowing.
and right now, it seems like the benefit is to have an ordinance that says what we're actually doing. Because currently we have an ordinance saying that we're gonna manage those funds as an enterprise status, and we're not doing that, so it's out of integrity. I do remember that another motivation was that as long as we're enterprise status, we can take on 200, or we can take on $1 million debt that citizens are then liable for. So if we're not in enterprise status, then anytime we take on debt like that, we have to have, it's a public hearing or election, I think it's an election. So it just kind of gives people more control over what kind of debt the town board gets itself into.
Okay, so by not being the enterprise status, does that change the way that we are taking the tax revenue in? Is it in conflict with what the voters approved?
It doesn't change the way we take it in, and it doesn't change where we put it for now.
It does or doesn't?
Well, no, because the ballot said 10% here, 90% there,
Right.
and we're not changing it
Right.
without another ballot.
Can you just clarify where is the 10%?
Operations. And 90% is capital reserve. So at the end of next year, we might have, I don't know, $160,000 in capital reserve that we can put towards a water tank, investment into water and sand infrastructure, whatever we need to do.
What you are losing is that ability to take on debt. You're not gonna be able to take on debt without having someone underwrite you, which means that you do have the ability to pay it back. I do think that there are advantages to having enterprise status. And even if you're not in line with enterprise this year, you can maintain that status. You can save that you are going to do the methods to do that and try to replace that staff. We're not gonna go out and do $1 million or $10 million, $10 million loan. Unless you show that your rates can support the repayment of that. The funds, the board cannot take on more debt. Not gonna happen. Even with that status.
So this is where we've been working so hard and have been really, told by many sources that it was very valuable for us. Like if we want to get grant money, we need to build another water tank up in town, drill some more wells, that, this could be having enterprise status, or enterprise, we can't. We're not adequately operating as an enterprise.
We don't have it, we could have.
Yeah, at any point in time, we can pass another ordinance.
You can't have enterprise status unless you have another election eliminating the sales tax money that you've already done. Because you're in violation of the enterprise status according to the bond attorneys that you hired and paid them an excessive amount of money to write a letter.
But what I'm saying is, we can get it in 2024,
No, you can't.
or sorry, 2025.
You can't get it in 2025 because you have to have another election to get rid of the money going into the capital fund.
So I would really like to get an answer from our attorney, and also the clarification here from Adam, who's worked on this, is what would be the benefit of doing this when we have been told for so long that having that enterprise status would be very helpful for us in the future? But that also, to be able to maintain enterprise status, we would have to be able to raise our rates to show that we were basically making it running it as a business and making enough money to support itself, which we have not been doing. We don't generate enough money to be able to show with our 10% that we're actually covering our expenses. So we're not really functioning as an enterprise zone because we can't pay our bills. Why get rid of this? What's the advantage of getting rid of this versus if we still have to use the money in the way that the voters said, which is along with the alignment of what the enterprise status is, we still have to do that money that way. Why have the board, why disband the enterprise fund? I mean, what do we gain?
You gain trust by your citizens. They don't trust you anymore because you stole over $150,000 from the water and sewer over the past 2 years that nobody's willing to acknowledge.
Dennis, do you have an answer for me?
I think if in my time here, when we went through the budget, because the older budgets, the previous budgets weren't clear as to where the expenses had gone. We separated, we included the water and sewer department in the general corporate fund and gave each and every one of those activities in the water or sewer a separate line item for identification purposes. So by that, as I understood it, maybe Adam can add more to take away. But it gave us, the accountant, a better way of identifying each and every one of those line items in that they went in for expense on the water and sewer. I don't know if that's answering the question.
I wonder if putting the water and sewer fund into the general budget might have been the motivation. Because that is what we were trying to accomplish. Instead of having these separate funds, was just to put it all together. And that was for simplification, clarity, and rebuilding trust. So.
But I don't understand in a way the
I don't think we could have put
trust
it
either. I think most people, I mean, here we are on the board and we probably understand this more than most of the voters, and yet we still have a confusion, so I really don't think that I think the citizens are looking towards us to be able to understand this issue. And what I'm questioning is what do we gain by eliminating the enterprise fund language, saying we're not doing that, when we still have a ballot that was voted on by the citizens to structure it in this manner? They said yes to this breakdown of the money which aligned with the enterprise. And so we get rid of the enterprise, but we're still stuck with what the voters said they wanted us to do. So talk about trust. If I was a voter and said, hey, I voted yes on this, and then you guys passed an order and you just changed the way you're doing it, now you're gonna take, we can't take the full 0.5% and use it to just pay wages and do whatever we want for this system. So I'm looking for clarity on this as to why it would be any kind of advantage. And we're getting rid of something that could have a lot of potential value to us if we're trying to put in a new water tank, which we desperately need. So I don't understand why we need to act on this. Just tell me why.
Because nobody on the board has gone back and read Butler Snow's letter telling you you are not an enterprise fund as long as that money is designated to the water and sewer. So you can call yourself an enterprise fund, but you are not an enterprise fund, because all that money is dedicated to water and sewer. Nobody's gonna lend you any money under those conditions. Therefore, it doesn't matter. And the reason that you put it all in the general fund and you get rid of the enterprise fund, you can now use sales tax money to pay for any expenses of water and sewer and not have to raise the water and sewer rates to over $2,800 a year.
Now, that would be in violation of the ballot issue that people did vote on.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
It wouldn't.
They voted to put that
No,
money.
because you're coming
in
at
capital.
taking the money out of the general fund. You're not taking it out of the water and sewer capital funds.
That money is still going to the capital.
That money will go into the capital fund just as the voters want it. But you'll be able to use
The
the money
10%.
from the general fund in order to support water and sewer.
The 10%.
No, you can support the whole thing with the 3% sales tax that you get.
So this to me sounds like a little bit of a shuffle, but the voters voted this way. And now we're gonna
So you lied to the voters to begin with.
and put it into the general fund. It's like the voters voted one way, and now we're gonna put it into the general fund, and we're gonna just spend it however we want in the general fund. And so this is my concern. I mean, to me, Warren, I think the idea of being able to take that 0.5 sales tax and be able to spend it however we want, we don't have to raise rates.
So the 0.5%, the 0.5%, 10% goes into general operations and 90% will go into the capital reserve. What he's saying is that by combining water and sewer at the general fund, we can now access the 3% sales tax that we get to supplement and facilitate operations. So now we're not limited to that 0.5%.
We can channel money from the general fund into.
Yeah, and you can't be an enterprise status with that. And that's, I think that's what I was getting at when I said just by combining it with the general fund means it can't be.
Trustee, I would agree with the majority of what was just said. I do think that part of this is in response to our recent budget, moving different funds to each.
So by doing that, by taking this, the 0.5 sales tax and just putting it, that had been earmarked from water and sewer, and putting it into the general fund.
We're not, we're putting it into 90% of it into a capital reserve.
Capital reserve or capital improvements?
It says capital reserve, but I believe it's capital improvements.
Okay, so this, basically, it allows the general fund to help supplement the water and sewer. And it being an enterprise zone, we could not do that.
Correct.
So if we have a surplus in the general fund, as it stands, we could not use that surplus to help supplement the water and sewer.
And if
But
I
if
may,
And if we get rid of the enterprise thing, then the general fund can help supplement the water and sewer, but we still keep the structure of 90% capital fund and 10% towards operations. Thank you. I just want to understand.
Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
No, that's a good question. Yeah, I wanna know.
as long as that ballot language did not include any specific funds, water or sewer, that would be that. That determination.
So what we're talking about here is legal according to, because we're still doing the reserves as the voters have directed.
It's capital improvement.
Okay.
And as long as that ballot language did not say direct funds, revenue to the water or sewer.
And it was mentioned also that if we're gonna try to get a loan for a water tank, having $160,000 reserve is amazing.
But to get that loan, you would have to go to an election, you would have to go to a timeline for an election, expense of an election, and that would have to be taken into account anytime you're trying to get that. Loan.
Right, and
if
it-
not have that loan in the next 6 months, it's gonna be more likely.
Which is appropriate right now for us to, if we want to borrow $500,000, we should spend $7 million and ask the people.
Absolutely. Okay. So we have a motion, and do we have a second?
Then you-
Seconded.
Any further discussion?
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those nay.
Aye.
Thank you, Armando. We have unanimously passed that motion. And proceed on with the attorney's report.
Clerk, I sent an amended ordinance to you with the correct ordinance number. If you would have me vote that out in the future, I'd like to available. After my next point, I've had limited contact with our new hire, clerk. Did I hear that was the deputy clerk? Yeah.
Let's be voted on.
Okay, to be voted on. Just wanted to state that I look forward to working with you for the remainder of this month. Wish you the best of luck.
Okay. You as well.
My next item is, it actually brings me to my personal billing for the town. I will turn in a hard copy of that today. Along with an email, that's how I've generally been doing this. I have had some turnover in my office. And she asked me to inquire into this. She said she'd look into it some more. The invoice for this month seems to show that the last payment I received was on October 16th. So I have my current invoice along with invoices that were sent.
Keeps getting better, huh?
January 11th. And December 17th. So just a discussion there. I don't know if things got lost. Did you know from the email chain? Things there. I've also asked her to go to see if the October 17th invoice brought everybody zero.
Has anybody looked in the checkbook? What point is the board going to start addressing the possibility that embezzlement has taken place in this place?
And just a couple of agenda items.
Continuing on, so just bringing back to the board's attention. That will be emailed to the clerk. So there's an electronic copy also of the hard copy.
Thank you, Seth. So, in the past months, we have voted to approve paying bills, which includes paying such bills. So, are we out? Do you please expedite seeing his invoices?
And just again, this was off of some work done this week by some staff in my office. I know in no way to say that it hasn't been paid. If it's an oversight, it may be on my end, but I'm looking into it. So, okay.
Well, I know of some bills that were not paid. Dennis?
This has nothing to do with paying bills or ordinances or anything, but, just prior to Christmas. And I'm saying this because Seth is here and his presence reminded me of it. I received a bogus email asking me for someone posing as a board member, asking me to give them some money, $600. And I did email Seth and let him know about it. He gave me some advice that I'm passing on to you. That happens. There's strict rules and regulations that I think you advised me to contact the sheriff if that were to happen again.
Yes. Yeah, I've gotten at least 3 from Karina wanting me to buy gift cards. So. Yeah.
I can't, I've changed everything, so this, my old emails, everything, so to try to avoid that, and I don't think it's happening now. But it
Well,
was.
I tried playing along a little bit, see if I can get who it might have been. And my wife said, just throw it in spam and forget about it, but I couldn't forget about it.
I think that specifically to contact the sheriff was if you truly believe that came from. So. Thank you. My next point, I do spend time each month reviewing your code. There are some sections to revise and update, as there always are. That at this point still includes some code enforcement related to the noise ordinance specifically. I did want to bring up the fact that one section that pertains specifically to canceling municipal elections 64 days prior to the election, and cutoff for write-in candidates at 64 days prior to an election is already done. So that is more or less an good job on keeping that section on the code. That is a very time-saving potential headache for your clerk. The municipal election, I'm sure Ms. Egbert is working with her clerk in depth, but it does not require or allow you to cancel the election until 20 days prior to the election. There's some caveats, but if your clerk has the ability to do that 64 days prior to the election, just with those caveats, it saves them a lot of time and printing costs, specifically related to ballots. The uniform and overseas ballots have to be mailed approximately 63 days before the election. So if you have an election where there are no contested items, your clerk does have the ability to cancel that election in 64 days, save the town the cost of printing ballots, the cost of mailing ballots, and herself. So that is a bit of something you could have. That is something I'm doing in the office for other municipalities right now. It's kind of scrambling municipality due to the statutory guidelines are still under. They're still under kind of the old code, which allows you to do that prior to the election. It throws in the wrinkle too of if you're allowed to cancel your election 64 days prior to, but the only issue is, say you're trying to fill 3 board spots and you have 2 people apply. Great, you can cancel the election in 64 days and declare those 3 individuals winner. You may have an issue if you don't have the corresponding legislative or statutory update that allows you to cancel the write-in or the write-in candidates, that they have to do that 64 days prior also instead of 20. So it eliminates great codes there. That's great. Mr. Crowell and I had a meeting. Mr. Crowell, Brad Crowell is the Swatch County attorney. Scheduled in December, that got postponed, so I've been in contact with him, still trying to get a time together. He likes to meet in person to go over the road maintenance, snow removal IGA, and the 3-mile joint area of concern IGA. I don't really believe that he was aware of the 3-mile joint area of concern, so I have given him copies of those and just trying to get together and just go over some of those issues that I've really had. Both those topics, that means road maintenance and area of concern. I do not have a date. I provided Water Brand, Water and Sanitation District, a copy of the proposed agreement with a lot of comments that I had gained from the board. Specifically, we talked about rates, making sure that the town retained ownership of their system, some discussion, some clarification, asking him if prior grants have been received with support of the town. And not saying that the town had bought into any of their system, but they may have bought into part of the system by showing support, and the town, those grants were based on Rocky Grand supplying the town with federal services in their current plan. So just a lot of the points that we've addressed, I do anticipate spending time with Mr. Locke and with Mr. Brad Crowell later this month. Going through this. Next point would be, it's actually a very active legislative session right now. There's still a lot going on up in Denver. The things that I think really could affect this bill would be building codes again are being discussed in multiple bills. CML is taking strong stances on all of those, which is very good.
Opposing?
Generally, yes. Well, probably in total, yes, on all. Another topic that CML is really talking about and the state is zoning. There seems to be a large push for density. More people per square mile. I think that probably makes sense if you're looking at Denver. Some of the topics being addressed are restrictions on occupancy limits, unless that's specifically related to a health and safety. There's also topics again, not accessory dwelling units and accessory dwelling units by right. Or one way to say that would be requiring a municipality to require accessory dwelling units in any zoning that they have. Any zone.
Requiring?
That is some of the, yes. Some zones have a low density residential where you like your large setbacks, you like your elbow room, to say that.
I think we have ADUs in every zone.
We do.
That may not be the case in the city, but it may be in some of these more rural municipalities. So just things to keep in mind as we progress through this summer year. The legislation is working.
That they're going to require what? Sorry?
Well, there are bills in place. It's a long process to have them signed, but accessory dwelling units by right, that's how I describe it, saying that they are required to be allowed in any residential or commercial.
ADUs are going to be allowed.
Required to be allowed.
Required to be allowed.
And it's legislation.
In all zoning districts. So is it, does the local municipality or zoning commission retain the ability or capability to specify how that happens?
So it's going to depend on what actually gets passed. There's a lot to work out there, and how that happens. It's what you described. I think there's a lot of questions, and generally CML is opposing most of those required changes. It seems
Raw
like preemption.
takeover of local control.
It seems like preemption, and that is. Another, I just pulled out this one, I thought it was kind of interesting there. I believe this bill has already been shot down. Pet licensing within the state, you required $100 pet fee for every cat and dog. It required the counties and the cities to come up with some registration process also. I believe that was shot down, but that's just kind of some of the things that are being kicked around by everyone in Denver. I do view a lot of this preemption. It stands up as a support.
What about the vacation rental legislation that they're talking about?
There's a couple of bills in play. Short-term rentals.
Yeah.
There's different topics, different people trying to tax them differently, trying to classify them differently. There's a lot of discussion about SDRs. But nothing. It's a little early in the session to say something's passed through. I did want to speak briefly just about the budget the town's adopted. I wanted to just remind the town that they can do supplemental budgets if their proposals or proposed budget seems to be off at all on the revenue or expenditure side.
Oh, and total? The total off or just every line item?
Well, you would have the right to a supplemental budget for quite a few reasons, but I'm just reminding you that you do have that ability. If some of the things you planned on occurring have not occurred or have occurred even in a partial manner. And I really bring that up. I did see, as I could tell, the town deep roost in '97. So I don't know that there will be any issues. I guess I'm looking at it as possibly some surplus revenue. And this year, I haven't seen the budget, haven't seen the revenue, but some municipalities have gotten issues. They have surplus revenue, having to return that to the citizens. And then also, once again, if you plan on increasing your budgets in the future, there are some restrictions on that percentage, how much that can go here. It's like a budget that's drastically this year, and so moving. I wanted to talk about our municipal court update.
About that, so we have a line item for a savings account, which really what we did was try to decrease our projected sales tax revenue so that we could learn to balance potentially without the online sales tax. But given that we're still receiving that, we plan to put that in the savings account. So that could be 40,000 or that could be 180,000. And how do we go about figuring out if we're out of compliance by receiving that?
Well, there's compliance with a lot of different areas. You're not gonna probably know a lot of that until you're closer to the end. I think that was why I probably tried to caution changing your budget so drastically when you see some of those changes. It's a little easier to respond to those budget changes than it is to try to be proactive to them. And I guess the question I would have is, have you seen any of those changes occur to this point? I don't. Question. No question. Have you seen decrease?
Not to that degree.
I would probably advise that as we go further in the year, if there does need to be a supplemental budget done, because there have been none of those changes seen, probably try to do that so that you're not necessarily locked into.
So we can maintain compliance from July by supplementing the budget saying, oh, we received this and we put it in the
Well, I don't know
savings.
about compliance, but you can have a budget that more accurately reflects what you're actually receiving, revenue. I mean, the last few months, it seems like personnel expenditures have gone down just due to open positions. So those are all also items to take into account. If you have a few months where positions were not filled, you're going to have a lot more of those funds left in your accounts because they haven't been spent. That's an expenditure. So I would try to supplement your budget further down this year, this budget fiscal year, if a lot of these changes.
Two questions. Yes?
No, I was just gonna make a statement, we haven't been able to reconcile 23 yet, so we don't really know where we're at. And that's part of the reason, 22 and 23 budgets are part of the reason why this budget is the way it is today. At least my explanation.
Well,
So the town has not done a supplemental budget in, I believe, the last 4 years. So they're not in compliance with the law as it stands. I've been bringing this up at least since March of last year. It's in violation of 29-1-115. And I believe I made it aware to you as the lawyer, and you've done nothing. I believe the town is also in violation of the election law by not advertising for the mayor's position. And I believe either you or the auditor for last year, for 2022, either committed, in my opinion, not knowing the right word here, either fraud or perjury by the submission of the audit to the state. And I think those are issues that need to be addressed.
I guess I don't necessarily want to respond to all comments during the report. I am urging the town to do supplemental budgets. Work on, if that was the advice I just gave, especially if they're seeing changes in revenue or expenditures this year.
Noted.
Thank you. The only municipal court update, there was one case on the docket for the month of January, the court called odd number of months of the year. This contained an issue that's kind of been ongoing. It took a little while to be located. We did hold municipal court remotely last month. That was with the permission of the municipal court judge. She appreciated that and saved the town a little bit of money with her mileage fee. But we were able to come to a resolution in that matter. A few of the charges were dismissed, but the ticket was issued. Guilty plea was issued in that case. I do not know of any municipal court dockets that will have any weight or merit in March. Town clerk and municipal court clerks will also be aware of. That was my municipal court update. My next item is, just to say, I'm sure everyone's aware of some of the newspaper articles that are being written. Came across one that was a letter to the editor in the Valley Courier on Saturday, February 10th. And I don't know what to take about it. I don't know the facts. I'm sure not everyone here knows the facts about it.
What did the letter say? I'm not familiar.
What I really wanted to bring up is that there may have been some allegations from the individual about a special meeting that occurred. Just want to urge the board and our clerk to make sure that they are publishing and posting notices of special meetings with our agenda items. Just follow along with all that law. We've talked about executive sessions last month and how there is that strict code to follow and reasons why to follow that. The same with open meeting law or Colorado open law regulations. They do require those folks. I'm not saying that they weren't, but just do keep that in mind going forward. I do really read that as an allegation, and really what I'm trying to say is there are some attorneys, even attorneys in the area, that do pride on those lawsuits. And I would not want the town to be involved in those lawsuits.
Could we have a copy of that? Because I'm not sure that.
It's Nick Navarro's letter that was on.
And once again, there may be nothing to come from it, but just make sure we're complying with what we're noticing.
If the guy is posting on Eagle, saying that we were going to basically eliminate all of the events per se, which is not true. That's not what we proposed, but somehow that's what came out. And if they're already posting about this meeting today,
It does kind of get into the tenor of that article that I'm passing around. I guess I read it at first and I was concerned that there were some issues. But once again, some of the claims almost seem exaggerated. And I would hope that when I'm reading that, they cited the account. If the board put out a newsletter, if the town has a newsletter where they would like to clarify anything, the board can definitely do that.
Yeah, sunbathe.
No, I spilled some water on the blanket, so.
Oh.
Armando,
Hello?
So the town was in violation of the sunshine laws the next special meeting. And I think it would behoove the attorney to look into that.
Sorry guys, my microphone wasn't working. Right. Do you call me right? Have my name? Karina?
yeah, we can hear you. We just.
Okay.
We hear you.
Sorry, I was having a problem with my audio and I didn't know if you guys hear me or do you call me?
It's fine now.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Emma.
So maybe just to say that again, I would just urge the board and the court to work with each other, make sure they are complying with those. At the end of this month, I will submit a written statement discussing ongoing projects, contracts, and proposed next steps to take. Some of the big ones I do anticipate will be including the road maintenance with Swatch County, the 3-mile joint area of concern with Swatch County, and the bond grant. Wrap up the other projects I'm working on, and also keep that in list so that it does have kind of a trail to follow. I don't want to leave projects unopened and no one else is really putting the brains of. We will be doing that, but I want the town to be aware.
I have a question. You and I have talked in the past about the sales tax that's being collected from residents of the Baca. And I see on the agenda today, which we haven't reached, but item number P, revisit discussion, support Baca residents removing municipal sales tax from online purchases. Is this something that the board should be doing to remove? I don't know, but two questions. The first is, you were going to look into, I believe, this issue.
I believe I drafted a letter for the board to review, and I think the board had that before them last month. I didn't know if they wanted
Anybody see
to
that letter?
send that to the.
I never saw that letter.
It wasn't on our agenda.
I don't think we ever saw it.
Okay, I can send that over again. I thought that we did discuss that. That was just a letter stating that the town was aware, or the town would like some guidance, and the town has been receiving some. This is my recap. I don't have some comments that some sales tax may be collected. They would just like the Department of Revenue to look into that, provide them with any guidance that they receive, and how that letter. See if I messed that over to click again for inclusion or export.
Is there any reason that it's incumbent upon the town, or that the town should or even could be affirmatively taking any steps to cause the sales tax no longer to be collected?
Well, that would be a board decision. The board can do that if they would like. At this time, I still kind of stand behind my thought process that the town's liability is very limited, in my opinion. The town is not collecting the sales tax. They are not told to audit the sales tax. They are not told to really look into it. That's collected by the state of Colorado. That disbursement is made by the state of Colorado. If a resident would like to do so, there is a process online to go and question that. I believe I was just instructed to draft a letter kind of to that regard. I'm trying to make sure that letter gets back over to them. And it was just a template of the actions taken.
In regard to that, I know that Jay at the POA they're working on it, whatever that is. It's writing a letter to the Department of Revenue. But he told me specifically that they're, for some reason, taking it on because their members have asked them to do it. So we'll see how that unfolds. I like Adam had brought up, and I guess we're just gonna skip to that point, but Adam had brought up writing a letter that explains the situation to the Colorado Department of Revenue, and it sounds like we already have one somewhat. And then it just allows us to, say that we are aware of it, and we're making you aware of it, and then that's what, that allows us to have.
I think
maybe.
I would say that much more firmly. Seth is writing a letter that says, can you explain to us what's happening? We know what's happening. And I'm saying that we as a board could send a letter to the Department of Revenue saying, we understand that these people are being taxed for shipments to their house outside of our municipality, and that they have no vote in our municipality, and that they should not be taxed. So it's a letter, that's my interpretation of saying we support them removing that portion of the online sales tax.
So what I feel about that is, yes, we could do that. But I also think that there are the people who are concerned, rightly concerned, they have the ability to fill out a form and remove themselves from that. And there are a number of people, and I've talked to some of them, who actually are not opposed to paying it. They feel that they benefit from the services that the town provides. They're more than happy to continue paying it. They don't want to opt out. And I'm not sure that we should make a decision ourselves only to support one part of the populace who already has the ability to opt out and disregard those who feel that they're happy paying for it. They don't want to quit.
I think if you read the communication from people, they would say their access to opting out is not functional. So there's a lot of people who say they can't opt out.
I didn't know that. Kirsten?
So I don't feel like this is something that the town particularly should get involved with. This is a state sales tax collection issue, and it's not just us. This is the policies. I would encourage citizens who are upset to write to the state and the Department of Revenue and complain, because this is something that can only be remedied on the state level. And they made some changes right around through COVID time that if you live in Salida, you have a 81201 zip code, you know, the same thing is happening to people who live in communities outside. It's happening throughout the entire state. It's not just here. I had a really good conversation with my one son who lives up Grand Lake, works Granby, about the sales tax issue. And he said they've got the same issue that's going on up there over whether people live in town or out of town. And he says they have sometimes themselves, when he's done a really large equipment order, might be $50,000 worth of equipment, that he himself as a business had contacted the state and said, because he was responsible for paying the sales tax, saying this is correct. And so, and I mean, so it's running into it, but just like him as a supplier was coming up against this. And so it's happening all over the state. I think this is something where citizens are going to have to go to the state and complain. But one thing that my son told me that I thought was very interesting, and I want to look into it a little bit more. He said that the town of Granby, which is a sizable town, but at the same time, it's a small town. I mean, it's not that big, you know, it'd be comparable even to a little less than even Alamosa or Salida. But they have developed in the last number of years a lot of really big subdivisions that all go around it. You know, there's Granby ski area and resort, and there's been a number of them, the old ranch lands, that are now huge subdivisions. And they were running into the same sort of, you know, issues of being a municipality that was getting impacted by populations that were 2, 3, 4 times larger than the actual town. And that he didn't know the details. He says, but they worked out, the town worked out some arrangement to create like a special taxing district. I don't know. Maybe Seth knows more about this sort of arrangement. I want to find out more about this. And they, with the cooperation or involvement with some of these really large subdivisions, created some sort of a special taxing district so that the municipality could collect taxes to help offset the impact of all of these big subdivisions that they were surrounded by. And I thought, well, this is interesting, because this is happening all over the place in Colorado. You got a small town, and then you've got these great big look at South Fork, look at South Fork, great big subdivisions. So this isn't just us, it's not just an unfairness of people getting taxed and not having a vote, or municipalities having to try to supply services to people who aren't paying taxes. This is a statewide thing, and I think that before we take any kind of an action, I think we really need to see what the state is going to do about this. And I think it's a lot of it is up to citizens to say, hey, this is where I live, don't collect sales tax from me.
And I agree, if there are residents in the Baca who are opting out and it's not working for them, they need to deal with the state and not us and correct that, because the state's provided a solution for them, and if that's not working, then they need to contact the state and make it happen.
And I think that one thing that we can do, and we've talked about this a lot, is to encourage participation with people who live in the Baca, to come in with the town, just like we saw here this morning, people from the Baca coming in and saying, hey, we're all part of the community and we spend a lot of money and therefore we want you to listen to a lot of our concerns. And I think that's one thing that we can do, and I think should encourage recognizing that relationship we have, both financially and community.
It is one community.
Yeah, but you know, they are putting money into it, and I think that we need to be able to have an awareness of what they're looking for as well.
Mayor, I think it's one of these situations where you gotta let your conscience be your guide on this. And state might be solely responsible for doing everything that the attorney will talk about. But what Adam's suggestion about a simple letter would show that community spirit that you're talking about, that we are aware and we are understanding. And that little letter helps. I think it would. I know if I was on the receiving end of that information, it would make me feel a little bit better. It's a simple thing.
I mean, I think it's the right thing, but.
Can I briefly speak to something? I did a lot of reporting on this for the Eagle, and it might be helpful if I could clarify a couple of things.
Go ahead.
So Kizen's right. This is not just us. It's also not just Colorado. It's happening across the country. Mostly in the case that unincorporated areas with a different tax jurisdiction, but the same zip code, are being improperly taxed. And the citizens, I myself personally, and a lot of people, we've reached out to the Department of Revenue, we've reached out to Amazon, we've reached out to Airbnb. Amazon has admitted that they're improperly charging sales tax. The Colorado Department of Revenue has also confirmed that that Amazon, Airbnb, and maybe other retailers, those are just the ones that I found, are improperly charging sales tax. And so the Department of Revenue has said that they're going to reach out to the retailers to get them to stop doing this, but it hasn't happened. And this has been occurring since 2020, since this law was passed, at least in Colorado. So I think on behalf of the residents of the Baca, we feel like we're doing everything we can to try to get this remedied, but obviously are not getting very far via Amazon customer service. What they say is to send them, every time an order is placed, the order so that they can refund the sales tax. I've sent them spreadsheets of orders. They don't refund it. And so I think for the community, it's just, like everyone said, just acknowledging that it's happening. How can we maybe allocate that money toward, activities or events or, something that benefits both the Baca and the town, because I feel like this might be happening for a while. And if we can't fix it, then maybe we can use that money that's going into that savings account for something beneficial, that, works for everyone or benefits both the Baca and the town. So I think the residents are trying hard. There is no way to opt out. That's not an option. So even if we wanted to opt out of the sales tax, on sites like Amazon, there are some sites that give you the option, but major retailers like Amazon and Airbnb do not. So it's not like something people are consenting to. Thanks.
I was just gonna say, how do they differentiate? A lot of the packages from Amazon are showing up at our post office boxes.
Yeah.
So that's kind of an issue too, because it is the last place that it's delivered that it is considered to be, the sales tax goes, so it's kind of an awkward situation where you don't really have control over whether it's gonna go to your PO box or your house.
That's how UPS and FedEx always delivers to residences. USPS delivers to the box unless you put your PO box into the order thing for UPS and FedEx. But generally all UPS and FedEx goes to residences. And yes, any order that went to the PO box would be taxed at the Crestone sales tax rate, but it shouldn't be if the item's coming to the homes of Baca residents, which with Amazon, yeah.
I have seen packages that I put a retail address on and it shows up at the post office, and I'm not sure if that's totally correct, that I think some UPS and FedEx are being dropped off at the post office as well.
They do that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
It happens regularly.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
think,
never happened for me personally.
I think it's clear that, however many thousand people in the Baca are feeling disenfranchised, disempowered by this situation. And even coming in today, being told, we want to talk to town residents first, and I understand that, but it's more of that pushing them away. So I really don't think it's any skin off of our back to write a letter that says what I said, that we see that this is happening, and we urge Department of Revenue to urge Amazon to remedy the situation. And that's something we can share with our community, and it really doesn't do anything for us. I even think it'd be nice if our attorney wrote it before the end of the month, but if he didn't, I think we could write it.
If I may, I believe that letter's already drafted. I don't have it in front of me here. I'll provide that to you. It is definitely off the subject. I'm on the state Colorado sales tax lookup, and I see changes that are already made to it using their GIS program. It does differentiate between Crestone and 8.9, and I'm just gonna plug in an address, say the Dreamweaver Sanctuary. It was set as 5.4, and it has a button to click for export, which show you our state sales tax, Swatch County sales tax, the total tax rate. It's titled Colorado Tax Lookup. That is a change that I did not see last month. I was on the website. So I'll provide that letter, and the board can amend it however they would like, make whatever edits they would like. I believe that's already drafted. You had it already, so we'll get that over to you.
One other question, please. Are you, I know that we have this like temporary contract for February. Is there any options for having you continue with your contract like another month, or is it something that we can?
I would ask the town to reach out to me, different format. Probably good one on the town. I do not have my 10 hours put in yet this month, but also to do the job correctly, it's more than at least that's it. But yes. Last time on my report is it's my understanding that Judy Egbert is on board with the election. I think you're in great hands with her. I worked with her for many different projects, different experience. I would hope that with that being said, we wish you great luck for this election.
Have you heard anything from the Living Wisdom Project?
They have not reached out to me directly, and I would ask to reach out to their
Well, thank you for coming all the way here in person. So it's that way. It's that what's better than the.
I agree. Regrettably, sometimes you gotta use technology that way.
Here's what we can do. It's a problem for us. We don't have enough money to do what we need to do.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that. There's always that question of, are you a little big city or a little service provider? That's just a question for that. I think you're doing a good job of it. It's always impressive with them.
We do have to have a town attorney though.
Statute, you are directed to have the town clerk, town treasurer, and attorney.
Would you be willing to continue the agreement that we have here? That's that, as that interim town attorney, would you be willing to continue?
I'd be willing to discuss that. I do think that, especially at 10 hours a month, I want to be effective. And I want to have results, and I do think that is hard to do at that time.
And if we do a second month with that, we have to put it out, we have to advertise.
Get the terms, but you do have a carve out for professional services, purchasing policy. I forget the bullets on that, but there is a section for professional services.
So do you think it's the $5,000?
I don't.
I don't know if it's a dollar, or it's professional services, any architectural and engineering fall into a different category because the price is not also determining what would work for us.
Well, within your 10 hours, I sure would like to see that. Within your remaining hours, if we could get clear on what that process is.
I could look into that. I would also just direct you yourself if you'd like to do that.
Well, the town doesn't have a town clerk.
Going to designate Ariel, that's item G on the agenda.
As
As deputy.
acting
Yes.
deputy clerk. So we would apply.
Yes.
We just haven't got that far yet.
So I have a question from the attorney, for clarity. As Adam mentioned, the town is trying to be proactive in seeing that, so much of our income comes from sales tax, and that if we do see this, large drop in the sales tax, that could leave us in, insufficient budget. So we have looked at putting a substantial amount of money into the savings account to see how this is going to go forward. Would the town, would the state come back to us and say, oh, we gave you $80,000, we weren't supposed to give you we want it back. Is that something that could happen, or would it be from this moment on, these are the changes we've made according to like the sales tax, and this is where we're gonna go? I mean, I think there's kind of a bit of a concern that there might be a bill that comes due.
I cannot speak for the state.
Right.
I mean, yes, it could happen. Would I anticipate the state of Colorado? And like the discussion stated, this may not be this area. Would they go after all, I forget the number, 258, 260 municipalities in the state of Colorado and ask for a reimbursement? I don't know if it's about legally, but personally, I think that there would be a huge amount of pushback from every city, towns in Colorado. And I don't even know how they would start to go about it. Some sort of statute of limitations, I'm not sure which one exactly, because you are dealing with the state of Colorado. But I really see an issue with the state trying to go back in time. They have dispersed. That would be tied up in litigation.
I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, you actually are arguing about money, and I think that every municipality in Colorado would need your lawsuit, say, or, I mean, most of them, Denver, Front Range, they collect the sales tax themselves. Most municipalities, 95%, do not do that. We are leaving that up to the state of Colorado. Once again, we are not taking the role of collector or auditor. It is just, the state is asking them to be, and is providing that to the town with the information. I would say that the town's liability is there, but it would.
Then we're get up and read this home rule.
They are allowed to do that because of the decision they made in their charter. A lot of older municipalities do not collect tax. It's an expensive process.
Does anyone? I hear a lot of numbers, about large numbers, and I'm sure it's a large number, but I'm wondering. How many, do we really know, do the people in the block really know how much money we're talking about? Like for the last year?
I think they're getting a lot of misinformation.
Well, that's what I'm
As they're
saying.
running.
So what you had said earlier, if say July comes along, we see that we have collected, a lot more sales tax, we're being very careful in case a lot of changes were made at the state or Amazon stopped doing the kind of billing. We wanted to make sure we weren't running at a budget shortfall because, in case these taxing system has changed. Of course, we know the bureaucracy seems to be moving slower. And we find that we have like 50,000 more, 80,000 savings. Would we talk about it, we want to spend it? Say take some. We're going to hire a job position, or we're going to buy a piece of equipment, or we're going to spend money on something to take it from our savings and put it into a budget. We would need to do a supplemental budget to do that sort of thing. To then take that money from our savings, so go ahead and put it into the budget back and use it. Would we actually, we did deed groups, so we don't have to give it back to the taxpayers. But would we be obligated if we have a certain amount of, say, surplus savings? Would we be obligated to actually put that into our budget and use it since it was collected from taxpayers? Or can we continue to save it? Because we did to Bruce for future projects, because we're looking down the line, whether it's replacing bridges or water systems and this sort of thing, when we might have some big capital expenditures. It's okay for us to continue to say that.
I think there were a lot of questions there. I do believe you're de-bruised in 97.
Yes.
You should have a reserve fund also, part of our general accepted governmental accounting procedures. The town should have a reserve fund. Obligated to spend money? No. However, it's just my impression that there are a lot of services in town that are underfunded and may need to be funded in some way to continue to offer services. I would recommend, and I do believe you do have a reserve fund. That should.
So I had a question. We have an asset now and some real estate, some real property that we purchased last year. If we needed or wanted, felt the need to sell that property or lease it or in some way derive some revenue from it, would that be a bad thing from standpoint of our budget? Are we allowed to do that?
There, generally, yes, the town is not allowed to be the exact term, but basically playing the real estate market. However, a town is able to hold real estate, to lease real estate, to sell real estate.
Yeah, I just wanted, I thought that's something that town needs to know that can be done if it comes to that.
We're not really supposed to sell an asset and then use it for our general usage, right? It should be either sold and then put into a new asset or held as a reserve or something like that. It's not necessarily kosher to just put it into the regular fund and start using it for expenses. That correct?
I don't feel that there's that much of a restriction on use. If you're using it for a project right away or expense right away, I don't feel there's that restriction. That answered the question.
Yeah, I was just told by somebody back that it was, maybe it just doesn't look good for the town to take money that was invested in an asset per se and turn it into expenses.
The assets are supposed to be bought for a public purpose, which kind of makes what you're spending your money on public purpose also.
So we move on to G.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. If you would like to be in contact with me, please do so from the board or the town. And I can leave this article if you want.
All right, I think the next agenda item on this is looking, we'll go back to motion to designate Ariel as acting deputy clerk.
I would make that motion.
Is there a second to that? motion?
Second, well, I think we need to talk about the money, so maybe before the motion, we can talk about the money. And it sounds like at their hiring committee meeting that they discussed deputy clerk wanting 22 and treasurer wanting 25. So I was just doing some math. I don't know if everybody will follow it, but I would propose that we offer Kim 22. That might be a little separate from this, but also related. And we have in our budget allocation in Appendix B, we have $89,900 allocated for clerk, clerical assistant, code enforcement, and treasurer. So pretty much all office plus code enforcement. Public Works is a different conversation, but if we paid Ariel $22 an hour for 36 hours a week, which is what we talked about, 36 hours a week.
That's a temporary number, isn't it? Just-
Sure.
something.
But let's say it was year round, that would be $792 a week, which is $3,168 a month, which is $38,016 a year. And if we paid Kim $22 an hour for 2 months, that would be at 20 hours a month. That would be $3,500 and $3,520. And then if the other 10 months, we paid her for 15 hours a week instead of 20, that would be $13,200. Plus the 3,520 is 16,720. So if we took the 38,000 plus the 16,720 and also added in $1,000 for Allison, which is the 8 hours a month for a few months, and the $1,400 for Scott, which is 1 day a week for 2 months.
It was for 1 month, Scott.
Okay, even if it was more, we'd be at 57,000 for those, for all of that. So if we've allocated $89,900 for those positions, we also have to account for code enforcement. But, and I guess what I'm getting at, out of the $89,900, that leaves us a little bit of room to maybe pay Kim more in 3 months or 6 months, if she's still here and shown that she is earning. Maybe pay Ariel more in 4 months. Maybe, well, 89,000 minus 57,000 is 32,000. So maybe a clerical assistant. For, you know, up to $16,000 a year. Also code enforcement. So we kind of have the money allocated to pay her $22 an hour as she requested for 36 hours a week, even if we decrease that to 32 hours. So that makes sense?
Cool. I'm glad you did that. That's very helpful.
So if your motion is to designate her, it could be a $22.
Sure.
Second.
You have your hand. I can never tell whether your hand is up or.
I usually end up jumping up and down. It's got all this screen.
So I seconded that.
I make a motion to designate Ariel as the acting deputy clerk at the rate of $22 an hour.
And I have a question just quickly about technicalities, but how long can we have a deputy clerk acting as clerk?
Well, let's do that under discussion. Let's get a second to the motion and then we'll have discussion.
I seconded.
Oh, you did? Well, that's right. You did that.
That's why I was.
Okay, discussion. Go ahead.
I don't know, that's a great question, and also like even addressing his concerns. When we talked to Allison at the personnel handbook committee meeting, she said she's like, I thought she said something about that she is on file as a clerk for us or something like that.
No, I talked to her at length after our last board meeting. She is not, and she does not, and I mean, I tried really hard. And she just doesn't want that responsibility because she's entering into other commitments and she just is not comfortable about, you know, she's very thorough and doesn't want to do anything that's not done absolutely perfectly. So she's not going to be, she will not accept that title.
Okay, so then what makes any of us think that a deputy clerk fulfills that statutory obligation?
Doesn't.
I would say it probably does.
It was her suggestion, actually, for what we have on the agenda is what she suggested that we do to comply with that.
So we did talk to her after your conversation at the personnel meeting, and she referenced being able to fulfill clerk duties within those 8 hours by statute. And I don't know.
Did she agreed to do that?
Within the 8 hours. So anything that's required by for a clerk to do,
Yeah, yeah. I
she can
understand.
do. So I kind of thought that meant that we would have to appoint her as clerk for 8 hours a month, but we should see clarification.
Yes, we'll get that clarified, but I thought she also said about some schooling for Ariel or whoever to go towards the clerk's position.
You can't have a deputy clerk unless you have a clerk.
Well, we should have a lot of things that we don't have.
I
right?
know, and continue to do
We
them.
don't
Then
have
maybe
to have
the-
both.
You have to have a clerk.
We
By
have to
law,
have a
you have to
clerk.
have
We
a
don't
clerk.
have to have a clerk and a deputy. We only have to have a clerk.
So then maybe the motion needs to be to appoint her as clerk and she can assign Allison as designee for certain tasks.
Then you should be advertising for the position. Another
No.
slimy operation. This, yes,
Didn't we advertise for the clerk?
So, yes,
Yeah, I
but
think we
not
did.
necessarily right now. When you have an emergency situation, which is when we went from 5 to 1 to 0. I
it should be
believe that
done
there
in
is a certain
September,
me-
when you went without a treasurer for 5 months, okay? You went without a treasurer for 5 months. All right, the last financial statement you got is the end of August. No financial statements have happened. You've had no treasurer until you appointed Kim at last month's meeting. You are without a treasurer. You're soon to be without a lawyer, it appears.
We're doing the best we can to,
But the best, the way you're supposed to do it by law. That's all you have to do.
because of the financial situation that we find ourselves in, we have to do the best we can do with them to make the money stretch as far as it can. And I do disbelieve that we don't have some flexibility in the situation. Who's
Yeah,
next? I don't know.
If we kept Ariel as the assistant clerk, the title?
Deputy clerk,
Deputy clerk,
yeah.
and advertised for clerk,
Sounds awesome.
that 50 or that 30 some odd $1,000 that would be left would be gone. If we did end up hiring a clerk. It's still, that would be an additional person to our staff. Then we're right back up where we were a year ago with that office being so labor top heavy that it starts getting into the big numbers on personnel again. So if we want to follow state statute and advertise for a clerk,
This is kind of interesting. I'm reading the law. It says, therefore, an individual holding an appointed office in a statutory town remains in that position after his or her term has expired. Holdovers until a successor properly appointed by the town board takes over office. Moreover, if the incumbent is an employee, he or she would remain in the appointed position and on the town's payroll as a holdover.
And do you have to advertise for appointed position?
you have to advertise to spend the money.
So, I think this is something that Judy, after coming in, that could be a question that we ask for her.
Here's a good question.
And ask Judy, and so do we appoint Ariel as an acting deputy clerk or just a deputy clerk? And then as she goes through, training, clerk's training, then becomes a full-fledged clerk. But let's ask Judy, Ekberg on the process here, so that we're within, what our legal requirements are.
Because not sure that anyone in the room, except one,
I don't know anything.
really knows. We have a unique situation. None of us really knows the answer.
I think that sounds great. I think we should do that as the motion still.
Do the motion.
I think we should appoint her as deputy clerk.
Okay, I would like to.
Absolutely, just do it,
Okay, I would like to change my motion.
No, I like your motion as it was. But you can change it if you want.
So are you saying you like the motion as acting deputy clerk?
No, just deputy clerk.
Okay,
And
so let's just amend
forward.
the motion to be deputy clerk rather than acting deputy clerk.
Okay,
Okay,
second.
all right. So we have a motion and a second, can we move on?
Are we finished with discussion? We need to vote before we move. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
I,
Thank
Aye.
you. We have
You're welcome.
unanimously, let's congratulate Ariel. All right, moving on, next item on the agenda. GovPro Consulting, well, this is right along the same lines. I think I mentioned earlier, Allison said that we need to provide some training for Ariel, clerk training. And right now, since Ariel doesn't have any backup, that needs to be done on site, and Judy is well equipped to do that. She teaches people all over the state to do that. We need to find out from Judy. I did talk to Judy briefly recently, and I know one thing she said was that she would answer any questions for Ariel, just to call her as things came up, and she'd be happy to answer questions. Allison has said the same thing, but we need to talk to Judy Egbert and see what she would recommend in terms of on-site clerk training for you. And then ultimately, we would, as Allison said, we need to set up and go through the formal clerk training, but this gives us an edge up to having Ariel meet the requirements, the day-to-day requirements.
So we'll get more information from Judy.
Judy. Moving right along,
Who's gonna ask her for that?
huh?
Who's gonna ask her? For
I'm
that?
gonna call.
Okay,
I'll call Judy.
and while you're talking to her, can you address the concern that Warren consistently brings up and what our proper procedure for asking her for that information is? And if we're in violation? So.
I will.
I only think in regards to the money. And our poor judgment. So, I think you're next one.
Purchase orders, that was something I think really, I put it on there because Dennis mentioned it. We were looking at, I could just speak to it a little, probably now, but looking at staff members having access to the credit card and being able to go into the store and purchase things, and it wasn't being tracked. And since we're trying to tighten our belts, Dennis brought up implementing purchase orders. He briefly talked about it with Ariel, who seems familiar with the process, so it's just kind of another check and balance that is being proposed. I don't know if, do you have anything to say about that?
I do have follow-up questions about that. Usually when I use purchase orders, it's to, like request for purchase from the vendor. So I would say, hey, I need these items, give them the purchase order. They would sell it to me. So I'm trying to understand how the purchase order fits into the credit card system, especially when we do have a process already for receipts and, charges from the office. Everything I buy, any receipt goes to Kim through the file, it gets inputted into QuickBooks. So I just don't know if that's like a duplicate of processes.
Is what I would like to see, and really the purpose is to help control the spending. I think the fact that we use a charge card is kind of scary to me, but because it's the way we have to do it. And if an employee or anyone in our group here needs to make a purchase, they should tell you what it is. It should be identified with a particular line item of the budget and kept in control that way. And I think a habit has been formed where someone comes in, and I've never done this myself, so I don't know if I'm correct in what I'm about to say. Says, can I have the credit card? I've got to go to the hardware store and buy some items. Well, the question is, what items are you buying? What are they for? What line item do they go under? And it'll help accounting speed up their process in matching the receipts that you're talking about with the purchase order.
Well, there's another part of that, and what if then, that employee, and I'm not saying that anyone would, although they could, then subsequently takes that item back and gets a refund person wants to accept the refund and doesn't turn the refund in, that's kind of a hole in the system. Because it
Should go back on the charge card.
That should, be, yeah.
If they pay for it with a charge card, it would go back on the charge card.
That's true. I guess it is true.
It would only happen if it was cash.
I mean, I think sometimes they do refunds in cash, but if somebody's doing that, then they're stealing money from them.
They're stealing money from you now anyway, so you might as well get control over what you can.
It's just another checks and balances.
So could you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then-
So with those purchase orders, is it more so for other employees to come to the?
Everyone.
For everyone?
Everyone. You had asked the question before about if you need stamps or envelopes. Yes, you would have to have a purchase order, it'd have to identify stamps or envelopes. If you, like we have the situation now where, we may have to do a mailing or whatever on this water, and sewer situation. So if we had expenses with that mailing, postage or whatever, then on the purchase order, it would say, however you described it, that the accountant or us would be able to understand where that money went to. So if it was for the mailing, the mass mailing of the Department of Health's notice, then we'd be able to identify it as that.
So why is it impossible to set up a working relationship with, I don't know about Steve in the hardware store, but with most businesses, you can set up a relationship, you give them a purchase order, all the money is just directly between the business and the buyer and the seller.
Yes, as a matter of fact, when I talked with Stephen, the snowplow guy from Dragon Mountain, I told him that he was to, when he billed, before he billed, he was supposed to get a purchase order from you. So he'll ask you for purchase order number, it should accompany his invoicing, and then you can match that with the line item that needs to go.
And
So
same for
it's
receipts,
literally
match
everyone,
purchase order
everyone
with
that's gonna,
receipt.
pardon me?
Same with receipts, match purchase order with the
Yes.
receipt, and so we're just adding on to the process. I just want
Yes,
to.
yes.
So I don't, doesn't seem like we need a motion for that, right?
No.
Does anybody disagree?
We don't need to-
Alright. We could postpone this one. Item J.
And that's a legal question also, because I brought it up several times over the end of the years to see if we could get BACA people, say as ex officio members, or how we might be able to in some way involve them, even though they didn't have a vote. And our former attorney always said we couldn't do that, but who knows what the future will bring in terms of legal.
So this item K, we met. Allison Ransom volunteered an hour and a half of her time. Elaine has volunteered, I don't know how many hours of her time. They both made edits to the personnel committee handbook to remove the word town administrator and probably replace it with town board. So that's kind of an ongoing process. We're basically not ready to present anything to the board. We need them probably until next month. And we're also really looking at things like defining scales of employees based on how many hours they work. And in our budget, we've allocated $14,000 for benefits. Our health insurance policy has defaulted due to non-payment. So we're looking at maintaining dental for all employees and looking at kind of creating maybe like a 20-hour employee and a 32-hour employee, and that the 32-hour employee is eligible for, I'm just making up numbers, $300 health stipend, and the 20-hour employee is eligible for a $150 health stipend. So we're trying to kind of structure that. And then one of the most important things that Allison was conveying to us and that we've been talking about is determining a board liaison that in the past has been the mayor. So basically Allison concurred that the most effective and efficient form of government we've had in her time here was when it was her and Gwen and you would come in and y'all would have some version of a staff meeting. So we need to recreate that, and that could be you for 2 months, or it could be a board liaison, or it could be our next mayor that we appoint. But basically having one person from the board who goes in, communicates with Ariel and even Kim, even Public Works, and just kind of try to recreate that efficiency.
So there's something to be said for having the mayor, for instance, because I sign checks, I see this, I talk about this. So it's not just a liaison for a particular thing, it's more an overall understanding and maybe seeing problems is the thing.
Allison said it should be you or me based on how many years we've been here. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if we need to make a motion to implement that again, but certainly.
You can if you want to.
I mean, I would make a motion that until the election, our mayor acts as liaison to the staff to decrease all this back and forth and lots of people talking to the staff and confusing them. That's a long motion. I would make a motion that we appoint our mayor as liaison to the staff.
I would second that motion.
Every Monday.
I would leave it up to them to determine a weekly.
Yeah. Okay. Voting discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
And so we'll come back to you probably next month with an actual edited personnel handbook. Did I leave anything out? Okay.
No.
And then it'll be up to y'all to review it and approve it or not.
Oh, yes, there was one other thing. Lane found some items on the legal aspects of drug
Yeah.
testing. And so there'll be some changing in that wordages, and we'll just wait until we see what she comes up with. So that was the other thing that she had.
Okay. I guess we're on the M.
We don't have an update because we didn't do a meeting, but we want board approval to, or I guess it was, it says Kenny on here, but I think it's
Yeah, it should be.
Dennis.
Dennis.
So, we would like to have a meeting with, Gretchen and with Andrew, if he's available, to kind of talk, go through the public works and,
How is Drew an employee?
not, well, he's not an employee, and he would do it as a volunteer.
He does it as a volunteer is one thing. You hired him last year as a contractor illegally, and it appears you're hiring him this year illegally.
Excuse me,
We've been talking all day. Go ahead.
oh, good. I just want to say thank you. You know, I appreciate you giving input on things that are your expertise. But I find that you doing citizens' comments on every end agenda items to be disruptive, and I would like us to have the board to be able to have our conversation. If there's something that's within your expertise, we greatly appreciate it. But being a citizen's comment on everything we do disrupts our workflow.
You are totally correct in your criticism of me, and I believe I am totally correct in my criticism of the board and their mishandling of the finances and the illegal activity by not only the board, but by either your attorney or your auditor. And I think the ongoing actions are pathetic after a year and a half of trying to get this straightened out by helping as much as possible. And I agree, my actions may be disruptive, but I believe I'm saving you from all going to jail.
So I appreciate a lot of your input, Warren. I think you bring a lot of good things. I would just ask you not to comment on every single board item because it disrupts our work.
I make my apologies to the board.
I'm curious who's embezzling.
Pardon?
I'm curious who's embezzling.
That's just something that they have requested. I don't really know why Drew wants to be there.
I have
other
no
than
objections to Drew.
maybe his
I
support.
think Drew is a wonderful, hardworking person. It's the board is my problem with, not Drew, okay? Drew is a wonderful, hardworking, knowledgeable person. The board has repeatedly made the mistake of hiring contractors. Here's an example. You want to have Saoirse looking at Stephen's insurance policy. Drew has no insurance policy. Drew is acting as a contractor while using town equipment, driving town trucks, has no insurance for that, is illegal as a contractor because he's acting as an employee in violation of labor law. The mounting number of mistakes that are going on just keeps going up. It's not going down. And it needs to stop. And maybe I'm an asshole because I bitch about it, okay? No one else is here to bitch about it. So maybe you could view me as the counterbalance to what's going on.
I appreciate your checks and balances. I do.
So it's 4 o'clock. I would like to get through this agenda and not be constantly interrupted. I appreciate the input that you have. I would just ask you to just pace yourself on the amount of input so that we could get some work done. Or please write a letter to the board like we ask every other single citizen to do. If
I
you
have
have
written
public
to the
comments
board.
to
I have
do,
told
write
the
it
attorney,
down.
okay?
But I would like to move through the agenda without.
I would have loved to move to this
interruption.
morning's agenda.
Thank you for your service. And I would like to see us, as we progress in the future, that we do not have one citizen who can constantly interrupt the board. We tell everybody else they have 3 minutes to comment, and then if they have more to say, to write a letter to the board, and we will consider it. I think it's appropriate when you want to call on a citizen because of their expertise regarding a particular subject. I think that that is just quite a good thing to do, to get our citizen input, but not to have interruption on every single agenda item. I would really ask that of the mayor and of the future mayor, that we pay attention to this, because I feel like it distracts us from actually getting the work done that we need to get done. Thank you.
So you guys wanna have a?
We were hoping to have a meeting with Gretchen, and kind of like a catch up on what's going on with in the public works, because we haven't really gotten too much information. We also, I'm not sure what she's getting paid. We should need to find that out, because I think right now we're, there was just a thing that came up with this new idea of either hiring a supervisor or hiring a public works employee. We were definitely basically, Andrew said to us, he's like, well, you guys already have somebody who is doing the work, getting, he said there's a lot of work that is behind the scenes that we're not actually seeing, whether it be cemetery work or whether it be things that she does, like when, I don't know if you remember when we were spraying, she was spraying in the middle, like in the evening when everybody was out hanging out, she was actually spraying for mosquitoes last year. There's just a lot of work that, you know, the board doesn't have a big awareness over. So we were trying to increase the awareness of what's going on in the department.
It was really something that, I don't know who initiated it, if it was Gretchen or Drew or both of them together. They initiated the request for a meeting, so we just put it on. We wanted to talk.
I mean, I would like to find out what she's being paid, because I feel like we have changed the budget. I don't know if we've worked that out yet. If she's just getting paid what she got paid before.
Right, yeah, for public works, 66.
What is that?
560 combined, and that has to include ORC contract.
But I'm wondering if she, when she turns in her hours, is she actually getting what we budgeted for, or is she getting what she was getting paid?
I don't know, yeah, that's the
prior
thing, is
to-
we advertised for a position, she didn't apply for it, and it should be a 32-hour-a-week job. and no more.
Right.
And without approval. And so, yeah, what's that job called?
32 at how much?
For a supervisor, we were going up to 32, but if we hired a brand new supervisor, we might start them. Well, we're not even doing a supervisor anymore. So we're looking at trying to pay somebody, I thought $22 to $24. I thought we even advertised for that last month again. At least in our minutes, that's what it would say.
So when I look at the paycheck, which basically is like the same as it was always been. So if you just tell me what her hourly rate is and the number of hours maximum.
Yeah, we don't know. But I think that's what.
We don't know.
is good.
We got,
We should know.
well, we've got a lot of things going right here right now. We're redoing the organizational chart with the elimination of the word supervisor and just replacing with public works. And the other thing is, when we talk about the water operator as well, if we're considering, we shouldn't consider the hiring of another public works employee until we know more of what we're gonna do with the water situation. Because that money very well might get siphoned off and put right there. So we'll just, let Benjamin and I meet.
Yeah, get clarity.
Yeah, and we'll try to be as clear to them, to Gretchen, as we can on what the situation is. I've got one other thing real quick that has to do with money, but not this subject. Are those two young gentlemen over there, been here all day long, and if we can accommodate them with whatever.
There is an item, it would be under item W, of the tree removal.
Maybe we can help them out by just jumping ahead a little bit, take care of that, and then,
So I have a question here. You know, Gretchen, has been with Public Works for, I don't know, 15, 18 years, something like this. She used to work in the town office.
She was the town clerk.
Yeah, she was the town clerk for a while. And, so I'm assuming we are not looking to change her position or her wages.
Well, right now she's illegally interim public works supervisor, and we gave her a raise. And she said she didn't want that position.
Okay,
So, yeah, we would be looking to change her position and her wages.
okay, so would we be going back to what she was paid before she was interim supervisor?
In theory,
probably maybe even less.
I don't know what she was getting.
There's, I mean, when I added it up, and I'm not 100% on the timing on this, but it would be 36,000 a year.
That's what I got.
You got two?
Yeah.
It's kind of falls right in between the
Right.
supervisor and the helper, which in my opinion is actually probably right where we want it to be.
Probably, especially if they can read meters.
Yeah. if they're-
So I just want to be really clear that, Gretchen is an extremely valuable employee, who knows the operations of Public Works inside and out in all directions. And, I want to really honor her, you know, commitment to the town, and all the work that she does. And, you know, I would not ask her to reapply for the job that she's had for, you know, a dozen years. And I really wanna recognize for that long-term commitment. Gretchen shows up in the middle of snowstorm, she's out there at 7 o'clock in the morning. She's during events and everything, she's out there at 8 o'clock at night. She is a loyal, dedicated, competent employee that knows the ins and outs of Public Works, and we would really feel the loss of her. So I just want to make sure that she is, you know, being treated fairly and paid fairly to her long time, you know, position on the town.
I think the main thing is that she doesn't want to be the supervisor.
Right.
So she really just wants to do what she does.
Yeah.
And continue to do what she does.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel all of those things also, and I question the competency if she, either can't or won't plow by herself. Or if she's still being shown by Andrew how to plow. And like, the amount of time I see chipping ice is not necessarily what I would consider priority. And I'm also not sure, I would imagine that she's frustrated with us. And I think that's probably pretty accurate. So is our meters not being read refusal to read meters because she doesn't like how we're managing money or what? I was under the impression that she knew how to read meters and was told even by Chad that Gretchen can do all of that stuff. So
I think that's a discussion that needs to be had in a staff meeting, clearly defining what a person's duties are and what's expected of them. And I actually had a conversation with Andrew over the idea of when you have such deep snow, the effect of having the snow coming up over your windshield, that there could be safety issues that are involved. So I think this is something that there could be a staff meeting over to really get clear on the duties and what's expected of this. And,
That's what we're asking to do.
okay.
and there has been so many changes within the last 3-4 years that I think what people's expectations have been just like all over the place. I think as we get in the public works supervisor, then there is a sit down conversation that says, this is what you do, this is what you do, this person's your boss, this is what the job descriptions. And I think there has been, just like me reading meters, we were all under the impression that Miguel was doing this work and it wasn't. That does not fall on Gretchen. And I just think we have to be, we just need to make sure that we do treat our staff well. And if there's adjustments that need to be made, then we have a good, fair staff meeting with people. Especially people who have been dedicated for a long time. I think that's really important.
Okay.
Did you have something, Ariel, that you wanted to say?
No, I was also encouraged to have that meeting with Gretchen because she expressed to me that she wasn't against the supervisor position. If it came down to it, so.
Okay.
It was just some confusion there.
Well, the nice thing is that if we eliminate that supervisor position, that she can be sort of like, see that, we don't have a name for it, but she's public works,
Staff.
Yeah. And then if she had somebody under her, she still could have somebody that she works with, that she directs.
Yeah.
It doesn't, I agree with that. Excuse me. Can we deal with the tree trim? Get down to W.
So we're down to here.
W.
What's
It's, we're skipping ahead just to get these guys.
These fellows have been sitting here all day.
They traveled here from Taos.
I see that.
Yeah, because these guys have been here all day. I'll introduce.
We still need to listen to three of them, we have issues and we have 2 line process.
Just trying to show a little courtesy with these guys.
You guys want to introduce yourselves?
My name's Corey Haig.
I'm James McConnell.
I've been looking at you, wondering who you were, so sorry about keeping you here for so long.
Well, it's been interesting hearing you guys go through it. It's tedious work, but it seems important. You're getting there.
So where do you live? You work out of Alamosa or where you?
No, we both live in Taos at the moment.
Yeah.
But this is within our area of operation, so we operate mostly between here and Taos.
So what was Elaine's letter?
So Elaine had a tree that she was, in here, it's in her.
You're asking for two things.
It's an email titled February agenda.
Well, we've had problem trees for, I don't know, maybe 3 years now. Even before you were back on the board, we've had, forget who, maybe it was Leslie and it was Gretchen, and then they went around and it really, we were looking at trees that were on the town right away, the problems that might cause a liability down the road. So Scott went with these guys around, and actually you guys had like pictures and everything, right?
Gretchen and Scott, we took some pictures and came down to 6 trees. With varying levels of danger of falling or having branches fall potentially. Or some that it might not be ready to fall, but it was still something that she was saying wanted to take care of.
So looking at our budget, we have 2,000 for tree removal, that was, and so I was thinking we might just be able to get one tree this time around, and right, and it's a tree that, I don't know if you've seen it, but it's like down from the tree that has the lights on it. Did you guys take a look at it?
Tree with lights.
So are you talking about the one that Elaine wants down?
Yes.
So I just went over and talked with Elaine a little bit ago. And what she wanted to do, what she said was that they want to take care of it themselves. They just want your approval.
Oh.
And that wasn't one of the trees that was on the list that Gretchen showed. But it definitely looks like that tree's ready to go.
She said she moved forward herself. But then she brought up something about levels and that's totally different. But, yeah, no problem with them keeping that tree on.
So that would be it, if we could, I don't know exactly how to make this work, but we could give her approval to have that tree on the town right away cut down. Well, I don't know exactly what that entails.
Are we now checking liability insurance?
Well, that was another,
We have insurance on file with you guys because we cut down a tree 3 months ago. So we should have our insurance up, but we're gonna get our insurance updated, so we're gonna send you another one anyway.
We have a contractor agreement with you, or?
Yeah, you guys already made agreement with us. We took down one tree that was Gretchen, I mean, I don't know the road, but
I think it was birch.
there was a house being built and it was down like a little drive.
Birch tree.
And I make a motion, we approve allowing Elaine to contract with them on town property.
She wants to do it.
Elaine's,
We have to approve because it's on town property.
Yes,
So I make a
and that's
motion,
all.
yeah, I make a motion, we approve allowing Elaine to enter into contract with them to take down a tree on town property.
No, they don't want to have anything to do with this.
Elaine wants to do the job herself. She doesn't want to hire. No, she said she's just looking for approval from you
Well,
guys.
we could, so then it comes down to whether we want look at any of these trees in priority.
Are they listed in order of danger?
These are listed.
There was one that was priority and it was the one that's next to the inn, according to Gretchen.
The
That's the
pine
priority.
tree at Sangre Inn on East Galena.
Yeah, she said that's the priority, first and foremost.
And why is it?
I can't remember the exact reason, but she said that's the one that she wants taken care of first.
I think it was just because it's very close to those power lines. I think that was the reason. And it's also got a branch that's kind of hanging down on the roof.
Do the people
Just a
from the
little bit.
San Greg Trista, have you checked with them at all? Because I mean, they're coming.
Hey, Karina.
Is there any chance that it's just a good trimming on it would solve the?
I have a comment.
For what goal she's trying to achieve with it, I don't know. I mean, we could trim off the half that's got the branch leaning on the roof there.
I don't think
You're gonna end up encountering the same problem. The tree's gonna grow again, and you're gonna have the same problem, so you're gonna have to keep coming and trimming it down.
Some of the people like trees.
Karina?
Particular tree, we might be really careful, just like the towns.
Yeah, so that one she said was priority, and the second one that she said was the second one's priority. I think
Cottonwood
was
at Kids Park.
Cottonwood at Kids Park, yeah.
And they're both in the town.
And they're both within the budget that you mentioned.
Hey, Karina.
Yes.
Just one comment regarding this. We always talk about to support our local people. And we have a lot of local people that can do this job and not be offered to somebody else from Taos. And that's my concern right now. Is you guys advertise this job for other people local to bid on it? People they already know the grounds and the forest.
James is more of a local to Crestone than I am, but he just moved to Taos. We actually are.
Yeah,
We
Well,
actually are relatively local.
I
He
think,
spent more time here
I
than
mean,
that, but
I don't know if this is considered it, but I have talked to like somebody like Jason Irwin about it as well. And he was never able to put in his insurance, his proposals or anything like that. I mean, that's.
who
it's not
you
being-
say?
I said,
Who?
Jason Irwin.
I have discussed these trees with Jason Irwin,
Okay, I see.
but
I know a lot of people here with the insurance and all the abilities to do it too. So I really care because you always say to support a local. So
I would
I
agree.
prefer to do it again to advertise this job and have more bits on it. The people I know, because I work in the with the fire department do mitigation, and I don't know these people. I never heard about them, so I'm not really sure it's a comfortable hiring them.
Thanks, Armando.
And it's really unfortunate, but they're not on the agenda. Elaine's proposal is on the agenda.
Yeah.
And then I thought we had a tree board that would actually make the decisions of which trees.
that was where they came from, actually. That was where those dangerous trees came from. You remember doing that?
Well, Gretchen and them went around, took pictures, submitted that to the tree board. The tree board sat on it for 2 years.
That's not
Then
true.
Well, then when they wanted to do something, they filled out the same paperwork.
I think you guys went out and checked.
Public Works had submitted.
I was on the tree board and within the time of that request, would probably within 2 months, 2 meetings, we had come back and went through and actually had, I think, approved all of those trees except for, I think, 2 of them, which we said required limbing to do. And then the town board said if they felt like there was something that actually created a hazard, that they would then go ahead and take the tree despite the recommendation. But we responded pretty quickly on that.
I remember talking to Gretchen about it.
Yeah.
Gretchen
We
specifically
responded.
said that she
And
didn't.
then, we actually then added onto our, the tree boards, request from the town. We added, 2 other trees that we felt were actually dangerous. And that was the one that was across from the Mercantile by the lumberyard. And we put that one on the list to be removed. And then there was another one that was over on, by Iron Street that we said was a hazard.
That I actually took down.
Right, and we also added at that time the tree that was in front of your old elephant cloud. So the tree board not only approved most of the trees, but they added 3 more to the list. You took care of yours privately,
2 of them.
2 of them, and then Elaine's been asking, the tree board recommended twice that that tree be removed. And then one of them just fell over on its own, and the other one is still there. But so the tree board twice recommended removal on that tree, and it never happened by the town. They keep looking at other trees, some of them in an alley or whatever that hardly anybody goes into. So, no, the tree board not only approved them, but they recommended a couple of more. So
This is not on the agenda. I don't know how to remedy that.
can I say a few things?
Sure.
The first one is we've had a proposal in to do this tree work for 3 months or so since we cut down that one tree over here. We already have our insurance on file with you. We're gonna update you as soon as possible. The prices that we listed on the proposal are less than market average because we wanted the work Crestone. So anytime that you need some cut down, we wanted it. So we made these prices less than market average. We're also giving you a discount if you do all of them, which I know you're not gonna do, but we're also willing to work with the town. We want you guys to call us if you need tree work. That's why it's like that. Gentleman said he doesn't know us. I don't know what to do about that. Relatively local, just moved to Taos. He spent more time in Crestone, but this is our area of operation. So if you want somebody who's going to, you know, we have 8 people on our crew. That means if you need any kind of work, we can do it. If you have, you know, needs for financial flexibility, we're willing to work with you to a degree. And like I said, we already worked for you. We already did it. We're already in there. If you want more work, we're ready to go.
I have a question. Can any of the mitigation grant apply to tree removal?
If we get it, I think we can do some stuff that's on town property. If we get it, yeah.
And so in looking through this list, some of these were ones that were part of the tree board, which we had looked at before. The pine at Sangre de Cristo Inn was not brought before the tree board, and I don't know. It seemed like we had a request at one time from the Sangre de Cristo Inn to have it removed. That's been a while ago, and so that would be something I would revisit before we did anything. And look at there again, whether or not we want to do journey. The one that really comes to mind is one that the town tree board really flagged, and I don't know if this is option 4, is at Little Pearl Park. It was the cottonwood tree that's right at the street.
There's 2, they go like this.
Right.
You're talking about the one on the right when you're facing the park?
There's one that's up on the park and there's one that's on the street.
So they're right next to each other.
There's 2 out there. So there's one that's kind of like leaning left and there's one that's leaning right.
So there's not one that's right at the fountain, but it's at the street.
Yeah.
And that was one that we recommended because it's a high traffic area and it's got dead wood up and it's also old and kind of rotten and leaning. And that was one that for safety that the tree board had recommended actually to be removed. Some of these other ones I would have to look at. Again, I don't remember there being one by the Cristo Vivo.
That one is the giant cottonwood over there. I don't know why that was added, but it was added. They wanted us to look. So Gretchen informed us of what needed to be looked at and then ordered them of importance.
That one was, but there were a couple of ones, smaller ones that were down by the Creekside Park, down there, down on Willow and Silver Street. And there was a couple of there that, one of them, the town recommended removal and the tree board had also, the other one recommended trimming of. So we could revisit that, because there's still, there's still some that are hazards.
Armando's right, we would have to advertise for that. I mean, one of those trees is $5,000.
No, I think we need competition, we need to go out for bids for that, for these.
So you have your bid in?
Is it? But I'll also say, if you find somebody who's willing to do it cheaper, you're getting what you pay for.
Well, I agree with you because I paid to have a tree taken down about 3 years ago. And your price is just a little less than what I paid then.
But like I said, these prices are below market. And that's just for this town. That's not for private citizens, that's not for other things, it's for the town, because we want your work. So we put these prices in 3 months ago.
But spending public funds, we have certain regulations that we have to follow that may or may not make any sense and may not, in this case, be particularly meaningful, and that doesn't take away the fact that we have to do it. From what I hear, you might well be very much the low bidder, but that doesn't mean we can spend a lot of money without giving some competition to everyone.
Yeah, that insurance, the insurance is a big deal after you have it, and you're willing to provide it. Some people.
Yep.
You know.
I mean, we already have it with you. All we're gonna do is update it. So we'll send you a new copy of it, basically.
So was this a list that was given to you by Public Works or something?
Gretchen, particularly Gretchen walked us around. We looked at the trees. We determined, you know, how we would take them out and made a list number 1 to number 6 in order of importance as Gretchen informed us. We didn't determine what was important and what wasn't important, except for talking about what's more likely to come to an issue, but she determined the order. And then I also drew this up so that you guys have options. If you have somebody who's gonna chop it up and load it up, you got a significantly less cost associated with our work. We can fell it and Gretchen can chop it up. She was even saying to us that she doesn't mind doing that kind of work and she has other people that she can call on. So if you call us in to fell them, we can do that.
Well,
It'll
some
be
of the
much
trees
cheaper.
would require us to chop it up on the spot, because we're not gonna chop up a tree. We're not gonna fell a tree and leave it in the street, we'll chop it up, but if you opt for, the ones that don't require that, that's an option. But some of them would require it unless you have people right then there, because sure you don't want trees laying in the street.
Well, some of those cottonwoods like this.
Yeah, you have one that's 5 feet in diameter. That's the
They're
one.
not that easy
That's
to-
the 5 feet in diameter one. The reason why that's expensive is not only because it poses a risk to the building next to it. We don't know, there could be rot inside of it, no idea until we get in there. And then also, once we get started on that tree, we're actually gonna have to buy a whole new bar for the right size, because this is a big tree. This is the kind of tree that you need a bar appropriate for redwood trees or, bigger trees than we normally find out here. So there's a higher expense simply because it's such a massive tree.
So what I would suggest is, there again, per our own protocols, is let's you go to the tree board. And we could go out and take a look at the different trees and see which we feel are really a priority to be removed. And then be able to designate which those ones and come back to the board and then put it out to bid or whatever. Because some of these are probably a current danger and some of them are keep an eye on it or the limbing. Some of them just need limbing on that. So I think if you want to send this to the tree board.
The only problem that I have is that it's kind of their proposal to the town and that we don't want this information to go out to if we're gonna be bidding on it.
We retype it and just give them the locations. and the
Well,
trees.
we already have, I would recommend either that or we take the original report that we had and they do a new. We take the information that we've already came up with that has pictures, I remember seeing pictures of all these trees. Not using your proposal to determine.
Just so no one sees your numbers.
Yeah.
And you were saying there was other trees as well. If somebody is willing to show us around, we could look at any other trees and write up a new proposal. And then also, this has a 45-day ticker on it because the weather's gonna change and circumstances change, so it doesn't mean it's gonna get more expensive. It might mean the price goes down, but just something to notice.
Okay.
Or keep in mind.
So can we
And-
put this on the agenda for next month? As I'd say, if the tree board could put together prior to the next meeting. We'll have a better understanding. We can call you and, I know you guys came up here, but if we decide to do it, you probably.
Oh, yeah, you just call us or send us an email. One more note, even though this list is ordered from Gretchen, this cottonwood at Kids Park, West Silver Ave, that tree's definitely dead and it's ready to come down. Probably more likely than the other one as far as I can recall when we looked at it. Kind of the shorter one.
It's one of the 3 that are actually fully dead.
And then the other one is
The other ones are just a
fountain.
risk because of the property that it's next to, or because this one's leaning over a kid's park.
Yeah.
But it's not fully dead. In fact, I don't even think it's dead at all. But the high risk ones, or the ones that aren't dead that are wanting to come down are high risk because of their location next to the building. And the cottonwood is just because it's such a large tree next to your building. I don't really know the reasoning past that, but Gretchen was advocating for that one.
I think that was more or less for living, not removal.
Okay, yeah, she said removal, but yeah. The only one that I remember for living was the willow right here, the branches that are coming over top of the building.
Right.
That's the only one I remember for specifically living.
So in the interest of it's 25 at 5, and we still have a fairly long list of action items to go through, I suggest we refer this to the tree board, let them report back we'll go from there. But thank you for sitting here. I'm sorry we left you here all day. I couldn't really see you over there. Every now and then I wonder who that was.
Well, I made the mistake of asking someone when I should come in. They said after the break, go and talk to them. But we weren't on the agenda. Scott told us we were gonna be on the agenda every time he was gonna put it in, but then there was a changeover, so I think it got mixed up from the whole thing.
It'll be on the agenda for next
Yeah.
month.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Can we then
This
tell
is-
Johnson that, Elaine Johnson, that it's okay for them to, not them, but the job.
Oh,
This is probably the last time we're gonna show up in person. Unless you call us and let us know, but I'll send a new proposal in if you let us know after the 45 days or whatever, if you need a new one.
all right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
guys.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So, I think we should be jumping around here. Does anybody want to take a break?
No, I'd like to just keep going and let's get out of it.
Was there a motion to approve the tree removal?
I make a motion, we allow Elaine to remove the tree on town property.
Second,
I don't think we need any more discussion. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No.
Aye,
Thank you, Armando. We have a unanimous approval to.
thank you.
Authority to, for Ariel to contact Elaine and provide that authority.
She also requested water access. Is that table?
Yeah, that's table, that's a completely different issue.
why would we have to table it?
She wants a well,
Yeah.
yes, Homer Scott well.
Oh, I was just wondering, because it seemed like we were moving on and we hadn't talked about the water access portion of her email.
Can you table it?
I suggest we table it just simply because she's requesting a well. She has access to town water. She's referring to Homer's that we permitted a well. But that's financial reasons because we would have had to go clear up the intersection on Alder Street. And then anyone from that intersection would be required to hook in. That includes Senate's, Nancy Hood,
No.
Crowther, one thing or another, or go under the creek for Sean to be able to use his property. So we approved that well for Sean Homer, and she's now requesting a well, which she has access to town water, so.
How
I
far
don't
is the
know, I think-
access?
Oh, she's just asking about like behind the solar or something.
Isn't that where Tommy
Yeah,
got a well?
yeah, that was for health reasons. But nonetheless.
And it was after that well that we decided we were not going to approve any wells unless there really was a, an access hardship.
Right.
And that was the last one we approved.
Right. So I
It's
think
under
it should be a different.
correspondence, no actions.
So we'll just table it for now.
I think we should look at it.
Let's move on.
Anybody do we want to just respond to her?
Well, we will regarding the tree, of course.
Yeah. It's just a,
I'd just say we're further discussion. Or
no, it's just table it. So what's the next item? Are we at Q going backwards now?
Yes,
All right, Q, approving contract for finance specialist. Did we get, so what happened? I asked, we're gonna have competitions. Did we have competition or what happened?
I don't think anybody else responded.
There was a solicitation that went out.
Yes.
Good, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. So
I'm sorry, hang on,
go on.
we can, this letter from, I wanna go back because it's just, it's not access, unfortunately, there is no access to water. That's
yeah,
what she said in her letter, so I'm just curious,
let me see, I don't have that letter.
it's in,
indicated
it
in
is,
the email.
it is in our action item, under, it's the last item in action.
Oh,
So, and I would like to see a map But if it's on Carbonate Street between Alder and Cedar, the water line goes right on Alder Street. And so, you know, it's within half a block of the water line. So, you know, the one with Sean Homer was like actually a block and a half away. And this is like a half a block away. And we had said with Tommy Homer's that we were not going to approve any more wells unless there really was a physical hardship to be able to get water to that property. And there's not a physical hardship to get to this. And if we're going to have our water system be financially solvent, we need to have people who hook up to the water system. Now, if you're on the other side of the creek, you know, you're a long ways away, we've made allowances for that. But when you're, you know, less than a block, half a block away, this is what we have been requiring. And this is what we've been requiring from a lot of other people. And I think that other people would be very upset if we grant an exemption to somebody who's a half a block away. And we also have to deal with the Colorado Division of Water Resources has leaned on us pretty hard about granting wells within our own town water district. And they are not happy with us doing so. So it really does, and that was why after Tommy Homer's, we were like, okay, we have to, you know, we have to be really careful on this because they're watching us to make sure that this is, you know, really because of a hardship.
Well, it's not only us, I mean, that they're watching everyone, the time may come in the not too far distant future when there won't be any permissions for new wells.
If I recall correctly, I think it was in July or August, and I don't know the homes. But there was a gentleman here requesting a well, for us to approve a well permit because the cost of the extension of the main was like $600,000 or something. And
There's
it's
one
with
for
the
the
shop.
It was a different home
different,
Oh,
it was
okay.
Sean Home. And that was up the street and over,
across the creek.
but I don't know if, I mean,
There's a
I don't
utility
know.
map in the room.
Yeah, I might have to look at the utility map, but she's claiming there's no access to water, and but she already has a tap fee paid, and she says she's connected to the sewer. Right. I don't even know what property it is exactly, it's
I
block
know it's
28 or block 21.
Alder and Cedar.
Yeah, so there's Alder Street and the next street up is Cedar.
Right.
So you got Cottonwood, Carbonate, and you've got Alder, the next street up is Cedar. And she's got property in there, I'm not sure what.
So it might be two
property
lots
it is.
because it's medium density residential, there's already a property right on that corner there. There's the old-
So, and so her request doesn't even show where exactly what lot or what that is.
Well, that's
Which I think for us to make a decision, but I'm looking at who owns property in there. The only one I can think of is maybe the one that's directly
the
west
west.
of Tommy Holmes.
Yeah, there's a house, an old house, it's right there. That, and so there must be 3 buildable lots in there, if it's medium density residential, because there's one on the corner and then Tommy's, and then there must be 2 in the middle that they own.
Yeah, there's just a little thing in there, and then across the street, I think that's all part of the Homer family that's right direct, that's on the north side of that street. So anyways, it's less than a block to where the water line is, and I think we have to, especially since we're being overseen by the Division of Water Resources, and we're trying to keep our water district solvent. You know, I just think that there's not a compelling reason for the town to grant an exemption.
Yeah, I agree. I think might be a personal issue.
I agree too.
Neighbors. But how would we do this letter? We're gonna approve the tree to be removed. And how do we get back with her regarding the well? Just tell her flat out no? Or do we tell her we're gonna have further discussion about it, or we'd like more details?
Yeah, I'd like to see where the utilities are.
Well, I think the fact of the matter is that the Division of Water Resources keeps a really close eye on us over the exemptions. And that if somebody, that there is
Here
water
it is,
line that
I
is
got
on
it.
Alder-
Thank you.
There's water line that is on Alder Street, which is a reasonable distance and is not, does not create a hardship to hook into the water system.
Here on my phone.
And we haven't, because that's what we're requiring, we haven't approved any wells in Pennsylvania.
We did,
Sean.
we did.
Sure, yeah, but that was different. Maybe it should be a personal conversation as opposed to well.
I mean, if it was a real hardship to get to water, but it's within the block, and that's what we've been asking everybody. This is what the standard has been for everybody that comes into town. If you're like within a block of the water line, you have to, you can't give you a well exemption. The state does not like it. And they have let us know that.
They really don't. There's a
Well,
lot.
not arguing with me, I say no, but I don't know how to word the letter or phone call.
No, I can say no.
We say we just wanna gather a little more information on it, we don't know exactly what the 2 lots, and then we're looking on it, it looks like the water does go past the house.
That's good, let's do that.
Yeah, something nice, but.
I mean, I wish that everybody could just drill their own well, but we've got a
You'll be
water district.
replying to that.
And we've got state.
It's not gonna happen, not in the near future.
So.
So the response is that our policy is to not allow any more wells. And we're doing our research to see where the utilities are.
Yeah. Yes. Is that clear?
And our policy isn't that we don't allow any wells, but if it's like it's
Right.
a hardship,
It's-
because it's
right,
a real
yeah.
hardship. Or,
Right, so our policy is that we only allow new wells in the case of a hardship. So we're investigating the layout of the utilities to see if it applies.
Right.
Sounds good.
I mean, there was one that was for health reasons, and it's pretty,
And
that
that
was a
was,
pretty, I think that's sold. No. So I mean, there's.
oh, well, and then, no, they actually started a commercial business and we required them to hook up to town water.
Oh, really?
Cause you can't do a commercial business with.
Well, unless you have.
They were growing hemp.
Are you comfortable writing the letter?
Yes, should it be a letter or should it be a conversation?
And I'll sign that letter, I sign
A letter.
all of these letters. All right, moving on.
So, yeah, we advertised for the finance specialist. 30 hours, $50 an hour, up to $1,500 to be paid out of the money that we allocated for forensic audit, which was $24,000. So this is really potentially a first step in building a relationship with somebody who could help us with the forensic audit. Maybe not.
So did you hear Kim's comment today about? I mean, she was asking what this person was for.
Right, so it says that this person will advise and train the town treasurer on basic governmental accounting standards, provide guidance on reporting best practices in accordance with generally accepted accounting practices and recommendations and reference materials and resources, assist the town treasurer in reconciling on a monthly basis the balance sheet, income statement, cash bank accounts, revenues and expenditures, preparation of financial and budget comparison reports, with guidance on budget monitoring, give recommendations on reconciling processes and revenue expense confirmations, assist in building an IT platform on QuickBooks. I have limited experience using QuickBooks, but I can provide recommendations in establishing a chart of accounts for each operational fund that will support your budget format. This chart of accounts will have asset, liability, revenue, expense accounts that match the operations of the town. So
That all sounds good.
pretty efficient, right?
And Kim knows, QuickBooks, so that's.
Right. So if we could enter into contract with her, and I would even say one of the first steps would be meeting with Kim, Finance Committee, and Virginia all together to establish some pretty clear goals and see what they can accomplish within those 30 hours. And now that we've given Kim more hours, that could really be awesome. She can also only help on Thursday and half day Fridays. So it might be one day a week for a month or two. And I just think it would really help.
I think the timing is great too.
And one thing she didn't totally address here is that the original thing we were requesting was to look back at the lack of financial reports from our lack of treasurer for the end of 2023. So in addition to working with Kim, we're requesting that she looks back 3 to 6 months and starts to compile financial reports, because we can't do a supplemental budget for 2023.
Without having that.
And that's like the goal.
It's all good.
And then if it works, then we
Need
go
a-
back even further.
Yeah, so I make a motion, we enter into contract with Virginia West.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second the motion.
Discussion of the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
There we are, Armando, we have
Thank
one
you.
unanimous, votes voting aye, the motion passes, and I think this is a very good step forward.
Did you do O?
We did not do O, and that's just, so again, some people didn't get, I guess she didn't get notification, so I think we need to look back at our email list.
There's discrepancy between the email list and Crestone Aid and the email list and Crestone Town Hall. And so when I sent it out, we didn't have the Eagle or Mary. So I think in the future, I'll just send it from Crestone Town Hall.
Okay.
And I'll also have it posted on the website.
Okay. And then we had talked, I know she looked into, and maybe you looked into posting recordings.
Yes.
And going along with that is, as you can, work on our website. Our website has been woefully deficient in informing people, posting required things, or posting things that we'd like to have the public be able to see. So that's a whole separate area.
If you know how to do it, that might be something board members could. That'd be-
What's the workload for learning how to post recordings?
I already know it's the website. I have website maintenance with experience and creation. as well,
Do you
so-
feel like you can post recordings?
Yeah, I do. I
And-
have access to them.
And we feel like that's legal in your research?
Allison told me that was
Right.
absolutely.
So that would be amazing if the website could have actual audio recordings of meetings posted, minutes posted, and I guess agendas are supposed to be posted. So that, 6 days, I don't know, a week after every meeting, people can get on and just listen to the recording instead of having to bother our staff with core requests.
Well, I think that our staff have this, we need to have that control by the staff. I would recommend that we would go through every, really.
Would you also
Standardized control is probably.
I'm so sorry. Would you also like notice on Facebook as well? Is that something that you're
Just a link to the website.
A link to the website.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Be nice, Mario, like, one thing that might help is to have like a post-meeting, priority list and a pre-meeting priority list that you just check off, checklist or something so that nothing gets missed.
Are you gonna report on that?
Yeah, there are towns that just record, have the meetings live on YouTube and then it gets automatically archived. So there's actually no work involved in Zoom or posting the recordings, not to suggest there's a whole new system. But I did research lots of towns in Colorado, just post the recordings or have them automatically archived.
Okay.
Go on our.
Okay, did we table P or?
We talked about that with the attorney,
So that's the.
and I guess, did we decide? Oh, we're just gonna get his letter.
We're just
review
waiting
it.
for the letter from the attorney and then we'll go.
So P. RS
And we could put it on the board.
could all be lumped together. No.
Can I say one thing? I just read the press on Eagle thing that they had posted. And I noticed that it said something like we were wanting to eliminate events. That was never decided to eliminate events. So it wasn't accurate.
You know, there's a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think there was a letter from Nick and then a report. I'm writing another story explicitly saying that you guys.
I'm sorry, you're writing what?
I'm writing a story right now that says that you guys did not explicitly say you want to eliminate events, but that sound and noise.
There was just questions about. And I'm not gonna, I have my own opinion about it, but there was a question about how they were ran and whether we wanted to recontract with Nick because of the some of the complaints that we were getting from Energy Fair, things like that. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that it even happened. We haven't made that decision yet.
Yeah.
Plus, there was also in the last meeting, special meeting, we had talked about our previous clerk to write these grants, and he didn't have the time to do that, and Nick ended up writing them, which is, his own thing. But there was never a talk of eliminating those events.
Yeah, I think there was like.
Yes, there was.
I mean, Kim said
Maybe
2
you're thinking
years
of it.
ago, we agreed that a lot of these events have outgrown the town, so I think there was some commentary
I see, okay.
from some board
Maybe it was
members
like the
about
energy
that.
for, not the 4th of July.
Not the 4th of
Yeah, and
July.
again, I'm,
Okay.
yeah, there was, and I don't think I said
Okay.
that. I think there was talk about eliminating them, but no
Okay.
decision was made in that respect.
Okay.
That's clear, yeah.
Cool.
But to clarify that, it wasn't a talk of eliminating the event, it was a talk about taking the music part that would go on later in the evening and take it to a different location.
Yeah, I mean.
It's a little more nuanced than that.
Well, let's move forward.
Yeah, so we're at our discussion with ordinance as it pertains to special events.
So I make a motion that we form a partial board and partial resident committee to look at creating a special events permit. And that it could have 2 board members and up to 2, I would say, other people. But it was also discussed that the.
Special event cuts. Special event permits.
So it's also been discussed that even by somebody on your team that that wouldn't necessarily be a Energy Fair person on that committee, but that we could. Yeah, we'll look at the work that's been done, create a thing, do the testing, have communication with our residents. And then we can also work with the Energy Fair or Lydia or people who put on events. But I don't think that Lydia should be on the committee because she has something she wants to accomplish. I don't think Nick should be on the committee because he has something he wants to accomplish. So.
And I would have to agree about it, because I think we just need a really good objective committee that, really does work to come up with, a good plan and a permitting process. And, the goal is not to take sides one way or another, it's just to come up with something that, we can live with and work with. And, I think, and that was suggested when I made notes here of people over and over, people suggested that there be a, like a committee formed to look at this, and I think that's really is a good idea. So
But the committee be only for town residents?
I don't necessarily think so.
Well, cause that can make a problem, cause somebody not living in town don't have the same, perspective what's happening as a live in town. I see things different for somebody coming to town, so to be part of this committee should be live in town.
Yeah, I guess if that was the case, it would make sense to have a proponent and an opponent on the committee. Because we're looking at creating solutions that work for everybody.
There's gotta be some compromise in there, there has to be.
Right.
It's just not, there hasn't been a real set, standard that we've created that has all the compromises, built into it.
Tim, and then,
Well, my problem is we have the code, there's numbers on there. I know they're not realistic. But we're talking about special event permits, that means go wild till X o'clock at night, yet we have a business that we're trying to say, no, you're not a special event, when they're generating revenue in one thing or another. We've got two sets of rules. We can do it, but you can't.
They
So,
can
so
apply for it.
I don't agree with that at all.
I think that the, and I know there's people who disagree, but I think our sound ordinance is outdated.
Of course.
And I think that we need to look at it under a different, like a new lens, based on new information that we've gotten.
Well,
over
like
years.
Armando
And
said,
changes.
people that actually live here, that matters, because otherwise people over there just go home if they get tired of the music. We don't have that option. People up here, it's like a amphitheater, okay, they hear it like it's right here. To where I'm right across the street, I don't hardly hear it a thing. I don't hear the T-Road Brewery.
Sound is definitely strange.
So we do need a diverse, group of people, but,
and we need to allow people to, we need to recognize that according to the National Park Service telemetering equipment, we are very quiet here. In fact, we are arguably, they say, we're the second quietest place in the country, but we're not only quiet, but the noise, we have this bowl and the noise travels up that way. So it makes us not necessarily consistent with what is the case in a typical town. We're not a typical town. And furthermore, the problem also is that we have residences and businesses all just intermixed, and we're small. And that's why we have the conflict that we have. It's a problem.
And sorry, and I think it's not only the sound, we talk about traffic, all that creates a lot, all the big events, they're affecting and the location where I live. Nothing personally, but I can see more cars driving by all the time, late night, early day, so increase traffic, increase the risk of car accidents and things like that. So it's not only the sound, but yeah, I think living in town and to be part of the community is important. So I'm not sure how we can come in agreement right there, but I think it's important to clarify those points. Not only the audio, is the whole thing, and it's about parking spaces. I don't know how many if the business have problems with them too. They use the spaces for the business that they need to unload things. So it's a lot.
Maybe, Armando, maybe you'd like to be a member of this committee.
I think so. Yes, I will participate. Yes.
Yes.
If there's gonna be a committee, and I agree that there should be, then we need to make sure it's balanced. If you
Yeah.
have- Excuse me, Armando. If you have, board members, and if you have people who are pro-event, then I think we should go out into the community and talk to the ones who have complained, both verbally in an email and presence here or whatever, and make them part of the committee as well.
Because a while back, it was noticed, the meeting today was not noticed, so the people who live here didn't know to come and participate. A while back, we had a line full of people like this, and they were all exactly the opposite, telling us that they lived here for umpty-ump years, they paid their taxes, they voted for us, and it's just not a deal for them, isn't it?
Yeah, I have to say I was kind of disappointed. I mean, normally it's always good to have citizen participation to come to the town meetings. But I felt like everybody showed up and had somehow been told that the town was not gonna have like special events. I mean, we even had our county commissioner come and say, you gotta have the 4th of July. It's like, somehow the word went out that we weren't gonna have like the 4th of July event or Energy Fair or Dark Sky or any of events. And that's totally not what the case was. And I think it's unfortunate because you end up with misinformation going out and it generates hostility towards the board. And it makes it hard for us to come up with good workable solutions. And you know, nobody's talking about canceling the 4th of July. Good Lord. What needs to happen is there needs to be a respect and there needs to be a balance. And I think that's where the idea of having a committee that looks at it. And it's not just about the sound, though the sound is a big part of it. Kim made a really good point. You know, if you live in Lavaca and a nice quiet front porch and you're listening to the birds and everything, you want to come in and party, you can party and then have a good time and then you go home. And if you live in town, you might have Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, maybe Sunday night. You don't have, your choice has been taken away. And I think that's something that's really important. The choice that you have. And I think the townspeople need to be heard on their choices. We did a survey here, this sound music noise survey, just recently, it was like 3 years ago at the most. That surveyed as many people as we could get a hold of in town, and overwhelmingly people said they love music, they love live music, they just don't want it to be too loud, and they don't want it to be all the time. So that's not an unreasonable approach at all. It's just saying, you know, let's look at what really works for people. It doesn't mean nobody hates music. I'll be right in front, I'm gonna be in front of the stage on Wednesday night and listening to Blue Rooster. And it's coming up with what actually really works for our small town. And I think that that's the whole purpose of this committee. The other thing, and Armando mentions, and I'm glad to see he would be on the board, is safety. I worked ambulance for 15 years. And I tell you, when we had the Energy Fair, which I thought was absolutely totally fabulous, and the 4th of July was like the best one ever. But I thought, if we had an emergency, how are we going to get fire trucks in and out of town? If we had an emergency, if we had a fire, if we had a shooter, if we had who knows what kind of crazy stuff going on, one road in, one road out, what is our access to people? Into the neighborhoods was freaking people out, blocking driveways. And so I think the committee, when you're looking at special events, is also about where can we get more parking? Where is there more parking available? How is that being controlled? Are the roads being kept clear? Those are the fire department being engaged on this and saying, this is where we really need to make sure there's no parking, and having the staff that directs people to these locations. And so it's not like being opposed. It's like saying, how do we make it work safely? And I was kind of freaked out a little bit when I saw, and one of the things that also I want to consider, when you have these large events, how many people were boondocking above town? How many were camping up above town? You know, and people are having fires. You know, who's monitoring the fires? If we had had a fire turn loose last summer when it was so dry on the 4th of July, we would have all been in a lot of trouble. So let's look at the safety issue. Who's going to be like maybe monitoring, driving up the roads, or maybe providing a good camping? Maybe we open up some areas to camping so that they know that they'll be safe. All of these things need to go into an event permit. And so I want to see a committee go, but I also want to see safety be really also one part of what we're looking at.
And I just want to add on to that list, the bridge, our Cottonwood Bridge situation, which is makes us the situation even more dangerous, because without being able to use that, we're in real trouble.
Yeah, 2 quick things. I had the idea, I volunteer for the Energy Fair, but I had the idea that
it should be town residents that are on the committee, in my opinion, and that there should be a liaison from the event where, because there's gotta be direct communication, like, personally, I think all of your concerns are totally valid in regard to parking and noise and traffic and all of this. So my idea was like, can we have a representative from these events meet with you guys, town residents, people who are like directly affected by this stuff, so that we have like direct communication. Yeah, so that was my idea. So I don't think the people from the events need to be on the committee, but I do think there needs to be a liaison who's listening to what you guys are saying, because I think all of what, like, everything can be dealt with. I think we'll assign a parking person and or maybe people park elsewhere and come into town, like whatever it is. And also just to clarify, I just reread the article that I wrote, and definitely did not say anything about you guys saying you were gonna eliminate events. I think the uproar this morning was because people weren't notified of the meeting, so they felt like they were left out of the discussion on January 29th, and I think that was more of what people
It was
thought.
kind of funny, though, we were all, none of us got emails
Yeah.
that day.
Yeah.
So I was calling these guys, I'm like, do we have a meeting? Everybody was scrambling. She didn't even know, I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like on the last minute, I kind of sent off, hey, I got a doctor's appointment, I'm out of town. And the one other thing, long-term planning, things like we watched the energy fair. I mean, my son used to ran the energy fair for about 3-4 years there. A longtime supporter of the energy fair. Last year, it's so successful. And at a certain point, I feel like you get growing pains. I was on the music festival board for a number of years, and we were out at the golf course. And I would like to see this, a little more connection with the POA BACA being involved with a lot of this. Right now, it's everybody's talking to the town, and nobody is not mentioning what is the BACA's role in any of this. And when we did the music festival, we worked with the POA to have a large piece of land over there by the old ball field and area for camping. And that was part of, you could buy a ticket and you could buy camping. And there'd be hundreds of people out there camping. And there was bathrooms that was put up, there was water that was made available. People came, they could drink and then go stagger out to the tent. It was a whole experience in itself as far as people being able to camp. They had a blast, and it was part of the event. And if we have events that are going to grow, then why don't we look at, maybe even if the event is going to be held in town, look at some sort of an arrangement where the POA gets on board and says, hey, we will work with your group to allow camping during this event, and we put out porta potties. But I kind of feel like this always centers around the town of Crestone, and we need to bring the BACA POA that said, hey, we support live music, therefore we're going to use the golf course, or you can put up tents over here, and that there be a connection with this committee that includes how can the BACA POA help to make it work. Adam?
So I make a motion that we form a special events permit committee. My recommendation is that it's Benjamin and Armando from the board. And that's my only motion right now, and that we could work from there to invite residents to be a part of it, but I don't think we're gonna decide who those people are right now.
Well, I certainly would agree strongly with the idea that it would be town residents who would be a part of this committee, because it's the town residents who are so affected by special events, more so than town. I think everyone in the town, the 4th of July, that's part of who we are. We love that. We never complain. And the energy fair was always a big part. Problem with the energy fair is that it's so good, so successful, so growing, that our little streets and everything are not good as we to be able to contain it as we did historically. It's just getting big and successful, so. But I think that if we're gonna form a committee, the most important part of the committee would be that just as we've heard, town residents would be the members of the committee, and for each special event that is being looked at, there would be a liaison who would work with that committee, with the committee for that event. And Nick's nodding his head. Yay!
Yeah, I mean, not per event, we're looking at a special events permit that in the formation of that permit, they could work with liaisons from event producers. But once that event permit is approved by the board, that's that. And so then when somebody comes in to apply, they have to fit into that permit.
Well.
So you're talking about a reconstruction, so to speak, of the permit application process. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't even know if yes. Yeah. I'm talking about creating a framework that events can fit into, and if they can't fit into it, they can't have the event. So we could work with event producers to create that framework, as long as what we're saying is the committee would be made up of 2 trustees and a number of town residents.
So, Adam, Nick very much wants to
Which
talk.
I think is a
Please.
great idea, yes, absolutely. So you create the framework, which is the special event sound, right, or special event permit, general permit, which relegates both the traffic, the noise, all the things. But I do think, Harlena, it's a good idea to maybe continue that route onwards. And so for the few events, and it's not like we have like 20 events.
Oh, sure.
You know, for the few events, then maybe that committee still meets with the producer,
Awesome.
and then there's an accountability on both ends, so that there's communication, because that's where it breaks down, right?
And it doesn't have to be
And it
here.
doesn't have to be
With
here,
all of
it's
us
like-
saying, where's your dumpster gonna be?
Exactly, right, but then you know that it's taken care of, and then it's a constant communication that
Yeah,
that
we
group
can
then
improve
reports.
next steps.
Yeah, because like for me, for example, it's hard to come every month and report what's going on, like say.
And wait all day.
Right, and it's a long day.
Yeah.
But like if there's a committee that I can just report to and say, okay, these are the things that are happening, this is how it's gonna go. The end,
Mhm.
then I think everyone would be happy. And again, I just wanna reiterate, you know, the offer, when we do come up with a special event sound ordinance, to bring a sound engineer here and put up the sound, you know, the speakers, because I promise you, you will be happy with the sound levels that we create. Everyone will be happy, because just like Kim Martinez said, when we break the rules, right, which we're forced to 4th of July, we're just breaking the rules, right? We don't have like, oh, this is a kind of breaking the rule and this is a more breaking the rule, right? It's like, we're breaking the rule, right? So if we have an event ordinance that creates a level that's palatable to everyone, then we know where we can't go beyond, right? So anyways, I think, because I really appreciate you.
Really good about this. I think that we are on a journey now towards being able to communicate, to work this out in a way that works for everybody.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is, I think, what we all want, like, we're all here together, we can totally make this work for all parties.
So my motion,
I was just gonna say, there's a motion on the table.
what I'm gonna just clarify, is to create or approve a special events committee consisting of 2 board members and a number of town residents that will cooperate with event
We'll work
producers
with, and liaison with the representative, with the,
and
each of them.
and will act as an ongoing committee.
And Nick brought up, last summer, I think it was,
Second,
Who seconded it?
oh, I'm sorry. But there was a situation that happened, and Nick suggested that when the event is happening, that there's somebody from the town staff on scene. Because there was a problem that happened with power or whatever else, and there was no staff person, and we had to scramble. So I think that's another thing, is that there is somebody from the town that's key to things.
That's That's a really good idea. I think Nick would agree with that, because you won't have to call me at some hour.
So that's, I think we should vote, and then I just wanna bring up one more.
Okay, so who seconded?
I did.
Okay, any further discussion? Did you want to say something?
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, unanimously, we have.
So what I
created.
wanted to say, and real quickly, is he already wrote a grant. We already have his it's on T, so we're gonna be getting to that 4th of July thing, which I think is gonna go to the committee first, but I still wanna discuss it with you. I was hoping maybe you could, even though you wrote a grant and he's using his own materials or whatever, after this now is starting over, you wrote a grant for $7,500. I think that we should write a grant to the county for things like trash removal, extra public works, lawn care. So bathrooms, we're holding these events inside the county, even though it's our town, you know, per se. They should be able to give us, you know, like, we could just say, it's for all the events that we hold here. This is for extra expenses. You know, if there's rental, like, if you want something donated, rather than you having to pay for like the rental fee of the park, it comes out of that fund, you know, and then we get some revenue from it, and I just think that, we're already too late for this last grant, but we need to consider that on the next grant cycle, like a nice grant for events that help us. It could pay for the code enforcement on events, could pay for help Peace Patrol, you know, with certain things. I don't know, whatever it takes to make something that is very generalized and not specific.
Would it be possible to include having a security other than the police patrol, a professional security company, and be included in the grant application for? I know there are a lot of police officers who are off duty. Sometimes they'll moonlight and they'll do special events. I see them do it for private events and public events. Take some of the heat off our code compliance officer and add some more.
Do you know some? We've been looking for years. We haven't been able to find any retired, post-certified police officers. We are very grateful for the Peace Patrol.
And there's really never been an
Yeah,
incident.
able to
I mean,
find.
you know, unless you're talking from experience, there's never been an incident that would require any sort of police involvement. The people here are extraordinarily well.
Well, there was incidents I've seen, but they happened usually after and
It's,
not.
yeah, potentially, but like, as far as like, you know, as someone who's worked with private security many times, especially who are off-duty police officers, they have a tendency to want to arrest first and or pull their gun. And I don't know if that's the ethos that we want on.
I've
this.
never seen that. I've
Right.
put on a lot of events myself.
Yeah, probably not nearly as many.
I beg to differ on that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I was in that position for 15 years.
Well, either way,
Last time the sheriff got called, it was on the internet.
Okay.
how about this? How about this? The event committee decides
Sure.
what kind of security.
I would
I'll
just
let
take
you
it
go.
as a suggestion.
I think it's a good suggestion, but I think it should go, I think the event committee could discuss whether you need extra security.
Adam, excuse me, I don't know who's first.
So it's just a little bit of a backtrack when you're talking about people being on this committee, and I kind of feeling like there should be somebody from the Baca events on this. And the gentleman here, I don't remember his name, who came. to speak at the events, who was on the POA board.
Leroy West.
Okay, I think it would be really great if somebody from like the POA board, even if he wasn't representing the board, he came as his own individual, but can be aware and participatory of what it is that the town is up against, and maybe to be able to be supportive and maybe to bring some of the POA resources to bear to help us manage events. So if we're looking to reach out, here's somebody who showed up, and you know, maybe the committee, when it forms, might want to consider about an invitation in that way.
Sounds awesome.
Working collaboratively with the PO.
I have a quick question, are you asking for $5,500 total?
Oh, no, I just reread that and it is incorrect. So 1,500 of that $4,000 would go towards payment.
It's just 4,000.
It's just 4,000, just the normal
So
amount.
do we have any money now in the events committee?
I think it was $7,500, that we were saying earlier.
We're gonna lose 5,000?
Maybe,
No, because we might have to figure out the 5,000 from somewhere else.
yeah.
What was that, 5,000 for?
Parks back.
They came
Oh.
to the grant last year that we went erroneously into the general fund and was spent, now we have to spend that money. And
So even if the town was willing to spend $4,000 on an event, which seems like they could.
Yeah.
I feel like part of that money would be needing to go to porta potties.
Yeah, that's why I wrote a $7,500 grant.
Okay, so this doesn't include,
That doesn't include. No, the 4,000 is the normal commitment that the town gives.
right, but the services here don't include a porta potty.
Yeah, their porta potties are, oh, I see, I remember when last year, we all had already bought porta potties for the summer. Remember it? Do you remember that?
I do,
Yeah.
I don't know what we're planning.
So that's what, we had done last year was the porta potties were just in town.
So I'm just getting at, if we paid 4,000.
Yeah.
I don't think out of our events, we could necessarily pay more for porta potties or more for stuff like this.
I see.
It'd be nice for us to have a set chunk that covers everything,
That's what I'm saying is $4,000.
including porta potty.
Yeah, that's fine.
But that is not,
Like porta potties are like around $600.
I think we paid $380 a month. Throughout
for those
some,
ones that we got.
I think it was.
All right, that was my thing.
Yeah, if we were to bring them just for a one-time thing, it'd be like, they'd probably get like 4 porta potties, and so it would be about $600.
Would it be worth subtracting a little bit and we got the porta potties?
Well, like last
For the-
year,
yeah.
we did, y'all got the porta
I
potties,
know.
what I'm already doing is deducting from the 4,000 if I were to get the porta potties, so no.
So, but he's saying, would you take 3,000 and we take care of porta?
No, I take, I take 35.
It might be worth it, because then we can have the porta potties for the summer.
Yeah.
And you
I
wouldn't
don't
have to
know
deal
if
with- Then
we-
you wouldn't have to deal with it, huh?
I don't know that we budgeted for porta potties.
We didn't.
for the summer.
But it could go into the events category.
I thought
I didn't think there was any money. That's the list.
I don't know how much.
We have 75.
The thing about it is
Where's
like,
that money?
they close their bathrooms specifically because of the amount of intensity. I don't wanna have to close our bathrooms, but part of the reason why we had the porta potties was to lighten up.
I'd rather
the
give them
bathroom
$4,000 and have them get porta potties for the event.
Just for the event, but,
That's where we're at
but
right
even
now.
during the summer,
We didn't budget for it.
I understand that, but
We have
we
the,
need to.
we have the bathroom over in Pearl Park. Is there any, like, any chance that you're shaking your head no?
I think we budgeted
Handle
to
it.
take that apart.
We've
Well,
been trying for a long
I
time.
want you to take that apart.
I think so.
Sand dunes?
Well, it's just,
Twice it had to be cleaned out.
yeah, because people stuff in sleeper bags and household trash.
We're a town without public restrooms for now, until we can solve that problem.
Right.
But for the event, we
It's
should have
Browns and
porta
a lot of them
potties.
refuse to put pump it any longer.
We've been trying for a long time.
We'll figure it out. So I definitely think we should support moving forward with 4th of July and planning in as much advance as possible, but it's gonna have to fit into the special events permit. And we're gonna have to abide by it.
One thing I see is he says the event will end at 7, but obviously when it ends at 7, there's still 2 hours of people hanging out.
Yeah.
And people going over, and so there's still, even though it ends at 7, there's still 2 hours.
Yeah, I can't control, last year it ended at 8, so I pushed it up, and because really, once the mosquitoes, it's like we abate as much as possible, and then night comes, and it's like, and we lose. Right, they just come in. So, that's, it's out of our control. So that, I would say, by the time dark falls, we would wanna have.
And I have one other question.
Yeah.
If for some reason, and I hope you get the grant, but what happens if you don't get?
Well, then we have to figure it out, but, I sidebarred with, Liza and like I did last year, and I don't see any reason why we wouldn't. I did report on it. Thank you for sending me the, as much as data as we could, because the problem was in reporting with it and reporting on it was that, QuickBooks isn't accessible right now very easily, right? And so I had the town pay for everything. And so in order to report on it, I had to have those receipts, and the town contained all the receipts they couldn't find. I was able to kind of hodgepodge things and report on it as best I could. So at least there's some, traction there and continuation of that. But, like I said, they upped the amount that you could ask for. And I don't see any reason why they would say no.
Well, if that Lisa came this morning.
Yeah.
That was a good sign.
Yeah, she definitely is very supportive. She was in the parade last year. She rode her horse. Yeah, so, I mean, the commissioners want this to happen. Yes.
One other thing I would say was, that was kind of a thing that Irina brought up, was that if there could be some room for volunteering, that where people could get involved and feel like they're involved in the event, because sometimes when you have an event coordinator, it disconnects from the community aspect of it.
I mean, I don't know how to do that anymore. I put it out on Facebook for volunteer days. I put it on flyers. I can't panhandle for volunteers.
So maybe
right?
this.
I don't know what else to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe this committee could become a vehicle for getting some support. Sometimes we used to have kids circuses and kids things and different things where the community really got involved and.
Yeah, and that was with Tom DeSane used to do that, and he no longer has those products. So yeah, I'm super open to it. I have limited bandwidth of what I can and can't do. And, I do this, the amount that I get, I give back, right? I give, I don't really keep any of this money. So it's really a community service to do this.
So what I'm thinking is the committee, though, the liaison person could work with the committee and say, what would you like to see? Is there something we didn't do last year you'd like? Or things like that, or is there some public community involvement that we could do? Let the community make an input for that.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm always open to it. I just, I have limited bandwidth to reach out like that because of what I have going on.
I think the committee could also look at that grant that we were thinking of.
Yeah, 100%. And I'd be happy. And again, I had tried to get Scott to write it, but he didn't have the bandwidth and really desire to do so. So, in making sure that those funds at least got to us somehow, that was really the only resort I had because it was due last Friday. And so, I wrote that and 2 other grants. And again, I did want to just mention, Lori and Mike are not available right now because they're in New Orleans, but they asked me to remind you that for the Energy Fair in particular, that those 2 days represent a month's worth of summer revenue for them. Similarly, 4th of July represents almost 15 days of revenue in 1 day for them. And they have been down this year, last year, they were down 22% from the year prior that had more events. And if we were to eliminate the events in town, because mind you, when the music festival happened out in the Baca, people don't come to town. Right? Everyone wants to stay away because they know there's traffic. And so they naturally just don't come to town during those days. So it really reduces the amount of revenue that the town, businesses get during those times if it's not in town.
Nick, don't those businesses move remotely to those areas?
Definitely not.
So those are things, those are documents that should be provided to the committee for their consideration.
100%, but they don't. Zero doesn't have a mobile bar, right? They did sausages at the Energy Fair and didn't make really a time. Raven sometimes will bring a little cart or something like that, but not really,
But I can't see somebody going to Swatch for gas or going to Swatch or Alamosa for liquor when they can come up here, or if they need a gallon of milk for the kids.
But
I don't see us losing.
I think it's also, there's so many food vendors too, that I think if people just have what they need there, that maybe there's not as much.
Let's just make the motion.
Yeah. I did want to say one more thing, I know you can't really do it, but is there any way that you can look at, kind of helping people with sales tax in town? Because that, I mean, if these little vendors, some of them do pretty well, and they're not, I don't think a lot of them are declaring their sales tax.
They're not, but you know, I'm not collecting taxes.
Yeah, I didn't say to collect, I was saying to.
I provided the letter that Nancy gave me last year that talked about, you know, if they wanna give taxes, they can, but I'm not policing that, no.
I'm not asking to police it, I'm asking you to just recommend it, because that also helps.
I gave the
keep
letter
it.
that she gave, and that, you know, and if y'all want me to do it again, I'm happy to. But I can't, you know, control if people are gonna pay taxes.
Yeah, no.
We have a motion, but before we vote, I want
No,
to
we
say
don't have a motion.
one thing, and that is on the top of my wish list for a long time has been that we would have a little company that would provide tours. It could provide tours of could go to the spiritual centers, could go to the ziggurat, the big stupa, the people.
We used to have that.
I know.
Big bus.
I know, but we haven't. Every now and then I make this little talk and nothing ever happens, so why not?
I think electric bike tours would be awesome.
Yeah.
I've thought of this
I used to do
before.
segways. I used to do segways.
Somebody could make a good living and it would be good for everybody. It would be good for our greater community, whichever way you want to put it. And so I just put it out there. It's something that could happen. It needs to happen. And I don't know, you two might just be. So coming back to that, we're gonna have.
I was trying to address the
It's a
trash
wrap.
cleanup. That's just adding more
Well,
work to the
let's-
committee of one.
Let's vote on the
Public
motion
engineers.
first.
What's the vote?
We didn't have a motion.
Did we vote on your committee? We didn't, did we?
Oh,
We voted on
yeah,
the
we
committee.
did, we're on to the 4th of July.
We're just doing this now.
The committee.
We're on to whether or not to make a motion to accept.
I'll
it.
make a motion, we accept it. However, I do want to make sure that the bathroom cleanup is then added in.
No, not the bathroom cleanup, the
Bathroom.
porta potty
Porta
being
potties.
provided.
Porta potties are provided in there.
Yeah.
Now,
Is
I guess,
what is your motion then?
He's making-
to accept Mountainside Realty, a proposal to do this event. We would budget the 4,000 out of our event fund, because it is kind of
That's why we have the fund.
Crestone event.
Yeah.
So, and that we, use the committee for more guidance in organization.
I think it'd be a good test run, you know, I think it'll be a good test run for, you know, trying to make it work and getting everyone on board so that, you know,
Yeah.
know what we're doing, you know.
Is there a second to that motion?
I guess you said use the committee,
Use the committee as
the
a,
event will have to abide by.
yeah, I mean, he's already
The
got
permit.
some stuff, but there might be more stuff that we.
All right, second,
Well, you'll work with the committee with all the things that we've talked about, whether it's noise or traffic or safety, all the community involvement.
Yeah, that's our goal. And parking, really, and really it'd be, you know, what my vision is that we would have a route to host these events and figure out parking, right? I mean, I think parking is a huge issue. Egress, I stay on radio so that, and I know exactly where the egresses are, so that we can always have access if I'm radioed by the fire department. Just so you know, I do keep a constant communication with the fire department. So they know if they have to do something, they will radio me and I'll have that open within like 2 minutes. So that is a thing that I make sure. And it's really, there's a lot of details that go into this that I don't even talk about because I'm making sure it's taken care of, right? That's why the NFL and NBA used to hire me to do their parties. But it's, I'm happy to show this event committee what really goes into it. So they understand the full breadth of what is, part of it. And so just, it legitimizes the reason behind following the rules, right? If we have a streamlined set of rules that are conducive to actually hosting the events properly. Right, because just as Kim mentioned, you know, we have to break the rules, right? And there's no little breaking and big breaking, it's just you're breaking or not breaking, right? So I think that was a really adept, you know, observation last meeting. That indicates the need for change, but I think that allows us to have something that we can all kind of.
And it would be nice if you could help dispel the notion that the board, that the town board doesn't want to celebrate the 4th of July this year.
I will, but I will remind you, there is a recording, thank goodness, you know, of the conversation that was had where, you know, you mentioned, well, yes, we can have a parade and no amplified music. To me, that is canceling the 4th of July. And for many people in this town.
Motion on the table.
So, but I will.
I'm writing an article right now, because we'll state all of this quite clearly.
Any additional discussion?
Additional discussion, we have a public works person of 1, and that will be responsible for trash cleanup apparently.
We can hire 2 trash people for $16 an hour. We'll figure it
So long
out.
as it's covered, because I used to dump that all on Gretchen.
Yeah.
And that can be out of our, I mean, we have part-time allocated, all of that.
Okay, in that case, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Armando, are you?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Board decision, and thank you, both of you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
It's 20:06, we still have some more agenda items.
Okay.
Lydia?
Festival is here.
That's an energy fair.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, sorry. So I planned to get on the meeting today and join you guys before I knew about the special meeting or before you had the special meeting. And so because I wanted to come forward and talk to you about what we could do to agree on some things, and I would fill out my special events permit and form the way that we agreed on, you know, in this meeting. I feel that last time when I applied as the Crestone Music Festival, there were some misunderstandings as far as like the noise ordinance and things like that. And I thought the Crestone Music Festival went really well. We didn't really have any complaints. Music ended by 8 in the park, and then we went to T Road to have our after party so that we would be indoors. And I'm willing to make more, you know, accommodations and more agreements that work for both of us. But I just thought that I would, you know, talk to you directly about that before I filled out my application for the Crestone Music Festival. And last year we did it on the Sunday of Memorial Day weekend, which is what I was hoping to do again this year. I have my grant in with the Swatch County for it. And I do also want to take a second to mention that I know that in the past, the Crestone Music Festival has been out at the golf course, but in the past, the Crestone Music Festival was also, oh no. In the past, the Crestone Music Festival was also a lot bigger than it is currently able to be. We did the whole Crestone Music Festival last year as a single day in the park. I think we had a few hundred people there, and our whole overall budget was around $5,000. And so it's like a very small event. And we paid for our own toilets. We paid for, you know, we had a stage donated. Because at that time the stage wasn't built yet. And my thought was with the building of the stage and being in town and keeping our events somewhat small, that it would be easy enough to work together to do something that was really fun and bonding for everyone. And yeah, moving out to the moving out to the golf course is something that, you know, having a sleepover festival that lasts days is something that takes hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so that's just not something that's feasible right now. And even with the building of a single stage, that adds a lot of money to an event. And so, you know, I'm really hoping that we can work together for something that just like mutually works. And I wanted to see maybe what that would be about. And yeah, that was before I knew. I had planned to come to this meeting and ask you guys about that before I knew about the special events permitting and that this conversation was already up for you guys. So yeah, I just I'm hoping to keep May 26th as our date and want to see what you think.
So thank you very much. Appreciate that. We still have some, it's 5:45, and we still have agenda items to go through, and this is kind of where we need to move on from this for right now. These are
Well, I think-
conversations.
I think.
You did event agenda things before and after mine.
So, but what does she want us to do?
May 26, she wants to give approval, wants us to approve, a music festival. In the
Well,
park.
don't we have a form to fill out and a little process to go through, stuff like that, or not?
We
We
do,
don't usually do that just verbally.
no, I know we do, you're gonna fill out your event,
Yes, I'm planning on filling out my event permit. And I just wanted to know if there was anything from you that was going to make that easier on you before I filled out my event permit. Like technically the event permit says that you can go till 10, but I know that no one actually likes that. So, you know, we could make an agreement on what time I could end now, and I will fill out my permit to that standard.
So truly, we need to make that an agenda item for action, and it's not on the
Yes, it
agenda.
is.
Really,
It's on the agenda.
Yes.
There's no permit application here though.
I understand, but she is on the agenda, just so you. Your S, it's under S.
Since Sam.
Why didn't see that?
Well, one thing is we did just form a committee that's going to be, integrating with the people who are organizing events. Probably have a meeting next week, my guess. That'd be fine with me.
Yes, we can do that
So,
and work together.
yeah, and then you can fill out the request form. We might even adjust it. We're gonna decide what we're gonna do to make it, more, in line with the town and compromise for the town.
Yes.
But then we still have to have the form and have
Yes,
have an agenda item.
Yeah, it will be.
And can someone then circle back around with us once that committee has met, so we can assign those liaisons and like communicate?
And Lydia, I see the May 26th is a little bit more urgent than the energy fair. And if you could, for example, like even Nick here has a proposal, at least for us to look at. And I also understand that you were waiting to get more information before you fill out any applications. But if you could work with that committee and Aereo to come to the March meeting with proposal and or application filled out, even though it's in process and in the works, that would be really helpful for us to have something to look at to approve.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I had wanted to just get some more information, you know, but I'll just make my best guess for now.
So I think you'll be the first, this will be the first event, I guess, that will come along that will reflect this broad discussion with the community involvement and all of this. So you'll have lots of opportunity to get some help. And we're looking forward to seeing what you bring back to the March meeting for us. And thank you very much. I do want to go back to the agenda items.
This is on the agenda.
Yeah, and we will help you, Lydia, to do everything together. So thank you.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you. So what is our next one? What about the update on the Living Wisdom project?
The attorney said it is not.
I know, but it's on the agenda. There must be some reason it's on the agenda.
I asked for it, and he answered the question, there was no further information. For the
Oh,
living.
okay, I didn't understand it.
Happy night.
Yeah.
See you later.
That takes care of that one. I think the update on the Kit Carson That was a good letter.
The county commissioner requesting change of usage for previously awarded grant funds.
So we've taken care of that. That was.
We haven't taken care of it. We don't know what we're gonna do with that.
That's, the letter, Ariel, is, I thought that was the reason you have that is reflecting the discussion you had with Wendy the other day.
Yes, and that.
That's what we talked about.
We talked about it, but we didn't, you thought there was $14,000 in the event fund.
But the letter, the letter is actually a report dealing with how we will expend the money, the $5,000 that they sent us a check and gave us, because then they gave us the date of the check sent. And that has already been done. That was emailed today to the commissioners because they will not receive. Their policy does not allow them to consider our application until that report is submitted to them. That's, you know, you have to report on how you spent the money. In this case, we didn't spend the money, so we sent a report detailing how we will spend it this year. So we've already done that. It's up to them, but we already have it. They've already.
But we didn't say how we'll spend it or where we'll pull the money from. And I think we need to see the bank statement where it was deposited into our account.
It went to the general fund. I don't know how you're gonna identify how it just went into the general fund.
It has to be a kind of receipt or something like that. I mean, it can disappear. I'm pretty sure it can be tracked.
Well, the bottom line is that we got $5,000 for the grant that they awarded us, and we didn't spend any money on any of those things.
Well,
and so
why didn't we
that's what-
spend any money?
Huh?
Why didn't we spend?
How do I know?
Because you guys are the dark sky committee and you should know that.
Yes, exactly.
I think what happened was Leslie applied for this grant, but she didn't actually apply it to.
The actual grant, I think I don't know what happened with Leslie. I don't know why, but every time we talked, it was, I never knew.
I guess we could
So,
look back if
You
Leslie
guys
has.
you guys are gonna research what might have happened. Did you have a dark side festival that year?
They just did it at the
No.
charter school.
And we were supposed to pay the charter school. It was a very nominal amount, $100 or $120, and they never got paid. And there was an invoice.
Okay,
So
so,
we didn't know that things were not being paid.
right, so this is the dark sky committee's gonna take a look at what we want here. Okay, so can we move on to the?
I would love to move on.
Last one,
That's the only thing I see that we still have to discuss is for you to give us any update on the Carson Mountain name change.
I'm ready.
All right, yay.
Okay, so one thing, Ariel, this came in at a really crazy time. But when the naming committee sent out an email, it was sent on Friday, January 26th. And rather than them sending directly to me, they sent it to the town. And so I never saw this until I got the board packet. So if anything in the future comes through that's from the naming committee and it's addressed to me, but give me a heads up or forward it over to me if you would appreciate that. I had asked Scott to email everybody the whole packet and the proposal that I put together, and I don't know if anybody got that. If you did get it, I would hope that you would take a moment to take a look at it. And to see what it is the town is actually requesting. The meeting, the Zoom meeting, I also sent out a link to everybody on the board, and nobody else on the board joined in on that Zoom meeting. And there again, maybe you didn't get that email because of the confusion and the times that were happening.
So they're going to have another meeting, this is January, February, March. And I would like to see maybe a little more of the board members, join in on the Zoom. The impression I got from the naming committee was that they actually are very much in favor of getting rid of the name Kit Carson. That kind of seems to be like a no-brainer to them. And it was rather interesting as they went through all the other different geographical places. They were all in favor of making the name changes, because some of them were, you know, Dead Mexican Creek. Some of them were just so awful that they seemed very much open to changing the name of Kit Carson. The question is going to be to what? And there was a guy who talked about Lawrence Peak. Apparently Lawrence really doesn't have that great reputation, and there was somebody else, he could not get local people out of Saguache to sign on to going with that name, because a lot of people didn't like him and thought he was a bad guy. So Lawrence Peak is kind of off the table. Somebody else from Canales County had suggested Taberwachute Peak, and nobody seemed all that exciting. The one person on the board, two of them, actually spoke in favor of the fact that how historically the locals called this Crestone Peak, how I had sent, copies of old postcards all the way back to ones that probably were like 1904 that showed Crestone Peak, the town stationery. They have a lot of the backdrop that shows that the locals, and it meant something to them that the town wanted to see the name be like Mount Crestone. They're concerned, and this is something we need to address, is they have a concern that there could be confusion, especially with either like search or rescue, that sort of thing, that you have Mount Crestone, Crestone Peak, Crestone Needle. And they're going to be, see in this letter, kind of talking to the Forest Service. They asked me when I spoke for a while about like who provided search and rescue here, and gave that information. And so I know they're wanting to reach out to like search and rescue and then, because they're afraid of the confusion that could create. And so part of my response to that, and I want to reply to this letter, is there's already confusion. And part of what we're wanting to do is eliminate the confusion, because if you stand in the post office and you ask, what's that peak? Old timers will say that's Crestone Peak. Some people are going to say that's Kit Carson. Other people are going to say, oh, that's Challenger. So there's already confusion. And so I want to reply to this letter with your permission to speak for the board, that we're looking at it. If you read the letter, they talk about this peak and that peak, and they're wanting to look at, which as we are, for the name of the whole massive that's there. It's the mountain, and that's what we say Mount Crestone. It's the mountain that has sub peaks within it, and that people can understand. And when you see other things written, other places, they'll talk about the Crestoners. And it's usually referred to as a group of the mountains of Crestoners, Crestone Needle, Crestone Peak. So I think the next step, if we want to see the name become Mount Crestone, is to be able to show, one, that it would help eliminate confusion, two, that we want it to be the overarching name for the mountain that has other sub-peaks, and especially that there is at least support from like search and rescue, Sheriff's Department, Forest Service, that this is not going to cause confusion. Somebody's lost, where are they? So that's the kind of support we need.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
On Challenger, there's this, I was up there, there's a big plaque Not sure if there's actually one on Kit Carson itself, this is the Challenger Point file.
So what does it say?
It says Challenger Point, 14,080 plus feet, memory of the fuel of South Challenger 7 who died accepting the risk of spinning mankind. Horizons, January 28th, 1986. Astra for Astra.
So this Mount Crestone has three, actually it has four peaks. So just like you say Blanca, Blanca is made up of numerous different peaks. Mount Crestone here is named, there's Challenger Point, which is actually one of the highest points there of the ridge. There's Columbia Point, which was also named after the space shuttle. It's a 13,000 foot peak on that. And then, according to the maps, when you look at the mountain, you see the flat top ridge, and then you see the spin that comes off on the south side. There's this big fin, which is actually the highest peak of those peaks, which is called Kit Carson. And so old timers called basically the whole ridge of the mountain as Crestone Peak. And then it sort of got divided into Kit Carson and Columbia and Challenger. So the ridge that goes across there, as they ask on this, they're kind of looking for a name for the whole mountain. And this is where coming back and saying Mount Crestone, which incorporates all these other smaller peaks, like a lot of mountains do. And so to make this happen, there's basically two things on the table. One is either they accept the town name as Mount Crestone with the support of things like search and rescue or fire departments, Forest Service, that say, yeah, it's not too confusing. These are the Crestones. It used to be Crestone Peak and then Crestone Needle 1 and Crestone Needle 2. That's how it used to be. So people kind of figured out what was what. Or else there is a totally different name that someone else comes up with. This Frustrum Peak was kind of rejected because frustrum means basically like a ridge. And so it was a geological feature name. And they didn't want to do things that were like a geological feature for the name. They wanted a name. And so they kind of didn't like frustrum, but they didn't like Lawrence. Nobody liked Lawrence. Taberwatch was kind of like, well, I don't know, let's see what the Native Americans say. And Mount Crestone, other than the concern about confusion, there was an open-mindedness simply because the town was asking for that name, and that carried a fair amount of weight, but it's not a given. And we have to get over, we have to be able to get past whether or not it's going to be confusing.
When is it meeting?
It's going to be in March, and I'm going to send out a Zoom link. So if there's anybody here who here wants to propose a different name from the town board, or that can help to generate support through things like search and rescue, emergency services, that says that actually Mount Crestone would help to designate which mountain, because you got Columbia, you got Challenger, you got Kit Carson, and go with that. Or else just say, get rid of Kit Carson altogether and call it Challenger. But there's also another peak that's up along that ridge that when Keno had filed the request in 2008, he suggested that that little peak be called Tranquility Peak. You know, so we have about 4 names up on the mountain. So this is where we're at. I would respond to this letter with the board's permission, and but it's gonna, as they say in here, it's a whole process. It could take a year.
Adam, you had your hand up, you still want?
I was gonna ask when the March meeting is.
Yeah, I'll have to look it up, and I'll put the word out and then have a Zoom.
I support you writing.
I support her writing it, we don't have to make a motion for that, do we?
You know, my only thought is, if we had a fundraiser or something, it might be, I think could be quite effective if actually you and maybe several other people went to that meeting, maybe there's somebody from Search and Rescue. If we, I know we don't have any money, but we might be able to raise some money. I think that might be enough to tip the scales in our favor.
Well, the whole meeting was Zoom, and I could tell from all the attendance, everybody was Zooming from elsewhere.
But there's a difference between being Zooming and being there. I don't know where there is.
Well, see, and I wondered if there even was there, because everybody seemed to be Zooming in from some other place. So I don't know if there was actually a physical location.
That would be good to know.
Could be not, but I think that, I would like to respond, since this letter is addressed to me. Thank you for your letter and updating me, et cetera, whatever.
Is there anybody who disagrees with having, Kissam respond? I don't think we need a motion. The board says, go do it, just go do it.
Well, and I'm gonna go ahead and put the petitions out again. I had stopped with the petitions because I wanted to meet the deadline. So I took the petitions we had and I said to Mom, I'd like to maybe put the petitions out again and get more signatures, because that seemed to be carrying some weight. And like I say, if anybody has connections to Search and Rescue, Sheriff, or whatever, if Search and Rescue objects to the name change, it could be dead in the water. So we need to see
some more work to be done. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
1 second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned at 6:05.
Bye.
Oh,
To jump.
I will call him.
You're $99 for
I don't know.
Of course.
Thank you. All the work you do. How you doing?
I'm gonna be getting everybody here. Slow down for a little bit. But right now, there's so much. So nice to meet you too. I'm saying.
Benji, I just told Matt that he should edit that.
Yeah.
See it,
Okay.
but you're right.
I think, well, I think that what happened was,
Anya, it's me.
You have a lot of endurance, more than most.
I care, I think this community stuff is important.
I think that, he might have been going on with.
Right.
So regarding Cox, I'm
Considering.
gonna talk to, I'm gonna go into this week and get the paperwork to get to as up to date as I
I
can.
totally shouldn't. It's still so.
So
Yeah, and I'm reading a bunch.
I have to appoint the delegate.
Emotions are really,
Um,
really.
And after the election, after the election takes place, I don't choose.
I think our. Staff.
Everything how to do it. I have to say now.
Yeah, and I think part of the, remember when that every thing is that people call planning.
A lot of lawyers.
And then Nick sent that letter to the editor. Honestly, this is why I started writing to the paper. because I thought, if we
I don't
don't
know who
write
else
what
will.
actually happened, then the news gets reported by letters to the editor. But given that that was like the paper had already going off, nobody had the meeting recording, so that got published before the actual article got published.
Oh, I see.
So I think that was
One other thing that happened with that was that when the last meeting, we actually arranged it, that's why we knew there was a meeting. Because we had made, I don't know, if we made a motion, but we all determined that.
Yeah,
I
Scott
know
had,
what
I was
we
in
did
here, and
about
Scott was like,
planning
oh, you'll
commission
get the
keeps
email,
saying
we're
there's
having a special meeting
busy, or
Monday.
he's out of
And I
town
was
or
out of
something.
town, and I was like, okay,
And
well,
then
I'll
Scott
zoom
would
in,
cancel.
but I never got the notification or the Zoom.
And then nobody in the board got it either,
Chair can
so we're
be
all
on.
talking, like,
Well,
we're not all
the meeting
talking
is
about
on
it.
there.
One
Is it just
person,
the main meeting?
everybody's asking, and then all of a sudden.
Well, it's more than the
find out
name,
meeting,
if I,
and then-
actually, I,
Cancel.
unless something happens to me,
It
I
wasn't
won't, you
posted.
won't have anything to do while I'm sitting here. Because,
So we thought.
because
okay,
I've always been very active in that.
And it's proper spots.
Yeah,
I'll
so
be
you guys,
there,
it
so
is
you-
legal, whatever board said.
Yeah, it's your house.
Problem is, yes, a name,
Well, it's just like there was a
And the number.
system and then that, and
and,
the emails always come and then they did it, so.
And so then
With
that
her,
would be
she's
the next election.
Yeah,
We can
yeah,
change
no, she
everything.
seems great, she's very.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Scotland, way out.
I just want to do what I need to do now, and then
Thought it was
the future can take care of itself.
It's moving down a little bit.
It's helped to show up and see what you
Yeah,
guys
thank
are
you,
doing.
yes, thank you for that, because it makes a big difference. Yes.